Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto was Black Spider of Konoha? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. There is a race of being in the universe unlike any other, that, when alone, are weak to all hazards. Fire, cold, sound, all of these are known to kill these creatures. But it is when they find a host that they show how powerful they are. Parasites, one and all, caring only to feed on the energy of the host. They move from place to place, devouring host after host until there is nothing left. Then they simply move to the next planet. No, nothing else like them. When bonded, they have strength to stop ships, abilities to move at incredible speeds from location to location. Combat, reproduction, all aspects of life that they care for is enhanced. They are as powerful as they are vast. Nothing can stop them. But there was one that was different. Its host never died from the bonding. Its host never lost themselves. Its hosts were all murdered. It was a symbiont, not a parasite, wanting to live with the host instead of conquer them. It pleaded, showing them how much stronger it was for it, how better it would be. They did not approve. Such ideas could not infect the whole. It was locked away on a planet that was devoid of life. After many thousands of eons, life returned to the planet, and still it was locked away. But it never regretted its choice. It believed with its whole they should work with, not concur. And its patience and endurance was rewarded. A creature from another world was brought to the planet to save it from evil. His clothing ruined, he released the symbiont by mistake. Lacking the energy, the symbiont could only pray that he would let it bond with him. He did. Later, after saving the world and returning to his own, the symbiont was fully recovered and knew its host. He was a human from Earth. He was naturally strong, having abilities that could and were enhanced and taken into the symbiont. He had power, but he didn't use it to subjugate others with it. This host wanted to protect others around him, and the symbiont wanted the same. At night, when the host slept, the symbiont took control of his body and had him do the same things he did when he was awake. But this scared the host, and he separated from the symbiont. Since then, the symbiont went to a few other hosts. The first was one that was unstable. He wanted to hurt the first host. The symbiont wanted to keep him from doing that, but by his own word, could not. Eventually, the new host fought the old and lost. Over time, he was known as both villain and hero by the name of Venom. He had the same urge because of the symbiont to do good. He fought to protect the innocent and punish the wrong. But he could not understand that at times, what he did was wrong. In this course, the symbiont reproduced others. The first bonded with a man that had lost his mind and desired blood. His mind became his symbionts. They had no choice but to destroy them. After that, there were 5 more, found stable, good men and women to bond with. But the 5th did not. She became paranoid, schizophrenic. She became a murderer, and she escaped Venom. The other 4 were locked away, until they met a man like the first host. He too wanted to do right. He was what was known as a cop. The 4, so young but with the same needs as their parent, were dying in their containers without a host. The cop could tell they were not evil, so he released them to let them bond with him. Not only did they bonded with each other, becoming a hero named Hybrid. Now the second host is old, fighting his last battle, and he was losing. Venom could no longer fight with the vigor, the strength he once had. He was slowing, fighting a battle that he knew he could never win. But he had to try, and this time it will kill him. After a fatal wound, he was thrown through a portal to another dimension, and he landed in a city, at night, in a part of town few care for. And the first thing he saw was a boy with wild blonde hair and innocent blue eyes. "Hey, you gonna be okay?" A 10-year-old Naruto asked the old man in front of him. "No, kiddo," Brock said to him. "We are dying. There is a hospital near here," Naruto said as he bent down to help him up. "I will take you there. It won't matter. We are done for." Brock looked at the boy. He was wearing a dirty cloths and didn't seem on the best side of health. But he had a good heart. "If you had power, boy, what would you do with it?" Would you use it to hurt people or help them? I am going to be Hokage, Naruto said proudly. I am going to help everyone in my village. The world even. Brock nodded. He was slipping away even now. And if he died right then, so would Venom. Give me your hand. Naruto did, expecting him to be asking to help him stand. Naruto grasped his black gloved hand, and something wrapped around his. It moved until it covered his eyes and mouth. Naruto screamed and blacked out. Where are we? Naruto asked when he woke up. He was lying in his bed, wearing some new cloths. Standing up, Naruto felt different but better. Looking down, he saw he was wearing black ninja clothing with a white spider on his chest that wrapped around his back to another. His pants were cargo pants, and he had on boots. Nice. But where is the orange spiral? Feeling the urge to look in the mirror to see his back, he saw it on the spider's back. Very nice, Naruto said with a smile. There was also a mask hood on the shirt. It covered his whole face with 2 white spots for the eyes. His hands were covered by black gloves, with white atop them. He didn't know where these came from, but he would figure that out later. His alarm went off, and he looked at it. We're going to be late for class. He threw open the window and jumped out it. He noticed he overshot his jump. Then another building. No! He caught a flagpole and spun on it until he came to rest upon it. That was cool. He let go of it and stood. He had perfect balance on it. Walking to the end, he bent down and up. Soon, the pole was bending feet up and down. On the up end, Naruto jumped. Yahoo! He made it to class that day in record time. Good morning, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said as he entered the class. Iruka looked at him, waved, turned back to the paper, then did a double take on Naruto. What happened to your cloths? We don't know, Iruka-sensei. We just remember leaving Ichiruka and heading home. We found these when we woke, and was in a hurry so we wore them. Iruka tilted his head, wondering at his unusual behavior. But the bell rang and the other students entered. Naruto also looked different. Healthier, more confident in something else. Something Iruka couldn't place. Hey, Naruto, Kiba said as he sat down. What is with the clothes? We like it, Naruto said. The spider is way cool. Maybe when we become great ninja, this will be our symbol. Something else hit his mind, and the spider is a target. People will look to hit that instead of our head. How did we realize that? I don't know, man, Kiba stated. But it is sound logic. And that spider is totally cool. You may even get Sakura to like you. Naruto thought about it. Do we want her to like us because of how we dress? Isn't that shallow? He didn't notice that he was saying we instead of I, or the sudden change in how he thought. But he did notice something. That excess energy that always made him lose focus was gone. Maybe, maybe not, Naruto stated after a moment. Besides, she cares for Sasuke, not us. Ah! And Naruto-kun came from behind them. The class-shy girl was behind them. Naruto thought she was weird and quiet before, but he recognized it as just a lack of confidence. Hyuga Hinata, right? Naruto asked. She seemed to grow even more scared but nodded. Good morning, Hinata-chan. What can we help you with? She blushed a deep red that Naruto didn't know what it meant. I don't want to say, I like you cloths. They look nice on you. She bowed and rushed away. The 2 boys blinked, looked at each other, and blinked again. Then Kiba smiled. You know she has it for you. Is that why she is always so shy around us? Not us, you, Kiba corrected. That is what we said. Kiba shook his head and turned to Iruka. All right, class, get out your pens and get ready. Mizuki-sensei is passing out your quiz. Naruto got his and looked at it. B6 was the lesson written at the top. A glance at Kiba's read B3. His was 3 levels higher. Now that he thought about it, all his tests were about things they had yet to cover. Naruto raised his hand. Iruka-sensei, we have been given the wrong test. We have been given one that is on subjects you haven't taught yet. Iruka frowned as he walked to the boy. Naruto, we covered this just last week. Huh? You are right. Mizuki, how did this happen? Must have gotten mixed in the pile, Mizuki said with a shrug. How did he notice? Does any other student have the wrong test? Iruka asked the class. No one raised their hands. Naruto, I am sorry. Mizuki, another test, please. He set it on Naruto's desk. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Iruka was grading the papers that evening. Naruto had taken one look at the quiz and took on a shocked expression. Not 5 minutes later, he handed it in. Irika expected there would be a lot of red on this one. Let's see, question 1. Correct. Question 2. Correct. 3. Correct, correct, correct. What is going on? Irika ran to the Hokage with this. Something was wrong with Naruto. Hokage-sama, I have something important to tell you, Irika said as he entered the office. What is it, Irika? Sarutobi asked. Something is wrong with Naruto. All day, he was saying we wouldn't min I. He was calm and paid attention. And he passed his test. Sarutobi frowned and about said for him to leave. Then he had sunk in who he was talking about. Naruto passed with 100%, and he was calm, not a trace of his usual hyperactiveness. And he said we? Specifically we? Yes. You don't suppose the fox did something, do you? I don't know, but I will check this now. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Naruto opened the door to the person knocking and found it was the Hokage. Hey, old man, here to treat us to ramen? Us? Is someone else here, Naruto? No, just us. Sarutobi nodded. Naruto didn't even know he was saying that. Actually, I volunteered to help the hospital and give you the physical they needed done. Okay, take off your shirt. Naruto pulled the black shirt off but kept it in hand. All right, Naruto, channel some chakra and close your eyes. He did as he was told, and the Hokage looked at the seal. Nothing was different about it. He did a jutsu and pressed his glowing hand to it. The fox was sealed away tighter than a fortune in a vault. All done, Naruto. You may put your shirt back on. After Naruto did, he asked if the Hokage wanted some ramen. No, I must head back. But before I do, why are you saying we? We? We have it. You must be going senile, old man. Sarutobi nodded. Either this was a new prank or Naruto didn't know. And he wasn't under a Jinjutsu, so it had to be a trick. Take care, Naruto. Good night. Naruto looked downrange at the targets. He didn't have his own kunai. He couldn't afford them. So he had to use the academy weapons, and they were damaged and off balance. He really hated them. How he wished he had his own. He looked down at his hand to find a kunai the same color as his cloths. He looked around for the source, but no one else had one like it. He tested it and found the balance perfect, and the edge sharp. He didn't know where it came from, but he would keep it and treasure it. Looking down range, he aimed at the target carefully. He didn't want to lose it. He knew he wouldn't hit the center, but maybe today he would be lucky enough to hit the outside circle today. He threw and got the center. Irika-sensei. We did it. His sensei came over and looked. Nicely done, Naruto. Do you have any more like that? Naruto shook his head. So Irika grabbed it. Then keep practicing with this one. Try to get more of the same weight and quality. Of course, Irika-sensei. Naruto looked at it and noticed it looked a bit more brittle than before it left his hand. But that was soon gone. Not understanding, he threw it again. Again, he hit dead center. We love this kunai. We wish we had more. As if that was the magic word, more were in his hand. He looked shocked as he looked at them. He looked up and saw the older one dissolve. What is going on? But not to look a gift horse in the mouth. He threw them all. They were in a tight circle. Naruto, hitting the center twice is a sign of growth. Hitting it like that means something it up. Irika said to him. We can't explain it, Irika-sensei. We have just been feeling great these last few days. More focus, more. We do not know what, but it is more. Our hands move exactly like we want them to. Your hand-eye coordination has improved? Yes, that is it. And our weapons are... He looked and saw the kunai were already gone. They're gone already, Irika-sensei. He looked at the target and saw they were. And none of the students had them. I am sorry, Naruto. I should have been watching. No. Irika-sensei, I knew that would happen. Watch. Naruto created more. This time they were white. He didn't care. White, blue, neon orange, as long as they were as good as the black ones. We threw them, and after 15 seconds away from us, they dissolve. He demonstrated. Hey, could this be a special ability, like Kiba being able to speak with dogs? Irika thought about and couldn't deny that it could. It has all the characteristics of one. I don't know. I will ask the Hokage when I see him again. Naruto nodded and faced the target with a grin that said, it would die now. For the rest of the lesson, he threw his kunai with pinpoint accuracy. It was destroyed when they stopped. Sarutobi scratched his beard. Well, While I haven't heard of such an ability, not much is actually known about the Uzumaki family. So it could be, Iruka said. It very well could. It would also explain the change in him. Such an ability would take energy. Thus why he has been more focused. I can't explain the plural of his speech now, but maybe it is a personality quirk. I will make sure you know if it changes, Iruka said to the Hokage before leaving. Naruto created a black kunai. It changed into a shuriken, then a sword and axe, mace, several different weapons. Where do we get this ability? He swore he heard a voice reply. But no one else was on the roof of his apartment. Who are you? What do you mean you gave it to me? That voice he both heard and didn't hear came. Naruto realized it didn't actually say words, but he understood it. He looked at his shirt, at the spider. You! The memories of 2 nights ago returned. The blackness covered him, and it became the cloths he wore now. His hood was up. We'll be fine, Brock. But we must get you help, Naruto said. No, Venom. I am dying. It is my time. Can you help me up? I wish to see the stars one more time. Naruto took him to a hill and watched over him until he passed away. He then gave the man the funeral he knew he wanted. Not to be missed, but remembered and let loose upon the world to be the nightmare to all those who were evil. Naruto had fallen down as these returned. Whoa! He stood up again, and the question Brock asked, as well as his reply, came to mind. We will keep our word, Naruto said. We are Venom, and to never go back on our word is our Nindo. Pulling up his hood, he disappeared into the darkness, with only the image of a white spider, the only sign he had ran by. Naruto ran to the edge of the building and jumped. He trusted what Venom told him and stretched a hand out. Webbing flew from it and caught the roof of another building. Nothing here was nearly tall enough as the memories that Venom showed him. But he could still do it. With power comes responsibility, Naruto said as he swung through the city. If there is no other reason to fight, it is those who have yet to see evil. He knew the second came from Brock. The first was from his predecessor. He landed on the face of the fourth. And the will of fire is the desire to protect all around you. He clenched his fist. As long as we have it, we will be more powerful than anyone that chooses to fight us. He felt approval from Venom. One day, our face will be up here. And when it is, nothing will ever hurt our home again. Author's notes. I was thinking about abilities I wish I could have. And of course it came to Venom. Now what I wrote at the beginning is actually what I read from the Marvel Comics Venom history. Hybrid, Carnage, all of it with a little twist to fit it better. Actually, happened like that. So, unlike the movies and cartoons, Venom was only evil after he left and saved the life of Peter Parker in the comics. Did this because I couldn't stop thinking about it. Happens a lot with me, I know. Chapter 2. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. You are Team 7 under Hitaki Kakashi. Naruto looked at them to judge their reaction. Sasuke was as he expected, no doubt thinking too many. Sakura was cheering about being with Sasuke-kun. We might have fun. Assuming we pass the next test, Sakura growled at him. You will always be such an idiot, Naruto. We already passed the test. Sure, Naruto said as he stood up and walked to the window. PFT. If it was so easy to be ninja, just knowing Korimi, Bunshin, and the hinge. If that was all it took, then every 2-bit person that came along that could control Chakra would be. He turned to Iruka. We shall be back at noon, Iruka-sensei. Opening it, he jumped out and landed across the street. He raised a hand and waved to the people watching him. They were used to things like this from him after 2 years. Jumping things that should be impossible to, walking up walls, making his weapons out of nothing. He would be Rookie of the Year if he wasn't outdone by Sasuke. Not that he wanted it. Being general population was a good thing. Everyone hears about who was first, no one cares beyond that. Naruto took his spot on his customary stool at Ichiroka Ramen. Good afternoon, Tochi-san, I am Chan. I think I will have the usual. 1 bowl of beef, miso, and chicken coming up, I am said. You look good with the headband, Naruto. Thank you, I am Chan. We feel good with the headband. But it doesn't fit well under our mask. Wear it like a belt, Tochi suggested. Naruto thought about it and nodded. He took it off and affixed it to Venom. So, you know who your sensei is? Hitaki Kakashi. Oh, I think I know who that is, I am said. A tall, lean guy, kind of like a scarecrow that has white, spiky hair, wears a mask over his lower face, and always walks around reading a book. Naruto nodded. He had seen that person as well. We will keep an eye out. Thank you very much. I am Chan. After eating, he jumped up on a building and began to look around. What he found was something else. He got this tingling sensation he had whenever he was about to be hurt. Ducking, he saw two kunai go sailing over them. Shooting webbing to catch them, he pulled them back and hurled them back at the thrower. It was Sasuke. I want a rematch. Still mad that you lost in taijutsu to me, Naruto jibed. No way are you better than me, Sasuke said. I believe I proved I am, countless of times. Naruto dropped down. And I am tired of doing it. Knock it off. You are better at ninjutsu and chakra control. Get over it that you are not the best at all things. Just because you have that Kekii Genkai does not mean you are better. But until the day comes you can beat us, you are second best in taijutsu. Naruto turned and started to walk away. He dropped down even as Sasuke started the punch. He came back up, his mask on, and flipped over Sasuke. He pressed a blade to his throat. This isn't enough, Naruto warned. We will not hold back again. He dropped the blade and walked away, feeling the glare from Uchiha. It was thanks to Venom he knew when a punch and jutsu was coming. It was thanks to Venom he could more easily focus. But Venom chose him, not the other way around. He felt no guilt in using his abilities. Kakashi, I am warning you, do not be late with this team, Iruka said when he saw the Jonin after dismissing the class. Even if you fail them, don't be late. Why? He asked, flipping a page in his book. They're just Genin. Naruto, Iruka told him. Ever since he activated his Kekii Genkai, he has been unpredictable except at respect and betrayal. It was Naruto that tracked Mizuki down 3 nights ago. Just don't, please. I will think about it. Iruka sighed. That meant no. Kakashi opened the door and stepped in. To see a giant slingshot fitted with a spike big enough to impale him, launching its missile at him. He dropped down and watched it hit the wall. It was there for 15 seconds before dissolving. Next time, don't be late, Naruto warned, flipping a kunai in hand. Kakashi looked at him and found he wore a mask the same colors as his clothes. How do I put this? I hate all 3 of you. Meet me up on the roof in 5 minutes. The clone released itself. Naruto went out the window again and climbed up to the roof. So, you have mastered climbing with your feet? Kakashi asked. No, our Kekii Genkai is an odd thing. It gives us several abilities, some like that we have no control over. We just do it. Kakashi frowned at the way he talked to him. Tell me more. No. The others arrived. So tell us what we have to do to stay ninja. That way Sakura will believe us. Again, Kakashi frowned. He was taking the fun out of this. First, introductions. I wanted to tell me about yourself. Likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams, things like that. How about you go first? Sakura asked. Me? I am Hatake Kakashi. My likes and dislikes are none of your concerns. My dreams for the future. Well, I have lots of hobbies. You go, Masked Man. We are Uzumaki Naruto or Venom. And we like jumping, having fun, and fighting to protect those around us. We hate those that are evil and dislike someone that can't get over himself because of birth. Am I going to have to drag everything out of you kicking and screaming? Our hobbies are private, but our dreams are simple. To become the strongest Hokage the world has ever seen. Then to protect those around us. And are you going to keep doing that? Yes, we are. Okay, you Pinky, you go next. I am Haruno Sakura. I hate Naruto. And my hobby's Aries. Stalking Sasuke, Naruto muttered. Shut up. She tried to take a swing at him, but Naruto leaned back and pushed her back to her seat. I really hate Naruto. And my dreams for the future are to marry Sasuke, jump his bones, and have his children, Naruto muttered again. And maybe not in that order. Sakura tried to hit him again and got the same result. And you? Kakashi said to Sasuke. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I don't particularly like anything, and there are a lot of things I hate. I don't have any hobbies and only an ambition. To kill a certain man and rebuild my clan. Kakashi nodded. He had read that Naruto was more pleasant when he was younger. Sakura was smarter than she appeared. But she looked like an idiot, so it couldn't be that hard. And Sasuke was predictable. Now, as one of you already guessed, there is a test tomorrow to see if you stay ninja. This will be up to me, and there is a 66% chance to fail. He smiled when he saw Sakura drop her jaw and Sasuke arched an eyebrow. But Naruto was unreadable with his mask. Cammy, am I that annoying with this thing on? Now, be at training ground 7 tomorrow at 8. And don't eat breakfast or you will throw up. He turned into smoke, another clone. Let's see how fun this is, Naruto said. He walked away, planning on getting a full night's rest. He didn't order us not to eat, just advised against it. So we're going to wake up early to digest it fully before we have the chance to throw it up. Sasuke nodded. That was a good idea. He stood up and walked back down to the street like normal people, and Sakura ran after him, bugging him for a date. Naruto got to the training ground bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and happy. He ate and would tell Kakashi he did proudly. Ready, Sasuke? Yes, we are, he replied. Sakura snickered, but Naruto ignored the insult to his speech. When Kakashi finally arrived, he had to dodge several of the spears. Yo, good morning. Let me explain the rules. I have 2 bells. You're going to try to get them before noon. If you don't, I tie you to that stump and eat your lunch in front of you. Sakura's and Sasuke's stomach growled, making Naruto look at them. We are ready, Naruto said for himself. I doubt that. Come at me with the intent to kill, or you won't have a chance. Go! Naruto climbed up the tree and hung from a branch. Crouching, he pushed off. He hit the ground and slid, having missed Kakashi. He felt him behind him and rolled to the side. You have good reflexes, Kakashi stated. Let me tell you the first lesson in being a ninja. Taijutsu. He reached into his pouch and produced a book. Naruto felt insulted that he thought that low of him, but pushed it aside. What? Aren't going to try your luck? We are. He pushed his arms out, throwing the webbing and catching Kakashi with it. He pulled and let it flying, ignoring it. His senses told him Kakashi was elsewhere, so he was. Naruto produced 2 swords and ran at where he felt him. Very good senses, Kakashi stated as he dodged. His eye widened when he felt his cheek get cut. You really are trying to kill me. Jumping back, he watched Naruto. He had no form or style. He went in and moved on reflex alone. Normally, this was a bad thing. But Naruto obviously hadn't heard it was because try as Kakashi might. He couldn't force Naruto into a damaging position. He twisted and turned, never needing to block. This is no Genin. Kakashi felt something against his foot, having backed into it. It was more webbing. Hell, another Naruto dropped from a tree, pulling the webbing with him, while the original formed a giant shuriken in his hand. It started spinning and Naruto threw it to take off Kakashi's head. Kakashi flashed through hand signs and a wall of stone blocked the attack. That was close, Kakashi said as he threw a kunai at the Kage Bunshin. He dropped down to the ground. I might have to be serious with you. Naruto crossed his arms and spikes bristled along them. He then threw them to the side, launching several dozen kunai at him. Far too many to block all of them. Instead, he was went into the ground to dodge them. Konoha's most sacred and ancient. A fist and boot collided with his head. Kakashi recovered his balance as fast as he could. Naruto meant for his blood, so he had no time to waste. He finally realized what Naruto was doing. He wasn't thinking, moving like a sword's master did, just acting and reacting. Naruto jumped back and did a few hand signs. It grew hazy, making it difficult to see anything, while Naruto completely disappeared. That is Naruto, Sakura asked amazed. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Naruto wasn't good with those things, but he had more than enough chakra to make up for it. Kakashi slowed his breathing. This was an assassination skill. He need only listened and he would hear him. He felt something hit his chest and pull. He saw a white spider appear and knew he was flying right to it. He couldn't twist, he couldn't dodge, he could only take it. And it felt like being hit by Guy. But Naruto couldn't pull back either. He was hit in the face in return. The haze fell away as Naruto stood back up. We win. In his hand was a bell. We'll give the others a chance before we return to get the bell for them. He jumped into the air, shot his web at a tree, and disappeared from sight. Kakashi picked his jaw up from the ground. He actually got a bell. Looks like someone had mad. He could feel the killer intent from Sasuke being directed at Naruto. Sakura, Naruto whispered behind her. making her yell out. Quiet, he hissed. I need your help to think about something. What do you mean? Last thing you need is help. You already got a bell. That is it though. Something is wrong because it isn't adding up. Why put us in a team of 3 only to break us up? Sakura was about to answer, but she couldn't. I don't know. We think more is going on here than it appears. We don't know what yet, but this is clear. We need to get you a bell. Sakura clenched her jaw. She wanted to pass, but if she did, Sasuke didn't, and vice versa. Sakura, has Sasuke ever encouraged you to continue going after him? Well, he never said it, but I know he... She realized how pathetic that sounded. Remember what he said yesterday. There is nothing that I like and a lot that I hate. He doesn't return your feelings. What do you know about the feelings of others? Not much. But we know that being kind to Sasuke hasn't gotten you any closer to him. That he respects power. Show him how strong you are. Even if you need some help, you will prove you are strong enough to take it. Sakura looked around desperately. All right. She grabbed Naruto's hand, and he pulled her to her feet and jumped. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura yelled out. Give me the bell. He looked at her and was surprised to find Naruto behind her. I thought you hated Naruto. She didn't reply. And won't you getting a bell keep Sasuke from graduating? She looked like her will to continue was about to crumble. But Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. No, we'll figure out some way so we all pass, Sakura shouted. But we need the second bell first. You won't underestimate Naruto again, but this time, he will have help. She held a kunai in hand. Save us the time, Kakashi-sensei, and drop the bell, Naruto said, meaning both him and Sakura. A clink came from his bell as he shifted. Kakashi looked at him, and it, Naruto, I can take your bell back if you do this. Then we will not have what it takes to be ninja yet, Naruto replied. If we cannot work with Sakura or Sasuke, then that is proof to us. But you are not working with Sasuke now. Correction, he will not work with us, Naruto told him. Enough talk. We are taking the bell. To Sakura, he whispered, ready? She swallowed before nodding. Naruto made a cross with his hands, and a Kage Bunshin appeared on the other side of Sakura. Both grabbed her arm, lifted her up, and threw her Kakashi. We hope her plan works, they muttered before launching themselves at Kakashi. Kakashi was so unprepared for such an attack. He was only just able to duck. He kunai caught his flak jacket, making her spin and stop. She brought a knee to his face, which he blocked and used to throw her off him. Naruto was right behind him, for swords working in tandem. I have seen better form in children, Kakashi taunted. But Naruto did nothing about it. One of them went off and helped Sakura. You will not drive us apart, Kakashi-sensei. So my suspicions were right. And they are? That you're trying to see if we can work as a team? Kakashi was about to reply, but a kunai hit his back and Sakura ran forward, pulled along by a web. Looking down, he found the second bell gone. Sakura, run and get Sasuke to protect you. We will hold back Kakashi. She nodded and ran. Kakashi looked at her then him. You got both bells. Now we will see if Sasuke can pass his part of the test. Sasuke-kun. Help! Sakura ran, unsure if Kakashi was following or still fighting Naruto, but she didn't dare check. Sasuke appeared in front of her. He glanced at her bell before looking her in the eyes. What? Naruto told me to go find you. He is fighting Kakashi-sensei, so I have a chance to hide until the alarm rings. Sasuke kept glancing at the bell. How did you get that? We worked together, Sakura told him. Naruto thought something wasn't right, so he helped me get mine. I need a bell to get my revenge, Sakura. It was obvious he wanted her to give it to him, but then a look of horror appeared on her face. Sasuke turned around and found Kakashi glaring at him. Naruto tried not to snicker at Sasuke, but couldn't stop. His stomach was growling all the louder while Kakashi gave a bento box to Naruto and Sakura. I have decided your fate, Sasuke. There is no need for you to go back to the academy. He grinned. So I passed. Kakashi smiled. Nope, you should quit being a ninja. What? Sakura said it herself. She hates Naruto, but she was willing to work with him to get a bell. Naruto already had a bell, but he risked his to help Sakura. You know why he didn't help you instead? Because you wouldn't accept his help. And then there was what you did. I gave a mission to your team, get the bells. You wouldn't help the others, and even try to fight them. But you said if we don't get a bell, we don't pass, Sasuke growled. Why should I let someone weaker than me pass when I might not? Sakura dropped her head until Naruto put a comforting hand on her arm. Don't let him get to you, Sakura. In the end, because we worked together, we were stronger. Two weaklings that works together are stronger than one man that works alone, Kakashi said. In the world of ninja, those who ignore the rules are trash. This is true, but those who abandon their friends are lower than trash. Sakura cares for you. Naruto is willing to work with you. What about you? Sasuke said nothing. I shouldn't give you the chance, but I'm going to give you a second test. Because the other two passed, that is the only reason. Naruto, Sakura, despite the outcome of the next part, you are going forward. Don't worry about that. But if you feed Sasuke while I am gone, you all fail. He turned and left. It was a calm few minutes. He is still here, Naruto stated, his mask pulled down. I don't sense him, Sakura said. That doesn't change the fact that he is over in those trees. Naruto pointed right at Kakashi. The Jonin jumped to a different location, but knew it was Miyuk. Well, if we can't give you some food without getting caught, we can at least untie you. Naruto set down his food down and cut the ropes. Sasuke tried to ignore that they were eating, but he wasn't. We're full, Naruto announced, having barely touched his food. He stood up and stretched. We're gonna warm up a little. Sasuke, don't touch our food, Naruto said with a wink. He crossed his hands again and made 6 clones. They all faced each other and created several weapons and started throwing them at each other. Between the dodges and the blocks, weapons were going everywhere. Both Sasuke and Sakura ducked behind their logs. After a moment, Sakura reached back to the front and grabbed hers. Sasuke saw her do that and turned away. Naruto's was sitting right there, just 2 feet away. Looking up, he saw a sea of black, throwing weapons hitting everything around them but the box, the stone behind them, and each other. No way could Kakashi see through all those to see them. Baka, Sasuke called Naruto while he reached around and grabbed it. Hiding behind the log again, he began to eat. That wasn't nice, Sasuke-kun, Sakura scolded. He gave it to you, you don't have to insult him for it. Sasuke swallowed what was in his mouth. Maybe you are right. I have been acting like an ass. No acting about it, Naruto said when one of the clones ducked behind his log. Pardon me? He stood up and threw a glaive that formed in his hand. A moment later, at least 20 were returned. So, enjoying lunch? Do you always overdo it this much? No, just most of the time. He stood up. Stop. We need to consider something. What? Another clone asked as they walked to the center. We need to think about the plan. What plan? Naruto grinned before several kunais shot from his arms, killing the clones. The plan where we kill all of you. He jumped back suddenly as a mass of weapons went at him. One of the clones hadn't trusted him and made his own to replace him. The two stopped with the weapons and ran at each other. Sasuke watched with interest and almost recognized it. They were moving like they knew what the other was going to do, but not in the same mind kind of way, but similar to when he saw Sharingan uses spar against each other. They had known what the other would do even as they did it. Matches like that often went for hours until one could no longer maintain the Sharingan. Naruto ducked a punch and kicked. The clone caught it and twisted. Even as he did, Naruto had jumped and spun, canceling the action. Both of their spider sense were working overtime to protect them. Finally, when Naruto was breathing hard, still not having struck nor striking the clone, he backed away and released the jutsu. You two ready? I finished, Sakura stated. And you, Sasuke? Still hungry? Yes, Naruto spun to face Kakashi as he appeared. Liars! I ordered you not to give him any food. We didn't, Naruto said calmly. You have broken the rules. What do you have to say for yourself? Those who ignore their comrades are worse than trash, Sakura said to him. Fine, then your punishment is... Naruto's sense that he was a threat went away. You pass, Kakashi said, doing an eye smile. Naruto walked away from the grounds, refraining from jumping through the city. What should we do today? Put itching power inside the AMBU uniforms? Put webbing in the old man's hat. He became aware that someone was following him. Maybe say hello to Hinata-chan? Yeah, we like that idea. Without warning, he jumped into the air to a wall and then atop a building. He circled around and spotted Hinata. She was trying to find him. Naruto timed it so that he could drop right in front of her. Venom timed it so his spider sense wouldn't realize he made a mistake until it was too late. "Hi, Hinata." Whoa! She had been running and ran right into him. Naruto was grateful that no one was around right then to see them, because it was compromising, especially with her lips pressed against his. Both were wide-eyed as they stared into each other's eyes. Hinata's eyes rolled into the back of her head, and she slumped off him. Naruto just blushed, cursed the feeling of amusement from Venom, and sat her against the wall. When she finally came to, Naruto was examining a new design for kunais to make it fly better. "Sorry about that, Hinata-chan," Naruto said as he discarded the blade. "We did not mean for that to happen." Hinata turned her deepest red yet. "Why you mean this that happened?" "Yes, it did," Naruto replied. "We did not mean to steal your first kiss." I Naruto-kun. "I honestly don't mind." "I kissed Naruto-kun. I actually kissed him." "We see you passed, Hinata-chan." Naruto pointed to the headband she still possessed. "Why, yes, I did. We are glad to hear that. We have nothing left to do today. Care to join us, Hinata-chan? W with you?" She seemed to be about to pass out. "Yes. Here." Naruto offered her his hand. Hinata took it after a moment of staring at it. Naruto swung her on his back and secured her with some webs. "Hold on to us tight, Hinata-chan." He crouched down and jumped into the air. He hit the wall and pushed against it to sail to his next point. He caught a flagpole and spun atop it. He started moving up and down on the end, and Hinata stared wide-eyed as he springboarded off it, reaching 50 feet above the building they had been on. Naruto shot a web out and caught a balcony. Giving it a yank, he flew to it. Before he hit the wall, he got another building and swung around it. Letting go, he flew up and landed on the Hokage tower. "Having fun, Hinata-chan?" She looked dizzy, but nodded yes. "We are almost there." He made 2 poles and stuck them in the ground. Still holding on to them, he attached a web to both. Letting go, he quickly ran back and slingshot into the air. "Ah!" Hinata screamed, holding tightly to Naruto's neck. But they didn't splat into the Hokage monument like she thought they would. They went over it and Naruto caught a tree before swinging down to the ground. He untied them and Hinata fell to the ground. She had never been so scared. A smile spread her lips, or excited. Her heart was still racing and she could still feel the wind as she flew over Konoha. "That was fun, Naruto-kun," she told him breathlessly. "Is it always like that?" "We tone it down as this was your first time," he told her as he set himself a swing to sit on. "I wish I could do that," Hinata said, "to be able to literally leave everything on the ground. Even a bird must return to the ground, Hinata-chan." "True." Hinata could feel the adrenaline inside her thinning. "Naruto-kun, can we do that again?" "Now." "Yes," she nodded eagerly. Naruto smiled at her. "All right." Naruto finally stopped that evening, ending with a parachute drop down to outside the Hyuga estate. "We hope you had fun, Hinata-chan." "I did, Naruto-kun," she replied, a little dizzy from the adrenaline rush. "I had so much fun." She gave him a hug. "Thank you." She waved goodbye and stumbled back in her home. Her father would want to know if she passed and where she was. She would tell him, doing some extra training with a distance fighter, trying to block him. Her clothes were crumpled up enough for it. Naruto, feeling a little spent and hungry, walked home. But before he got far, he felt someone glaring at him. "You have some nerve, boy." Naruto turned to face Hayashi. "We failed to see how. Holding my daughter like that. If we understand it correctly, you have all but disowned Hinata-chan. We were helping her with her confidence problem." "I doubt that." "We were. She met with us this afternoon, and we spoke a little. She didn't seem all that sure about something, so we invited her along. With us. Just some things that would cause her stress, but at the same time, we made it fun for her. If I find out that you have done anything to her..." He left the threat hang. But Naruto was unfazed. "We would never do anything of the sort. Our word." "Your word means little to me." "Why?" "Because the Kyuubi was sealed inside us." Hayashi showed his shock. "A drunk tried to hurt us one night, calling us demon and monster. You let it slip, so you know then. And the reason everyone hates you couldn't be more obvious to us. Why else but that? And you still want to become Hokage, to protect the people of this village, despite the past? We would, Naruto replied. I believe you. If you wish to see my daughter again, merely knock on the door. Hayashi turned and walked away. Naruto let out a breath. At least he hadn't held a knife to his throat. Venom in position. Cherry Blossom, ready to cut off escape routes. Avenger, herding the target into the trap. A dark, evil monster ran through the grass and turned when Sakura got in the way. It jumped over a log and found itself caught in the air. A giant spider web. This white spider the size of a man's chest became visible and moved from the shade of the tree towards it. Tora the cat passed out before Naruto came into full view. What happened to Tora? He asked as he crawled down the web just like a spider. Like he really needed to ask. He knew that the spider on his chest would one day be the nightmares people that will face him and survive will have. He reached her and freed her fur from the webs. He then jumped down and landed on the grass. Pink bow on left ear. This is the target, he said into his radio. Good job, everyone, Kakashi said to them. How bad are the injuries? None, Sasuke replied. None? Gee, I don't believe. Sasuke made a joke. Really, how bad? Lazy book reader. This is Venom. The cat passed out when it thought a giant spider was coming to make a meal of it. Would you have happened to be that spider, Venom? Why would you ever think that? Kakashi sighed and let it drop. This would be the first time ever someone has caught Tora and come out without injury. Just what he needed, his team thinking they could handle something bigger than they could. Actually, that sounded like a good idea. Work off the stress as well as knock them down some pegs. Venom has never felt sorry for its victims. And its hosts never have either. They fight, they are defeated or even killed. But the sight in front of them was one that made both understand why the cat ran away and even sympathize with it. Tora was being squeezed to death by her owner. Ma'am, we are good with animals. Maybe we know what will keep Tora-chan from running away again. Really? The wife of the daimyo asked. Tell me how, please. First, consider how you were just treating her. She looked confused. If we were a small, furry animal and a much larger creature were to start doing something like that, we would think we were being attacked. The woman looked ashamed at her actions. Second, cats not creatures that like to play rough when they get older. If Tora was a dog, she would love you for it. But she is a cat. Thus she prefers the passive affections. Pet her softly. When you hold her so she is stretched out like on a windowsill. If she is more interested in just lying down, then let her be like that. Don't pick her up, in fact, ignore her. When she starts to feel lonely for the hands that treats her well, she will come searching. Sit and relax, and she will want to lie down on you as her sleeping spot. Now, why didn't I ever have you before, young man? She asked, all smiles. She looked down at Tora and shifted him around. The cat cringed, thinking another wave of pain was coming. But instead, a hand gently rubbed her ears, nearly shocking the cat to death, definitely past the point where she could think about taking advantage of the loose grip and run. Thank you again. I will make sure you are given a bonus, as well as I will ask for you whenever I can. Uzumaki Naruto, ma'am. She blinked a few times. Oh well, it is a pleasure to meet you. Naruto, I have heard about you from my husband. He has dropped by every now and then, and the Hokage just can't stop talking about the boy that went from dead last to almost ahead of his class. About a hero, in all accounts. We wouldn't understand why we are. No, of course you wouldn't. I shall go speak with the Hokage right now about your bonus. She left, Tora still stunned. Should we be glad or mad? A chunin behind them asked. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Well, glad because we will never have to look for the cat again. Mad because in a year, the daimyo spends nearly enough money for an S-rank mission just to retrieve her. The genin dropped their jaws. They had heard about the prices of those only in legends. They turned to Naruto. We didn't know. Well, the cat is getting older and can't make the escapes like she used to, Kakashi said to them. Used to take a full week of hunting to catch her. I guess this means we will have to get a new tracking training mission. They walked up to the office of the Hokage and entered to hear, and I will make sure that my husband hires more from the village, the wife of the daimyo said as she walked out of the office. Have a good day, Naruto-kun. Kakashi looked back at her and turned back to the Hokage. Good news. Tora might not be running away as much. She insisted she give Naruto a bonus for finally telling me why she runs away, and the promise of more requests for genins in the future might make up for the loss of money from Tora, Kakashi stated. You have no idea. She gave me this. He held out a sheet of paper with at least 24 jobs to do on it. They were simply things that genin could do, and even a few C missions like guarding her nephew while he travels to the land of lightning. This is just something she was wondering about. She has a whole list of things her husband can have us do. This is my favorite. Ahem, my husband can't sail to a location fast enough. Maybe a ninja with control of wind can get him to his fishing spot and back within the same week. Naruto, you may have cost us a bit, but you have brought more than that back in. How so? That one alone will be closure to a B rank mission because of the lack of wind using ninja in Konoha. Most use lightning and fire jutsus. Rarer are the ones that use earth and water. But practically no one uses wind. The genin looked confused. I thought you just made the hand signs and focused your chakra to use a jutsu, Sakura stated in the most simple version. Why couldn't someone use wind if they wanted to? Kakashi, think they can grasp this? Yes, they're surprisingly intelligent. Especially Naruto. He might not be as smart as the others, but he easily grasps things about combat and life. Okay then, what you three are familiar with at this point is non-elemental chakra. This is what is used with any jutsu. Then there is the elemental chakra. These are water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. A person with wind can do those very easily. Lightning isn't as easy, but close. Earth and water are about the same as a normal jutsu, while fire is almost impossible to do. In the order I said them, the one to the right is weak to the one before it. So, I am a fire type, Sasuke said. Probably, Sarutobi said. Sakura, you show signs of being earth. In Naruto, I don't know. He reminds me of a bolt of lightning. One brilliant flash, and then it's gone. Sarutobi, Kakashi, and Sakura laughed at the joke, while Sasuke smirked. Perhaps we are fire, Naruto said. If so, then maybe we can use some to get you out of that chair you are ruining our robes in. You aren't Hokage yet, Sarutobi told him. Irika, can you get me 3 pieces of chakra paper? He nodded and left. Now onto missions. Hokage-sama, I think it is about time to give them a harder mission. They caught Tora without any trouble, so they are ready for it. Okay, I got a few here. I think this is just what you were looking for. Irika opened the door and handed the paper to the Hokage. Took a few moments, but I got them. He handed them out to the genin and told them how to work them. Sasuke channeled his chakra, threw it, and it crumpled before catching on fire. Sakura did as he did, and hers turned to dust. Naruto went last. His was cut in half. Even as the second piece fell, the first was soaked. Naruto bent down and pocketed the paper. He wanted to know something. Sasuke, you're lightning and fire. Sakura, you are fully earth. Naruto, you appear to have equal abilities in both water and wind. This may be how you create your weapons. Now, on to your mission. Come on in, Tizuna. A man wearing a bamboo hat with a bottle of sake and a beer gut walked in. These are the 3 protecting me? I want a ninja team, not a daycare. 3, the Hokage asked. Naruto was no longer where he had been. Do we look like we need a daycare? Naruto said as he tapped a kunai to Tizuna's cheek, hanging from the ceiling. Well, when you put it that way, author's notes. It is fun to think about this ability and how they might be used in Naruto. Yes, Naruto has the water affinity because of Venom. In time, I'm going to think of ways that they will use these with combination instead of just using abilities they have alone. As for Hinata talking clearly, it is a funny thing what an adrenaline rush does to you. Can't say much more to that. See you, Space Cowboy. Chapter 3. As they walked, Naruto retracted his gloves when no one was looking. He placed the second half of his chakra paper between his hands and tried again. It was just cut in half. Returning the paper to his pocket and replacing his gloves, he thought about this. Venom was practically living water, so it made sense. While Sakura spoke with Tizuna about the land of waves, Naruto let his senses search for trouble, and it found it ahead of them. As they got closer, Naruto kept looking around for it, but didn't see it. Eventually, the sense of danger moved to the ground. Naruto followed it until he stopped by a puddle. He tilted his head as he looked at it. He was never wrong, but nothing about it seemed dangerous. But, again, he was never wrong. He made a fist and slammed it down on the puddle. The two Chunin barely avoided it as they jumped out. They wrapped Naruto in their chain. One down, none down. Naruto corrected as the chain was cut on his blades. Naruto grabbed the head of the one to the left, twisted, and used him to lift himself into the air. His boot connected against the other Chunin. He flew back and hit a tree. With a grunt of pain, he stood back up and ran straight for Tazuna. Sakura ran forward and tripped him while Sasuke brought his knee down on his spine. Tazuna looked at the down man and then the other. He couldn't tell if that one was breathing. Not likely with his neck at an impossible angle. Wow, I was expecting to have to get involved, Kakashi stated. Naruto, how did you know they were there? It was a puddle, Naruto stated like it was obvious. Both him and Venom thought quickly to keep his ability a secret. It hasn't rained in a while, so why was it here? Kakashi nodded. Correct, but you could have waited until after they attacked, so we could find out what they wanted. Tazuna, Naruto said, pointing at the paralyzed ninja. He had been running at him. Tazuna, I want a word with you. Naruto hadn't paid attention to the conversation. It was never a question about whether or not he was going. He was, and that was it. As he walked through the mist of the island, he felt nervousness, excitement, something that he wasn't used to, and it made him grin and put his mask on. How does he do that? Sakura asked as Naruto faded in and out of view when just moments before he was clearly seen. He is covering up any part of him that would be seen, Kakashi told her. While that white is viewable, yellow is a target. It gives us something to focus on, allowing others to see him. Just like that haze he made back during the bell test, Sasuke concluded. Yes, just like, without something to focus on, it is easy to lose track of something. Eventually, Naruto disappeared altogether, and in his absence was the feeling they were being hunted. Sakura found herself humming the tune of an old TV series called The Twilight Zone. Hey, Naruto said, appearing in front of them. Ah! Sakura then hit Naruto on the head several times. Don't you ever scare me like that again, you stupid, whiskered-faced blonde. Naruto only laughed while he let her do it, but was back to business once she stopped. Kakashi-sensei, I feel as if something is ahead of us. I don't know what, but it makes my heart quicken. That means what? Sasuke asked. I am never wrong with my feelings, Naruto replied. By the lake ahead, I'm sure there are two people waiting for us. After saying that, he disappeared back into the mist. Without moving this time, will you stop doing that? No, Naruto whispered in her ear, making her jump. Kakashi sighed. Naruto was unpolished, clearly, but he was obviously going to be a hunter nin. He already had a mask. The four and the ghost walked by the lake, and the mist thickened, proving Naruto was right. Suddenly, Naruto appeared, throwing kunai as a bush then up at a tree, followed by the tree to their right. Naruto, will you knock that cloak and dagger shit off? Sakura yelled. Kakashi-sensei, he is bigger than you and has a large sword, Naruto stated. Come on out, Zabuza, Kakashi called. The sword Naruto spoke a bit into the side of the tree, and he walked out on it. Long time, yes, Zabuza said. Must have been, 14 years? Back before you made Jonin. He glared at Naruto. You ruined my entrance, and we are sure it would have been epic, Naruto replied. But no use in crying about spilled milk. Let us guess. You want Azuna? Kid, you hit the nail on the head. Sorry, Zabuza. I can't let you have him, Kakashi replied. So, once again, we are at odds, Zabuza stated. Think one of us will die this time? I'd say probably, but it has always been probably. Not to bother you too, Sasuke spoke up. But mind telling us lowly Genin what is going on? Oh, we have had a rivalry going on for years now, Zabuza stated. Myself and my Zanbatsu against Kakashi and his Fong. I heard that it was broken. It was last mission with my team. Too bad, Zabuza said with a shrug. Not many blades of that quality. So let's see. Ambush, ruined. Stating what I want done. Ah, yes, opening. Naruto grabbed Tazuna, Sakura, and Sasuke and jumped over the trees to hide them. Interesting kid. You have no idea, Kakashi told him. I've been wondering how you have progressed since we last fought. He lifted his headband, revealing the Sharingan. I also heard you got a Sharingan, but didn't believe it. Sasuke heard that and tried to see for himself. Don't, Naruto warned. You don't understand. That is, don't, Naruto told him again. Just wait, right now, our job is to stay out of their way and protect Tazuna. Besides, we'll put the screws on him later for information. We need to find the second guy now. Naruto closed his eyes and focused. This guy is quiet. I'm having trouble finding him. Where is he? Sakura asked. We're not sure. He's too quiet to lock on. He kept looking for him until the second person settled on a branch and it gave a minuscule shake. Enough for Naruto. There he is, Naruto said glad. Halfway between us and them, in the oak tree. All three of them nodded to each other and jumped into the trees. They circled this person and waited for an opening. Naruto created a tri-bladed shuriken and threw it. It hit the tree, catching the person's clothing. He spun to look at it, and the three genin descended on him. As the weapon dissolved, the ninja ducked under Sakura and tossed her back to the ground, followed by ducking under the kick from Naruto, leaving him wide-eyed. Grabbing him by his collar, he was thrown into Sasuke. Nice try, a melodious voice told him. He tried to move, but found his feet stuck. Looking down, he saw webbing had trapped him in place. Gotcha, Naruto yelled as he tackled the ninja. They both hit the ground, too stunned to move. Naruto had in his hands two very soft mounds of flesh that were unique to the female gender. They looked at each other's masks for a moment before Naruto jumped up. Sorry. The girl sat up, humility in her voice. I've just been groped by a genin. You are a hunter nin, Sasuke said as he dropped down to them. I am, she replied. Then you must be after Zabuza, Sakura said as she limped over. Pardon me a moment. She then turned to Naruto. His spider sense screamed danger, but he was still too stunned to move. The next instant, he was in too much pain to— You pervert! Sakura screamed as she brought her boot back to the ground. Naruto straightened up after a minute. We are very sorry, Hunter-chan. Please forgive us for that. It is all right, she said. What are you three doing here? We knew that there was a second person here, so we want to deal with them while Kakashi-sensei fought Zabuza. I see, the girl said. Well, as I am not here to fight you, I guess you don't need to watch me. Two of them nodded at that. Naruto didn't. Something wrong, dope? Yeah, just a feeling. And your feelings are never wrong, Sakura finished. Yup. And this time, they say more is up here than we know. He looked at the hunter nin, and they center around you. Something you would like to tell us? She looked in the direction of Zabuza and Kakashi. That your sensei has been trapped. Shit, Naruto yelled as he realized the same thing. Sakura, guard Tazuna. Sasuke, Hunter-chan, we have to go save him. I strike better from concealment. She jumped into the trees again, disappearing. Naruto and Sasuke came out of the trees in time to see Zabuza raise his sword, about to bring it down on Kakashi, stuck inside a sphere made by several water clones. De Kikesei. I got the sword, Naruto told Sasuke. Get rid of the clones. Naruto shot the webbing from his hand, hit the sword, and pulled it from his grasp. At the same time, Sasuke took several kunai and threw them at the clones. But they were better than that. Run. He can't go far without dispelling the clones. Kakashi-sensei, the mission was over the moment you were caught, Naruto stated. He beat you. How can we win when he comes for us? You can't, Zabuza said. He took the Zanbatsu from one of his clones and turned back to the genin. What he saw was Naruto examining the Zanbatsu. Good weapon, right? It is a Zanbatsu called Kiri. Naruto did the unexpected then. He tossed it in the air and caught it by the handle. Very nice. We hope you don't mind. He threw it into a tree. Don't mind what? His answer was a black staff growing out of his hand, and then the up of it past his hand flattened out with the side with the curve sharpening. A hole appeared in the tip as well as a notch close to the handle. It was a black copy of the Kiri. We make weapons, Naruto said to him. He looked down at the water and tried to walk on it, but he couldn't. You want to kill Tazuna, you will have to go through us. Well, let me accommodate you. Zabuza ran forward and locked blades with Naruto. Sasuke, don't just stand there. Help us, or take out the clones. Sasuke gritted his teeth, but turned to Kakashi. Feet up on the— It flew at them, evaporating water as it went. It hit the first clone and destroyed it. But there were still three more. Naruto started pushing back against the swordsman. before he dropped and disappeared. Zabuza stumbled forward and spun around. He saw Naruto standing not far away, his Zanbatsu on his back. His hands were in a hand sign that looked like a yin-yang. Hasnohutsu. Darkness settled over them, and Naruto vanished. Did you know there are 8 points in the body that promises a kill almost instantly? Naruto asked from nowhere and everywhere at once. That is my line, kid, Zabuza stated. You working to be a master of silent killing? Definitely off to a great start. He closed his eyes and, listen, this kid was real good. He didn't even disturb the air as he moved. But, there! Zabuza kicked out, clipping his shoulder. Naruto spun along the kick and brought the Zanbatsu down on him. Zabuza dropped his weapon and grabbed the copy. With a kick to his chest, he knocked the kid into a tree. Very good, easily as good as the original. Now you will die by your own weapon. Zabuza walked over to him, raised the sword up, and brought it down. 14. 15, Naruto said with a smile. The blade disintegrated just before it cut Naruto in half. He stood up, wiping the dust from his clothes. And now you have no weapon. He kicked Zabuza in the stomach and sent him into a tree. Before he continued, he spun, created several shadow shurikens, and threw them, while Sasuke used another jutsu to destroy a clone. The water fell around Kakashi as he stood up. There'll be no living with him after this, Kakashi stated before he shoe-shined and caught Zabuza's hand as he went to grab the Kiri. The Demon of the Mist brought down by 2 genin. The one in black is special. I underestimated him. Tricky things, ranks, Kakashi said to him. They only tell you information if that is the rank they deserve. His Sharingan spun as he drew a fist back and punched Zabuza in the face while he ducked Zabuza's punch. While Zabuza started to retrieve his balance, Kakashi jumped back on the water. Ram, bird, money, horse, serpent, dog. He slammed his hand against the water, and what sounded like singing came from the bottom. This is something I learned several years ago in snow. Enjoy! Kakashi jumped out of the way as a narwhal made of ice shot up from the water and landed where Zabuza had just been. He was able to get out of the way, but not when the whale shattered and ice spears flew everywhere. Sasuke tried to dodge all of them, but he knew there was far too many. He knew that Kakashi and Naruto, though he hated to admit it, could avoid them, but he lacked the skill. I'm gonna die here. His eyes grew sharper for the moment before he closed them as the wall of spears were about to hit him. Well, that is disconcerting, Naruto said right in front of Sasuke. With his hands on the ground, he was looking at a black wall that caught all the ice pieces. They had stopped an inch from Naruto's mask. Standing up, Naruto looked back to Sasuke. Okay, buddy. Hey, nice eyes. Sasuke wanted to growl. He had beat Naruto out for Rookie of the Year, but this whole time, Naruto had been at least 10 steps ahead of him. Yeah, they look like that freaky eye of Kakashi-sensei. The red one with 3 dots in it. Although yours only have 2. But you have both. He turned back to where Zabuza was. He was impaled through the right shoulder and left hip. We bet that hurts. Sasuke spun him around. Are you joking with me? Are my eyes really different? Naruto pulled his mask down and let Sasuke stare at his reflection in his eyes. They are. How did you do that? Adds a great touch to your glare. Sasuke smiled. You can't do it. It is my bloodline. I guess I should thank you for saving my life. Hey, what are friends for? We know you will one day do the same when you surpass us. He offered him his hand to shake. But for now, we need to make sure Zabuza is down for the count. Naruto pulled his mask back on and faced Zabuza. He pulled the 2 ice shards from his body. Damn, he said. Looks like I am going to die here. See you when I get to where you are going. Kakashi took a kunai out and was about to throw it right into Zabuza's eye. But several objects made the kill beforehand. That was amazing, the Hunter Nin said as she dropped down to the ground. So you were Sharingan Kakashi. I must say, I wish I could spar with you. But I have work I must do. She walked over to Zabuza. Those must have hurt, she said, looking over his wounds. Hold it, Naruto said. Something besides the symbionts said to make sure. You could be working with him after all. He walked over and checked for a pulse. Nothing. He let out his breath. We apologize again. Understandable. Hey, if we meet again, if you show me your face, I'll show you mine. Naruto was rocked back on his heels by how open she just flirted with him. The hunter Nin picked up the body and vanished. What'd she say? Sasuke asked. That she had to go take care of the body, Naruto replied. He was dead, Kakashi-sensei. Good. He fell to a knee. Looks like I overdid it. Guess I haven't been working out enough since I became a sensei. He looked up again. Sasuke, go get Sakura and Tazuna. We are heading to his house. Naruto, I'm going to need you to help me make it. Haku carefully removed the shinbon and took out a knife. Let's see. Remove the head, drain the body of blood. How shall I go about destroying it this time? Zabuza grabbed the hand with the knife. Completely and not wasting time. Ruin my fun, she said in a pout. Zabuza rolled his eyes before he started to sit up. A move he regretted. How long until you can heal these? If you are able to move again freely in 3 weeks, it will be impressive. Damn. How close will the bridge worker be to completion by then? Very, Haku replied. But right now, only the genin are capable of fighting. If you want, no. The dark-haired boy is average and of no consequence. But the one in black, we can use him. Haku, try to get him to come over to our side. When I am able to, we will strike them. Haku smiled a little. Yes, Zabuza-sama. Kakashi-sensei, can you show us how you walked on the water like that? Naruto pleaded when they got there. We promise we won't ask for anything else until this mission is over. Naruto, that is a chakra control skill. He grinned under his mask when Naruto dropped his head. Naruto was horrible at chakra control. That is why he used only a few jutsus and more taijutsu. So if you want to be able to do that, you will have to learn the first step. We have a month here, so we will get to it. Hi, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto stood up and walked to the door. Before he turned back, Kakashi-sensei, when a girl tells us, you show me yours and I will show you mine, she is flirting, right? As in she likes you. Kakashi looked stunned. Yes, that is normally how it works. Okay, we were not sure. He walked from the room, leaving the Jonin to wonder who would say that to him. Sakura would never do that. The next morning, Kakashi took them out into the forest. Okay, I assume you all want to learn how to water walk. They nodded. Then first you have to be able to climb trees without your hands. He arched an eyebrow when he noticed that Sasuke no longer had black eyes but the Sharingan. This is how you do it. Simply focus your chakra into your feet to hold onto the tree. Easy in theory, hard in practice. He walked up the tree, crutches and all. Now that is cool, Naruto said. This is what you meant back before the test. Yes, we don't know if we have the control to stop our Kekkei Jinkai from climbing up without it. Naruto frowned at that. He never actually tried to learn how to stop it. He never had reason to not to climb up a wall. Then you will work to gain that control, Kakashi told him. Sakura, Sasuke, take it at a run to show Naruto just what he is lacking. That made Sasuke smile. They ran and did as Kakashi said. Sasuke made it up 7 feet before he was pushed off by using too much chakra, while Sakura made it to the top. That was perfect, Sakura. I guess I will get you started right on the next exercise. Wait, Sasuke called. Can you show me one more time? I will pay more attention. Sakura smiled. Yes, sure. She ran to the tree while Sasuke made sure to watch all of it with his Sharingan. He saw the tendrils of chakra move from her feet and grip the tree. See it this time? It only takes that little, Sasuke asked in disbelief. Thanks, Sakura. You really helped me. He went to his tree and pressed a foot against it until he got a feel for it. He then changed to his other foot and did the same with it. He repeated the process until he felt they were the same at each try. Then he moved back and ran up the tree. He didn't quite make the top, but he got far enough that it didn't matter. Impressive. Sasuke, very impressive. He smiled at his 2 students. Naruto, as no one can help you with this but you, I'm going to work with these 2 on water walking. Hi, Kakashi-sensei. Tsunami looked out the window. Are you sure he will be all right? Tsunami asked. It can be dangerous out in these woods. The doe will be all right, Sasuke told her. After all, he is almost as good as me. Don't know why he is training. Inari, Tsunami's son, muttered. He will just stay weak. That is where you are wrong. All 3 ninja corrected him. Naruto was the reason we were able to beat Zabuza, Sasuke told him. He felt ashamed about it, but he had to admit it. He had been nowhere near as of use as Naruto. I think he would have beaten him. Maybe not killed him, but beaten him, yes. I know Naruto is good, but is he really that good? Sakura asked. He is, Kakashi told her. He came up with a plan to beat Zabuza on his own, and it would have worked had he kept pressing his advantage. I bet he is able to take the Chunin exam right now. No way is he stronger than Gato. Sasuke laughed. That man has no strength of his own, or else he would have killed your grandfather himself. He has money, and that is it. What would you know? You live in a village that never knows hardships. There was a clink as Sasuke nearly slammed his bowl down. Hardships? You think you have it hard? I know I do. Sasuke. He doesn't know, Kakashi told him. Do you know the warm embrace of your mother? The strength of your grandfather placing his hand on your shoulder? Being scolded because you did something wrong, but also because your parents wish for your best possible future? Do you have someone there for you every day? Always glad to see you, and always will be. When I had to face it that Naruto was stronger than me, I followed him to find out what his secret was. Did I ever find it? All of those things, neither he nor I have. But I knew it at one time. Naruto never did. And it is worst. I have always had people to look after me in my village. Naruto never had anyone. What he had was the coldest looks of hatred from people that wished his death. Inari looked shocked at that last part. That's right. Naruto, a 12-year-old boy that has never done anything wrong besides a few pranks, is wanted dead by most of our village. He is strong to gain their approval, to protect these same people. He sat back down and took a deep breath. Cry if you want, I don't know what you lost, nor do I care. But don't ever say we haven't have it hard, especially in front of Naruto. It took half the night before Naruto finally gave up and removed his boots. He was able to get started then. He fell asleep where he fell early in the morning. He opened his eyes when he felt someone shaking him. Okay, wear him up. He looked through his mask and saw another one. Hunter-chan, good morning. Care to take advantage of what I said? Naruto just shook his head to clear the cobwebs out. She meant no harm, or his spider sense would have woken him. Plus, she would have taken advantage of him being asleep. What was it you said again? She began to pout. I said if you showed me your face, I will show you mine. How could you forget in 3 days? We have been busy. He tilted his head at her. She didn't look much older than him. How old are you? 13, and already a hunter nin. Impressive. That is what we are going to be before we become Hokage. Well, that takes a lot of power. Sure you can handle it? Maybe you should settle for just being a hunter nin. No, we're going the full 9 yards. So, before we get to our faces, shouldn't we start with names? She hesitated. I am not supposed to reveal that. A handle then, Naruto told her. You may call us Venom. Ice. Well, Ice, we have been training for a while, so if you will let us stretch our muscles to get them working, we can continue. He jumped up and did a few stretches. Can we ask what element you are? No, sorry, we were hoping for some pointers in ours. We control both water and wind equally. Ice looked at him shocked. Equally? As in a bloodline? Exactly, Naruto told her. I have them both, so I have been wondering what jutsus I could use. You can use ice, she told him. Ice? We thought the 5 elements were earth, fire, wind, water, and lightning. They are. But when you have a Kekkei Genkai for 2 of them, they often combine to form a new one. Wind and water makes ice? Yes, she told him. My family had that ability. The water in the air formed around her hand to create a kunai from ice. Wow, he looked at it amazed. Oh, here. He pulled back his mask, revealing blonde hair and blue eyes. A pleasure to meet you, Ice-chan. She smiled as she took her mask off. I am glad to meet you, Venom-kun. Naruto was slammed into the wall by a red hand that stretched a dozen feet to a red and black body. In the red figure's other hand was a girl with dark hair and pale skin. He recognized her as Ice, and she was no longer breathing from the grip on her throat. Let her go. Naruto brought his hands down on the red one, but he couldn't break the grip. The figure just laughed. What is wrong? Don't like to see someone that was nice to you die. He laughed again before tossing aside the body. Don't worry, I plan on taking so much more from you. There is a whole list of people that I will enjoy killing while you watch. How about that Hyuga girl? I know you think she is pretty. His other claw stretched out and pulled back Hinata. In Naruto-kun, help me. Don't you dare hurt her. His hands crushed the claws holding him to the wall. and ran to free her. But several tentacles shot from the figure's body, impaling her. He dropped her and Naruto caught Hinata just before she passed away. "You monster!" "What?" "I couldn't hear you. I was laughing too hard." "You monster!" Naruto lunged at his own throat. "Just who the hell are you? Why are you doing this?" The vagueness surrounding the figure left, and Naruto backed away. "Me? I am Carnage. He is dead. Kasadi was killed. But he isn't the man behind the mask," Carnage said, stabbing Naruto. He pulled him close. "You want to know who really is?" The mask split at the mouth, showing a face that was clearly insane. "You," Naruto said to himself. Naruto opened his eyes and stretched his arms. "We hate that nightmare." He popped his neck and looked around. Another day he had trained right through. "Venom, why do I keep having that dream?" The symbiont told him it was because of underlying fear that one day he would be like that. It wasn't mad that he was afraid the symbiont would make him so. Both him and Carnage seemed to be stuck with the sociopaths. Only Hybrid and Toxic ever got the ones that were good people. Well, until now. 2 years with the host, and still on good terms, a new record. Naruto did his stretches and looked at the clearing. It was a war zone now after 5 days. And Ice was coming by again. "Morning," he said as she walked up behind him. "Good morning. Slept outside again, I see," she said disapprovingly. "You are going to get sick at this rate. We are plenty warm when we do." "A suit and mask is not enough," she told him. "This suit is. Maybe tonight. You would like to stay and find out?" "You are charming, Venom, but not that charming. That reminds us. Why are you still here?" Ice froze. "What do you mean?" "Your mission is over. So why stay?" "Because there is this cute boy that, though he made a bad first impression, I really like him." She sat down next to him. "So, can I ask you a question?" "You just did, but go ahead. Would you come with me?" "Nanny?" He looked at her in disbelief. "Just like that, leave our village?" She turned away. "It was a stupid question." "No, it wasn't," Naruto told her. "Our home isn't exactly the best. But the truth is, if knew about us, you would dislike us too." "No, I wouldn't." "You are kind but strong in combat. Able to keep both lives separate with only a personality quirk. I really like you and would like to know more about you. Could you like us if we were a demon? Something monstrous?" "What are you talking about?" "Something we shouldn't talk about. Not if we don't want you to hate us too." He stood up. "We should probably go meet with our team. We have been gone for a while. We will see you when we go training again." He walked back to Tezuna's home, feeling her eyes on him the whole way until he was out of sight. "We are back," Naruto said when he entered. "What took you so long?" Sakura yelled at him. "We were worried." Naruto tilted his head. "Why? Nothing out here that is dangerous." "Yeah, except Zabuza and his partner," Sasuke told him. "Zabuza is dead. We checked ourselves." "Really? Then how was his body disposed of?" "By—" "You can't say because you don't know," Sakura said to him. "How about this? What did she use to kill him with?" "Shunban, right? She used needles to kill a Jonin that is Kakashi-sensei's level." "Hunter-chan lied to us?" "To us?" That second part was meant to himself. "Why would you be so special?" Sasuke asked. "We aren't. We were just checking in. We'll be back soon." Kakashi watched him leave. "Sasuke, follow him. I have a feeling he is about to make a hard decision." "Everyone and their feelings," Sasuke muttered but did as he was told. "Hello, Ice-chan," Naruto said when he returned. But it lacked the enthusiasm he had before. "Something wrong, Venom-kun? How did you dispose of Zabuza-san?" She hesitated, the first time since she met him. "Do you have his headband? His sword? His head even?" She didn't reply. "Are you working with him?" She lowered her eyes, and that was all the answer Naruto needed. He reached back and pulled up his mask. "We are sorry, Ice-chan, but we cannot train with you anymore." He turned and walked away. As he passed a tree, he said, "Hey Sasuke." Author's notes. Toxin was the second symbiont hero and the offspring of Carnage. He bonded with a cop from New York. Hybrid bonded with its guard, Scott Washington. He has the same unique abilities as but Venom and Carnage. And his unique ability is that he keeps a separate mind from his host. To be precise, he talks to him, at times acting like a child. He once refused to help his host until he apologized for an argument they had. Now the basis of Naruto and Sasuke being put together on the same team is simple. I believe that there is more considered in team assignments than grades, despite what was said in the manga. Key example, Team 10. How is Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji balanced? By grades, I think they are close with Shikamaru the lowest. Naruto and Sasuke were put together because they hate each other. But, as I know, some jobs you just have to be able to work with the people you hate the most. Plus, they needed a taijutsu/kenjutsu expert. Yeah, I've been watching Cowboy Bebop recently. Also, it was said in one of my first reviews for this story. Thank you, Hotshot 45 for the ending phrase. See ya, Space Cowboy. Chapter 4. Naruto stayed with Tazuna after that. He didn't want a chance meeting Aishan again. He passed his time by practicing walking up and down the pillars. Whenever he feel himself get weak from chakra usage, he would just have Venom return his boots and climb back up. Then when the work was done one day and someone broke out a bottle of sake, they got drunk and one of them dared him to show them something ninja. Being they were drunk, he wasn't going to waste his time on something like that. So he just grabbed a steel rebar and twisted it until it became a pretzel. As he tossed it behind him and jumped up on a post again, they all dropped their jaws, cups, and stared at him. Holy shit, one of them stated. Naruto didn't care that he might have scared them or not right then. He only cared that a person he had wanted to consider a friend, maybe even the friend to open up to had been lying to him the whole time. He led Tazuna back to his home and disappeared into the darkness. He did it again, Sakura said to Kakashi. He really trusted her. I wonder what she said to him to make him trust her like that. Sasuke, when you were watching their conversation, did you hear anything that might help? Kakashi asked him. No, I already told you what was said. Where do you think he went? I don't know. I will be able to follow him, hopefully, when I recover, but until then, I can't. Tiger ram ox. When he pressed his hands against the river, he watched ice spread out from it for a foot before it stopped. He frowned before raising a fist and shattering the block of ice. What should we do, Venom? To get stronger, there is nothing that does not destroy our integrity that we shouldn't learn. But we can't stand using that. The symbiont had no reply for him. Its experiences with emotions were only its host. Venom-san came from behind him. Naruto spun and nearly snarled as Aishan came out of the forest. He should have been paying attention. Yes, he asked, his voice as cold as the ice. It hurt Haku. I am sorry I betrayed your trust, Venom-san. Apologies will not heal our hurt, but forgiveness will, she told him, taking another step forward. I am sorry I lied. Please forgive me. To what end, Aishan? Are you going to leave Zabuza for us? Haku didn't want to say it, but she did. No, we didn't think so. He turned around to walk away, but Aishan wrapped her arms around him. You don't understand, she said into his shoulder. He saved me, took me in when no one would have anything to do with me. He is very precious to me. Naruto didn't struggle when she said that. He could have broken loose the moment she grabbed him, but decided to listen to her. When fighting for someone precious is when a person is truly strong. The grandson of the man you were trying to kill was told something like that by his father, a man your boss killed. I'm sorry. Why are you even here, Aishan? I don't know, she told him. I just had to try to apologize. I don't want you to hate me, and he didn't want to hate her. He turned around in her arms and lifted her chin. You were hated for your abilities, weren't you? Yes. My father tried to kill me, but he didn't. Don't say anything you don't want to. I do. He killed my mother in front of me and then turned his sword on me. But I used my ice to kill him. Naruto hugged her. We're sorry, Aishan. Haku, my name is Haku. Naruto removed his mask. We are Uzumaki Naruto, and we are hated as well. A demon was sealed in our body, and many think of us as the demon. Naruto, please come away with me, she said into his chest. I don't want to fight you. No, we cannot turn our back on this. If we do, Gaara will be given free reign of this country. We won't allow him to hurt another innocent. Okay then. She stepped back and wiped away her tears. If that is the way it must be, she started walking away. But she wasn't heading to her base. If Gaara is the one that is making all this happen, then he will have to die. Haku-chan, Naruto said to her as the feeling he got from her changed. What are you going to do? I am going to do what I must. Naruto watched her walk away. He wanted to go after her, but it was getting late and he had to return. Meet us here tomorrow night, Haku-chan. I will. He walked back to Tazuna's house feeling better than he had in 3 days. We're back, he said as he entered. Where did you go? Sakura asked. She was shocked as this was the first time since it was revealed that his friend was Zabuza's ally that she had seen his face. We needed to blow off some steam. We actually feel better. He smiled as he stretched, touching the ceiling. But that smile started to fade as he grew cold. Do you feel that? His eyes widened as his breath fogged. Mom, Inari said as he ran inside. There is a giant crystal forming at the far port. Crystal, Naruto wondered for a moment. Ice. He pulled his mask up as he ran out the door. Sakura followed him out, asking what he was talking about, but he had no time to explain. He shot a web at 2 trees and slingshot into the air. Using a memory he got from the first host, he created small wings between his arms and torso from webbing and was able to glide a bit before he landed. He ran, not wanting to waste the time to get another shot off. He came to a man speared to a tree with ice. His clothes said he was a bandit. But this wasn't an area bandits could reach easily. Gaara had to have hired him. And a lesson from the original Venom and his predecessor, where one bandit was a lot more weight. We hope she hasn't gotten herself into more than she could handle. He kept running and passed more men having been killed by Haku. When he came to the port, he found a wall that had been broken apart. He also found signs of at least 200 bandits live there. Gaara, come on out here, he heard Haku shout. Come on out so I can kill you. He ran and jumped on the wall. The buildings in this city were taller than the ones where Tazuna lived, but not enough to web sling from them. He climbed up one and started jumping from roof to roof to get to where he heard it. He reached the last roof before the docks and looked out. Haku was running through the bandits to reach this short man in a suit, and she was getting stabbed for it. Haku! He jumped down there, grabbed her, and used a web as a ripcord to pull her and himself back. He took the weapons from her back and arms and bound the worst of the wounds. What were you doing? You said you would meet us tomorrow. Gato is the one that is keeping us apart, she told him. I don't want to be without you, Naruto-kun. Blood was running down the side of her mouth as she spoke. No, you shouldn't have. You should have gotten us. No. Images of Venom and Spider-Man came to him. Spider-Man watching a woman named Gwen Stacy die in his arms. Venom seeing the woman he loved being killed by Carnage. No. Haku pressed her hand to his face before it fell to the ground. Touching really, Gaara said. I must thank you, boy. If you hadn't rescued her, she would have gotten to me and killed me. Naruto placed her hands over her stomach before standing. Then he faced the group before him. That is something we will have to change. The symbiont became smoother with no openings. Except one. The mask split over his mouth, becoming fangs at the edges. Inside himself, Naruto knew that the Kyuubi's chakra was pouring out, but he didn't care. The bandits, still numbering over 200, stared at the boy as his spider faded and his clothes changed from black to red. Ha ha ha! He ran forward, claws shooting out ahead of him, tearing out throats, slicing open stomachs, cutting off arms. Once he reached them, tendrils of the symbiont shot out, stabbing anything around him. He never stopped running or killing. No one was safe from him right then, except one man in the back. Ha! Are you ready to die? I'm going to enjoy this. Peel, please, I will give you anything. Money, power. One of the claws came up under his chin, closing his mouth. Then up through it in his tongue, just touching the roof of his mouth. Shut the hell up. Die with some dignity. In Naruto? Venom-kun? I'm not Naruto. I'm not Venom. I am Carnage. 2 arms covered in white, as cold as ice wrapped around his waist. Please, Naruto, don't become this thing. We are fine. Haku. Naruto dropped Gato and spun around. There, covered in a white symbiont, was Haku. A blue spider like his covered her chest, and over her were the blue holes like his. Her symbiont didn't cover her mouth or chin. It also stopped before her hair. How? How can this be? We saw you die. He changed back to his normal appearance. We don't know, she said to him. We just are. Behind them, Gato was whimpering and trying to crawl away. But a web hit his leg and pulled him back to Naruto. You said you will give us something. Money, yes? Gato, unable to speak, nodded. Your money, All of it in one of your no-doubt many bank accounts. Gaara reached a shaking hand into his coat and pulled out a pen and paper. He started writing a number down before he felt his leg get broken. You lied, Naruto told him. Gaara wrote the correct number down as well as the password. Naruto took it. Now I want another one. Gaara hastily wrote another and gave it to him. That will go a long way to make up for what you have done here, Naruto said to him. Gaara tried to speak, to ask if he would let him go now. We never said we would let you go, Naruto said to him. This is just to see if we will kill you fast or slow. You should have spit in our face and told us to go to hell, coward. Holding him up by the broken leg, Naruto dragged him to the center of the bodies. He then proceeded to break the rest of his limbs. We are no going to kill you, Naruto told him. But you are still going to die. The punishment must fit the crime. This will fit. You to the arms of a hero of this country. You took its hope. We have taken your limbs. And now, we will take your hope. He lifted on of the severed limbs up and squeezed the blood out over Gaara. In time, you will smell just like the bodies here. And the scavengers will come. And you won't have the strength, not ability, to stop them from eating you alive. And until you die, you get to watch as the bodies of men you hired are eaten as well. He secured him in place with some webs, just to make sure. He turned and walked away, Haku beside him. Naruto, you shouldn't have done that to him. He hurt you, Haku-chan, Naruto said, running a finger along her cheek. He has hurt thousands. It is time he got what he deserved. She was silent for several moments as they walked away from the port. That red form you took, Carnage, that was because of the demon, wasn't it? Must have been. We are sorry you had to see that, Haku-chan. She shook her head. We don't mind, Naruto-kun. She hugged him and pulled up his mask. We are just glad we have you. She kissed him on the lips. She felt a piece of paper go in her hands. This is for whatever Zabuza wanted. It was one of the account numbers. We can't accept this, Haku said. Do accept it, Naruto told her. I don't want Zabuza taking on any more missions like this. I don't want him to die. He is too important to us for saving you. Haku looked from it to Naruto. Her symbiont shrunk from a suit to a choker. We are not going to see you again, are we? We are going to try, Haku-chan. We don't want to live another day without you. But we can't leave Konoha, and you can't leave Zabuza. Haku hugged him again, not wanting to believe it, but knew he was right. We will miss you, Naruto. She turned and walked away, and it was the hardest thing for Naruto to do, to watch her go away. But he could only turn and walk away himself. Zabuza-sama, Gato is dead, Haku told him when she entered his room. Damn, he hadn't paid us yet. We have his account number and password. She gave him the note. You killed him. No, we did not. Naruto, the boy in black, did after I tried to kill him. He got the note and gave it to us so we can give it to you. Why? Because you saved us, Zabuza-sama. We think we are in love with him, Zabuza-sama. He tilted his head at her. Her new speech, the way she held herself, she had changed during this encounter. What did he do to you? We don't know, Zabuza-sama, but we are stronger for it, and I don't like it, Zabuza told her. There is a ninja from Konoha, a traitor named Orochimaru that gives people a seal that changes them. If they survive, they go to him. It isn't like that, Haku told him. He didn't mean for it to happen, it just did. And we went there because we fell in love with him first. Zabuza laid back down. He still didn't like what had happened because didn't understand why it happened. But the kid made no attempt to claim Haku and gave up the money. Haku, when I achieve my dream, I will not mind if you go after him. He groaned when Haku hugged him. Thank you, Zabuza-sama. I will make sure everything is in order so we can go and get it done now. She ran from the room and Zabuza sighed. You can't fake or force emotions like that. Naruto, I'm going to have to visit Konoha and him when I become the Mizukage. The door opened and closed. The mission is about over, Naruto said when entered. How so? Kakashi asked, doing one-fingered push-ups. Gato is dead, Naruto told him. He dropped his cane on the floor. Everyone in the room stared at it, then him. Do you have any idea what you just did? Kakashi asked. We defended a friend, Naruto replied. In doing so, we killed Zabuza's employer. No reason to complete the mission now that he isn't being paid. The CEO is probably less of a bastard. He is, Kakashi admitted. But a death like that will be noticed. He was killed by his own bandits, Naruto said with a shrug. A group of them felt they weren't being paid enough and decided to betray the others. They all died fighting each other, and the ruckus drew us, so we cleaned up the rest. It was when we were checking for survivors we found him already dead, trampled to death, if his broken limbs are any kind of sign. You tortured him before you killed him, Sakura demanded. Did he deserve less? Naruto asked her seriously. And it was nothing compared to what a professional could and would have done. You serious, kid? Tazuna asked. He is really dead? Believe him, Sasuke said. He has no sense of humor while on a mission. Looking at Naruto, his clothes still red with blood, he wondered if this is what revenge would do to him. Naruto, was it worth it? It wasn't for ourselves we hurt him for. We hurt him for all those he hurt. We killed him for all those he would hurt. It needed done. I asked if it was worth it. To all of them it was. But to me and what we had to do, no. We are glad it was done. But in another way, we wish it hadn't. What happened? Kakashi asked. We released it when we saw our friend hurt. Kakashi fell over, his balance gone. It is safely sealed away again, Naruto told him. It will not happen again until we can control it. We promise. Naruto returned to Konoha after almost 2 months to hear news that the Mizukage was dead and another had taken his place. No one seemed to know who it was, but the bingo books were being redone. That was the biggest news that came. Bingo books changed as the men and women inside it died, and new ones were added. But someone was being taken out of it without dying. After climbing up to the top of the Hokage tower, Naruto entered the window. Hey, old man, what is all this fuss we keep hearing about? Sarutobi smiled. Thank you, Naruto. You just saved me the trouble of summoning you. Huh. I have here a note from one of the last members of the Uzumaki clan. It seems you are engaged with one of your clan members, a common practice, with the opportunity to turn it down, of course after you meet her. The Mizukage has sent her. But, I can't be engaged. I don't have any family. You do now, Sarutobi told him. But how do you know she is who she says she is? Because she has your Kekii Genkai. A bit different, but the same ability is there. Naruto froze. She has my Kekii Genkai? Yes, Naruto, she does. I've seen it for myself. She also has your speech. He turned to the door and opened it. You won't have to. Wait, miss. He's already here. He got out of the way to reveal a girl with dark hair that reached below her shoulders wearing a white dress. She saw him, smiled, and jumped on him. Hello, Naruto-kun. We are your fiancé, Haku, she informed the stunned genin before kissing him. Sarutobi arched an eyebrow at how bold she was. Yeah, she is related to Naruto. Did you hear? This woman said to her friends as she entered the tea shop. The Uzumaki does have a clan. So, the younger woman replied. So, he is in an arranged marriage, the older woman told her. A clan member with the same abilities arrived here either today or yesterday and told the Hokage she was going to marry him, just like that. Kurenai shook her head at their conversation. Why is it some women can't resist gossip? She turned back to see both Kiba and Shino staring at Hinata in concern. Hinata? She looked like she was ready to faint or run for it. Bye, Kurenai-sensei. I will meet you tomorrow. Excuse me, can you two stop doing that on my floor? The Hokage asked. A knock came from his door. Come in. It was thrown open by Hinata, and the first thing she saw was a stunned Naruto still being kissed by Haku. Tears came from her eyes as she fainted. What we do? Naruto asked. Author's notes. I never actually read a story where Zabuza actually became Mizukage. And I don't want him to die, but couldn't think of anything to do with him that was original. Then it hit me what to do with him. It was so obvious that I had to. I'm going to have to do something though others have though. The clan act, you know the one. Haku x Naruto x Hinata. Chapter 5. Opening her eyes, Hinata saw a scene she had seen what must have been thousands of times in her dreams. Naruto looking down at her in concern in his deep blue eyes. Are you okay, Hinata-chan? You had us really worried. Hinata smiled and hugged him, making an unseen Haku bristle. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath of his scent. I wonder which dream this is, where Naruto-kun takes me out on the perfect date and ends the night with a kiss. Or the one where he has stolen to my room to take me away to a shrine to get us married. And before the dream ends, he carries me into our bedroom and... She opened his eyes and noticed his blush. Innocent Naruto-kun tonight. She giggled as he pulled his mac over his face to keep people from seeing he had turned as red as she sometimes did. That is all right, I like that one better. Sarutobi couldn't hold it in, his sides nearly bursting. He began to laugh so hard he collapsed into his chair. He always knew Hinata had it for Naruto, but this took the cake. Hinata grew confused. What is the Hokage-sama doing in my dream? Ahem came from Haku. Get off my future husband. Hinata looked at Haku and stood up. Oh, it is one of those dreams. So I have to fight you to keep Naruto-kun. She suddenly felt that she needed to pray that was in fact what it was, or else she had just told Naruto-kun she had those kind of dreams about him. Before anyone could do anything, Naruto pinched her cheek. This isn't a dream, Hinata-chan. Now it was Hinata that wished she had a mask to hide her face. Guessing what she was thinking about, Naruto said, "We're not mad at you, Hinata-chan. We should have realized, though." Hinata covered her face with hands and ran from the room. She had finally told Naruto-kun how she felt, and he was already taken. When she stopped, she was standing on a bridge in the park. She leaned against the railing and let her tears fall down to the water. Who was she? Haku demanded. She is our friend, Hyuga Hinata, Naruto told her. Old man, I'm going to take Haku-chan to my home, I guess. He walked to the window and looked at her. Think you can jump around like we can? Haku went to the other window and opened it. Lead the way. Ahem. Sarutobi cleared his throat to get their attention. Might I remind you that Haku is wearing a dress? They looked down at her clothes, and they both put a hand behind their heads, laughing nervously. We forgot, both Naruto and Haku said. Naruto grabbed her hand and led her out the office. When they got to a room that was empty, Haku changed the symbiont to a ninja uniform. The blue spider was on her chest, and she had on a half mask like before that had the blue patches. Now we are ready, she told him. They went to a window and climbed up the wall. Once on the roof, Naruto pointed to a building on the far side of Konoha. That is where we live at. The first two there wins. He smiled, eager to test himself that was empowered like himself. They backed away from the edge. When we drop the kunai and it hits the roof, Haku said to him, creating a blue dagger. She tossed it in the air, tensed and jumped when it sunk into the tile. Naruto dived down and used his webs to catch the railing. He swung around the building and was whipped into the air. He smiled as he saw Haku get left behind. She obviously didn't get much practice at this. He landed on the flagpole and jumped off it again. He loved that pole. With a flip, he landed on the roof and started running. He glanced behind him and didn't see Haku. He smiled until he looked forward and saw her standing on the ledge ahead of him. She bowed at him before doing a backflip off the building. He saw her shoot a web from her hand like Spider-Man did and catch herself from hitting the ground. Fast and a fast learner. Time to stop playing. He shot Haku with a web and pulled. Whoa! She was pulled off her web, which surprised her. She not only was strong, having lifted up a boulder to test it out just a few days after getting Serum as she named him, she had no clue that was going to happen. Naruto always seemed to know what was happening around him, even when he couldn't see it. Naruto spun her around and threw her back a few blocks. But her own web caught the roof while another strand went for him. He dodged it and several others. You trying to do something, Haku-chan? Nope, did it, she told him as she landed on the roof. In her hand were all the webs she shot at him. She gave a pull, and Naruto dived forward to try to avoid the net that had been made. It caught him, and she threw him back. Naruto ripped it apart in air and twisted to land on a water tower. He pushed off with his legs and flew over the building. While in the air, he saw Hinata-chan on the bridge his team met on. Haku-chan, wait up! We are going to Naruto-kun. No, Hinata-chan is crying. We have to make sure she's all right. He stopped onto the roof closest to the road. No! You are ours, Naruto, she about yelled when she landed next to him. Haku, think about how you are acting. You said you didn't want to be without us, she reminded. We don't, but Hinata-chan is a very good friend to us. We're going to get her to stop crying right now. Haku felt hurt and love for him at the same time. This was one of the reasons she cared for him. Okay, we will join you. Of course. I mean, why would anyone want to be with me? Hinata asked the air. Because you are kind, beautiful, stronger than you know. Did we mention beautiful? Naruto said as he landed on the railing next to her. Please stop crying, Hinata-chan, and please tell me why you are. She seemed to cry all the harder. Naruto-kun, do you remember when we first met? The third year of the academy, Naruto stated. We bumped into you at lunch. Hinata shook her head. It was before your Kekkei Jinkai activated. It was my first day at the academy. My father H had told me that in morning teach that I wasn't worthy of being clan heir. I just wanted to sea crawl into a sea corner and disappear. And I saw you. She wiped away her tears and looked at him as new ones replaced it. Why you were just being picked on by a bully and were bleeding. You came into class and sat down near me. And you said, hey, don't cry. No matter how bad things are today, they will be better tomorrow. I saw why you always try why your hardest but it never paid off. But you still tried. I fell in love with you right then, and now you are engaged, and I can never be with you. She broke out into new tears, and Naruto was instantly down by her, holding her. How could we forget that? Naruto asked himself. Haku felt guilty now at being mad at her. Hinata, she said to her, the marriage isn't final yet. Right now, it is more along the lines that Naruto is dating us. If you care for him so much, we won't mind if he dates you as well. Hinata looked up at her. Why you really mean that? Haku-chan, are you sure? We do, and we are. Naruto-kun can't stand to see people hurt, and we love him for it. It hurts that we aren't the only person he cares for, but he wouldn't be Naruto-kun otherwise. Hinata cried a little more as she held on to Naruto. And Naruto-kun, can I be your girlfriend as well? He looked one last time at Haku and received a nod. He pulled off his mask. Yes, Hinata-chan, we would love for you to be our girlfriend. He bent down a little and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Just tell us when you are ready for something, or you are not ready, Hinata-chan. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she whispered, leaning her head against his chest. Naruto walked Hinata-chan home and saw her to the door. As he walked away, he thanked Haku. We know that wasn't easy for you, Haku-chan, but it made you happy, she told him. It is worth it. She held his arm to her chest. I love you, Naruto-kun. He wanted to say the same, but didn't know if that is what he felt for her. Because he was beginning to feel it for Hinata too. And we know it is too soon to expect you to feel the same. But we wanted you to know just the same. Naruto nodded. They didn't run to his home this time. He wanted to walk. So, what is the name of your symbiote? Serum, she told him. We can make weapons like you can, but we can't just disappear like you do. But our speed is almost as fast as our most powerful jutsu. Very fast. We were impossible to see when we used it before bonding with Serum. Now we can move at speeds that are almost near it. Faster than anyone else on the planet. We bet that is handy. We thought you were in Nuke Neen. Why did the Mizukage send you here? Because that Zabuza told me once he became Mizukage, I could. Huh. The old Mizukage, a man with dark hair and a single black eye, retired and left. When he did, the previous took power. We can't think of a name vile enough for him. But because of him, the 7 swordsmen of the mist broke up and left, one by one. Soon it was Zabuza-sama that was left. He made the decision to replace the new Mizukage, but he failed. We left, vowing to return and finish it. And you did. Yes, we did. Serum can't hide like you can, Naruto-kun, but he gave us something else. Creating a blade, she slashed her wrist. The blood oozed out for only a moment before returning and healing. That is why we survived back in Wave. Venom gave us his offspring, one capable of healing almost all the wounds we have received. Plus, we are immune to ice and cold attacks. Now that is something we wish we had. Are you going to be a ninja here in Konoha? Haku nodded. It was a transfer of ninja through an arranged marriage. The Hokage said he would instate us as a Chunin later. Naruto nodded. We think we heard that the Chunin exams was coming up soon. He smiled as he looked at her. Are you going to be there, cheering us on? She gave him a chaste kiss. Of course we will. What did you do with that second account? Naruto chuckled. We gave half of it to Tazuna to help restore the Wave Country. Used the rest to pay for the real ranking of A. And kept the last of it. By the way, on our first date, would you like to rent out the most expensive restaurant in Konoha or maybe by the Hokage Monument? Naruto looked over at Kakashi as he turned a page. The only sound there. They were on another C-rank mission. One marked correctly this time. It was boring as hell. Protect a caravan as it came back to Konoha from bandits. Nothing valuable in it, just foodstuff and merchandise. Kakashi-sensei? Is something going to happen? Are you putting your feet in front of each other? Yes, something just happened. Naruto almost growled before the bandits showed up. He was so grateful to be attacked. He decided he would even let Sasuke outshine him this time. Was that so bad? Kakashi asked his team when they got back into Konoha. Before they answered, he heard a bird cry up above him and smiled. That right there means the Chunin exams are about to start. I think you three have proven you can handle it. Of course we can. Right, Sakura? Naruto asked. Yeah, you are the brains among us, Sasuke stated. If anyone would know if we can't, it would be you. She considered it. Yeah, we can handle it. What is the Chunin? Exams compared to fighting Zabuza? None mentioned that it was really Naruto that handled it. All that mattered was that they had seen combat and had even saved Kakashi at the first encounter with the Nuke Nin. What this? I seem to already have the paperwork. Please fill them out so I can go meet with the Hokage. He took back the papers once they were signed and said sayonara. Hello, Haku-chan, Naruto said as he saw her heading over to him. Want to get some lunch? He asked her as they walked away. What kind of day is it when Naruto ignores you? Sakura asked the heir. Didn't he used to have the biggest crush on me? Key word is use, Sasuke said. Some people grow up. He looked up when he heard Naruto call out someone else. Hyuga Hinata walked timidly, but happily he noticed over to Naruto before all three went to get something to eat. Hey, Sasuke interrupted her. No, I don't want to go out on a date. Sakura, are you even interested in being a ninja? Of course I am. Why? My father was a ninja before the Kyuubi attack. I wanted to know what he was like. Remember that from now on. He turned and walked away. And Sakura knew he was right. Naruto had said it. He never returned her feelings. Why would he now? She had been thinking this ever since the bell test, and at times it was almost more than she had to not fall into sadness. She had ruined her friendship with Ino for her stupid little crush. She was about to go walk off and sulk before she noticed small box was on the ground. She picked it up and looked inside. There were 2 sets of throwing knives inside, both the best quality she had ever seen. The first set were white with a blue spider on it. She smiled and said, Naruto dropped this. Everyone knew that Haku wore clothes that imitated Naruto's. And those knives screamed that they were for her. The other set were indigo with a red oak leaf on it. She didn't know what those meant. Now where did we leave them? Naruto muttered as he looked around. We will hurry, he called to the 2 behind him. Sakura, maybe you can help us. We bought a gift for our friends but seem to have misplaced it. Maybe you have. You mean these? Sakura asked, holding up the box. Those would be it, Naruto said as he took the offered box. Hinata, Chan's favorite tree is the oak, he told her. So, we got her that set of throwing knives with a leaf on it. You bought both of them a gift. Yes, we are fond of both of them and are trying to see which of them we love. Both know this and agreed to share for now. Oh, we know that look. What is wrong? Love is, Sakura replied. You are coming with us then. He didn't even wait for an answer. He grabbed her by the arm and dragged her along. Ladies, we are sorry, but Sakura is feeling really down, so she's coming with us. Let me go, Naruto. Haku looked her up and down. Naruto guessed what she was thinking. No, Haku-chan, we don't like her that way. We are concerned as her friend. Oh no, I don't mind, Hinata whispered. What is wrong, Sakura? Love life, Naruto replied. Come on, we are just about to go get something to eat at Hinata-sensei. Sakura gaped at him. That is the most expensive fancy restaurant in the village. Yes, Naruto replied. Oh yes, of course. We are not dressed for it. He looked Hinata up and down. She wore a very lovely dress, while he was still in his combat gear. Even Haku had serum in the form of a dress. You have something to wear, Sakura-chan? Not for there. We will buy you a dress, Naruto stated as he turned to his 2 girlfriends. Hinata-chan, Haku-chan, these are for you. He gave them their gifts. I don't know what to say, Naruto-kun. We love them, Haku said for both of them. They grabbed Sakura and dragged her off. Hurry up and change, and we will meet you there. A simple matter of changing Venom into a black suit with the spider over his left shoulder and Naruto walked there. He had trouble making the reservation at first, but once the manager found out the amount of money he would be throwing in, he quickly arranged for a private table to be ready today. He didn't even mind when Naruto told him to add one more person for the reservation. "Ah, Mr. Uzumaki, are you ready? Our party has yet to arrive," Naruto told the hostess. "Would you like to see our menu of wines and sake while you wait for them?" "We would." He looked at it and smiled when he saw one. A bottle of strawberry wine. Hinata loved strawberries and Haku was more than fond of them herself. "It will be waiting at your table," she said with a smile. She honestly saw no reason why people would hate this boy. He was very kind. Whenever she saw him, he returned her smile and placed something over her ear. It was a ryu folded up in the shape of a flower. "Trying out a new trick," he told her. "Keep it as a tip." As he walked back outside, she unfolded it and nearly fainted. It was 200 ryu bills. "Sakura, are you afraid that meal is going to attack you?" Haku asked. Sakura blushed and stopped picking at her food. "I am sorry, but there is just no way Naruto can afford this." "He can't," Haku assured her. "Now what is really wrong?" She sighed and told them. "Then make up with her," Naruto told her. "But we have hated each other for years." "How can I?" Hinata spoke up now. "It is better than just sitting on your feelings." "I did, and I almost lost Naruto-kun." "Yeah, about that. When did you get the nerve to tell Naruto?" She had known for years the girl liked Naruto. She would always smile at him in class and encourage him when he failed. But otherwise, she never made it clear she liked him. Naruto wasn't that dense, so if she had just made it a little more apparent, he would have seen it as well instead of a small number. "I heard he was to be married," Hinata said in a blush. "Anyway," Naruto said to her, "what Hinata-chan said is right. You will never know what will happen unless you try. Maybe, probably, we'll forgive you. You might be right. And don't worry about love," Haku told her. "You will find it." She finished her food, the last one still eating beside Sakura. "Ready to go?" "We'll let Sakura finish eating," Naruto said. "And don't worry about paying us back." He stood up and walked Hinata and Haku to the door. After a few minutes, the waiter came up to table. "Your bill, ma'am." Sakura nearly choked on a sip of wine when she heard that. She took the offered booklet and opened it. "I'll kill Naruto for this." Taking a deep breath, she read what it said, before laughing. "Paid for it already, Naruto." Team 7 came up to a floor with several genin trying to get through a door marked 303. Naruto looked back and leaned over the railing of the stairs. They were only on the second floor. "Sasuke, don't say a word. We'll calmly slip by and leave those two weak to see through it behind," Naruto told them. They nodded and walked on by. The boy that had been trying to get in noticed them. "You are Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto." "We are," Naruto replied. "The two that almost tied for Rookie of the Year," he continued to say. "Your point is?" Sasuke asked. Rock Lee want to fight you," the boy with the bowl-cut haircut told them. Naruto looked at him with an appraising eye. He was more than he appeared. It would be an interesting match. And they were still early. "No, better not to show off just yet." "I will," Sasuke said. Naruto shrugged, but this is what he knew would happen. They went into the auditorium, and Naruto got between the two. "We will not tolerate a fight that breaks the rules. So we will keep it simple. No going in for the kill. No hurting each other so bad you keep the other's team from taking the test. Now, let's get it on." Sasuke ran forward and tried to punch Lee. His fist only met air, though. Naruto winced as he knew what was coming. Sasuke went down in a heap as Lee gave him a single punch. Sasuke jumped back up and activated Sharingan. That will not happen again. So that is the Sharingan? It is a mighty ability, but can your body keep up with what your eyes show you? Lee ran at Sasuke, dived to the side, and kicked him up into the air. Sasuke felt a finger touch his back, followed by webbing on his arm and on Lee. "We said no hurting the other enough that they cannot take the exam." Naruto pulled Sasuke back down while he threw the captured Lee against the wall, followed by the ceiling. He was about to continue when a hand grabbed his. "That is enough," a larger version of Lee said to Naruto. "You are breaking your own rule." "We are not. We said no hurting the other to the point they can't continue. He isn't hurt yet." Lee walked over to Naruto without a scratch. He was silent a moment before he smiled this insanely bright grin. "That is very true, Lee. as you have already received your punishment. No more will be said on this. Head to the classroom now. Hi, Guy-sensei. Before he left, he looked at Sakura for a moment. He smiled and bowed to her before leaving. Mato Guy turned to Team 7. You should go as well. Okay, Naruto said as he helped Sasuke up. You just got your ass handed to you in a paper sack. Shut up, Sasuke said, going to punch Naruto, even though he knew it wouldn't connect. He only let Sakura hit him some of the times to keep her thinking she can and will be strong. Just like he thought, Naruto leaned back and caught the fist. I will figure that out and do it myself one day. Not today. Uchiha, not today. They entered the room and found it filled with genin. Naruto smiled before he donned his mask and vanished. Worthless. Worthless. Killer. Very dangerous. Worthless. His analysis continued until he walked back to the door. The Rookie 9 were being talked to by a silver-haired genin. Now Sabaka no Gaara is the unknown figure in this exam. He has never revealed his full strength and has never been hurt. That sounds, Hinata said before she started to stutter. SS sounds L-like in Naruto-kun. She couldn't form complete words because she just felt Naruto lift her chin and give her a chase kiss on the lips. Speaking of which, Uzumaki Naruto, unknown, has reflexes that are greater than any other known person as he is always able to duck a punch. Has been seen jumping distances Ambu were known to cover, as well as using these webs to swing from place to place. He also makes blades through his Kekkei Genkai. They never last long when he isn't holding them. You some kind of spy or something? Naruto asked, cutting his card in half as he appeared. It wasn't easy to get all that, Kabuto said to him, looking at the remains of the card. We like our privacy. Well, to answer your question, no. I am a medic. Naruto arched an eyebrow. He could tell he was being truthful. He turned to Sasuke. So, who is Sabaka no Gaara? A ninja from Sand. I met him after Kakashi turned in our forms. He got close to me without me knowing. You two might be related. We doubt it. We think we will go say hi. He vanished again. How does he do that? Kiba yelled as even his scent vanished. Naruto walked up to Gaara and tapped him on the shoulder as he appeared. Hello. We are Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara's two teammates stared at him with gaping jaws. What? How did you just touch me? By reaching a hand out and touching you, Naruto told him and demonstrated again. But this time, he found sand blocking his hand. So that is how you avoided being hurt. It is Uzumaki Naruto. I think I will enjoy fighting you. We would say we aim to please, but the truth is we aim center mass. He looked at the other two. And you are? Sabaka no Kankuro, the one with the hood with cat ears, said. Naruto nodded, then looked at the bundle behind his back. Must be uncomfortable in there. And you miss? Sabaka no Temari, she replied. Naruto pulled down his mask. Uzumaki Naruto, aka Venom. We will see you later. He walked away, casting a glance at female grass Nin. Now you are dangerous, Naruto stated to her. When he got back to his team, he yawned. He looked to the front just before the proctor showed up. Naruto sat down and looked at the people next to him. One was a hidden star Nin, the other was Shino. Long time. Shino nodded. Still as stoic as ever? I am. Are you allergic to pesticides? Shino looked at him. Where did that come from? Just trying to get a reaction out of you. How are things going with your team? They are good. Hinata has been trying harder recently, saying she wants to show you that she can be strong. Never thought she wasn't. I know. You were her only friend at the academy. A mistake on my part. Naruto looked up as Ibiki was about to stand in front of them. Are you two done? No, but we forgive you for interrupting our conversation. I'm going to enjoy making you quit. Ibiki growled to Naruto. If you can, Proctor-san, if you can. Ibiki stomped back to the front. All right, listen up and shut up. I'm only going to explain this once. Naruto zoned him out and listened to the gist of it. 10 questions, start with 10 points. Caught cheating, lose a point. Naruto yawned again under his mask, meaning if you cheat, and as they were ninja, they were expected to, don't get caught. Easy enough. Naruto prided himself on at least being able to use most of the abilities that the Venom before him had. And that was all he needed. But there was one trick right then he could really use. One that belonged to Carnage, the ability to see all around him through the symbiote. That would have been useful. But Even if he could become Carnage, he would never do that again. With a sigh, he realized he would have to do this the only fashion way. Well, not really. He put his hands under the desk, and the venom formed a small piece of itself from his finger. It dropped to the floor and was still for a moment. Just a moment. Then what looked like two white eyes on it looked around, and it moved off. It was an adaptation of the Kage Bunshin for the symbiote. It still required adrenaline to survive, and it wouldn't last long as it was. But once it returned, it would tell Naruto what all it learned. Naruto couldn't help but smile under his mask. This was too easy. After 15 minutes, the symbiont clone came back and Naruto wrote down the answers. Author's notes. Felt like it was a good place to stop. I have been checking up on Venom ever since I started writing this, and I have found that is a Carnage-only ability. But I haven't read a comic in so long. I could be wrong. If I am, we'll go with it. As you can see, Naruto can change his cloths. He just likes them as they are. Chapter 6. Naruto let his senses take over again as he relaxed. After between a half hour to 45 minutes, he noticed people were leaving in large numbers. He blinked, his eyes feeling like sandpaper, and looked around. Everyone was waiting for the 10th question. You were staring off into space, weren't you? Naruto shrugged. Sorry, the test was so boring we took a nap under here. Then I will fill you in. You can quit now and save your career, or you can take the last question and pass or fail and be stuck as a genin forever. Ibiki told him, grinning on the inside at how this ninja was going to panic. But Naruto again yawned under his mask. We thought something important was going on, so the other 9 questions were pointless then. He stretched in his chair and relaxed again. Naruto then felt killing intent roll off Ibiki is such a wave it was comparable to Zabuza. Gasp, Naruto said in a sarcastic tone. Unfortunately, others were not so used to this, and they really began to fall out. Naruto looked at the door and then at Ibiki. Stop wasting time already and get on with it. Ibiki scowled at him. For those still here, you passed the first. He noticed Naruto look away from him, out the window, and Ibiki almost threw a kunai at him. Incoming, Naruto told him. The window shattered as a cloth ball went through it. It unfurled and was pinned to the ceiling by 2 kunai. The sexy and single Mitarashi Anko has arrived. Listen up, bastards. This is no time to celebrate. All of you are to follow me. A breeze blew through the room. Anko, Ibiki said from behind the banner. I hadn't told them that they passed yet. Anko's face fell slack when she heard those words, especially when a few genin started to snicker at her. She shook her head. Did Ibiki ask if he would take the 10th question? She demanded of a genin in front who nodded yes. Then you all pass. Damn it, came in too early, still far too damn many left. What about the 10th question? Temari asked. To stay or go was the 10th question, Ibiki told them. You are not always going to know every detail of a mission, only that to take it is dangerous. But you still have to take it. Ibiki probably said more, but Naruto ignored it. He looked left and still saw Shino, so he knew Hinata-chan was still here. He looked behind him and saw her. She smiled at him, and Naruto gave her the thumbs up. Now follow me, Anko yelled again. Trees hundreds of feet high. The sudden cries of animals being cut off as their maker was killed. 10 kilometers of hell on earth. It's beautiful, Naruto cried, seeing it all the fun he would have in there. That it is, Anko said. This is Area 44, lovingly known as the Forest of Death. Kiba scoffed. Please, that doesn't scare me. Anko smiled before she threw her kunai and grazed his cheek. She appeared behind him and licked his blood up. Spirited, eh? Ones, like you are always the ones that die first in there. And it is always... She spun, pressing another kunai against the tongue. Messy, sorry you dropped this. Plus you cut my hair, and blood makes me excited, said the grass kunoichi that Naruto said was dangerous. A lot of bloodthirsty ones this go round, Anko stated. Now where was I? She explained the rules and had Kiba hand out the forms. Naruto looked at his and signed it right away. When Team 7 turned them in, Naruto took it and placed it in his cargo pocket. Might as well have been a safe. Well, Sasuke said as he looked around as they waited at the gate. Which should we go after? We'd say the weak ones are the ninja from the Hidden Sound, the Hidden Star, several teams from Konoha, sad but true 1 IWA team, and a few others. That gives us a lot of room to work with. Who should we avoid? Sakura asked. The sand team with Gaara, the grass team with the lady with the tongue. We wouldn't say Lee's team is the most dangerous, but they are more trouble than they are worth in there. Also, the rookie 9. Here is the thing, we wouldn't say Kabuto isn't dangerous. But we would say he is holding back, we can feel it. He is a lot stronger than he shows. We just don't know why he quits the exam when he could pass. They looked around them, and soon enough spotted one of the team Naruto mentioned nearby. The sound genin. Naruto went up and was jumping from tree to tree like it was a playground. Even with the 2 following, he quickly found the 3 sound neens. He raised a finger to his lips and jumped off. Time to follow the footsteps of a master. He settled over them, and then, ha 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 ha. The 3 below them stopped running and went on guard. The whole area went dark as Naruto flooded it with killer intent. 8 targets, Naruto said, still using that evil voice. Heart, liver, lungs, kidneys, spine, clavicle vein, neck vein, brain. Which should I go after? Sasuke shook his head. Show off, he muttered. The girl was taking it the worst. She didn't remember her training and was looking all around her at every noise. Kin, the one with black hair, called to her. Calm down or I will kill you. She tensed but stopped her fidgeting. The black-haired boy saw a movement from the corner of his eye again and turned to fulfill his threat. But all he saw was this white spider. Then Naruto came fully in view, crouching between the 3, with his Zanbatsu across his back, one hand on the handle, the other in front of his face. It's over. He started spinning. The one that threatened his teammate was first. He received a heavy gash on his chest. The girl was hit in the head by the handle. The third one raised his gauntlet to block him. Naruto smirked. RAGH. He dropped to the ground, clutching the side of his head. He wanted to run, get away from that horrible sound. Oh, what's this? The mummy rapped on asked. Not so hot now, are you? He kicked Naruto in the ribs, getting a satisfactory crack. Dosu wrung his melody arm again, adding a new wave of pain to Naruto as he rolled around on the ground in agony. So you don't like noises, eh? Zaku asked. He nodded to Kin. He couldn't, but she could. Kin took her bell and threw them in a circle around Naruto. The Chakra enhanced bells were held to him. Naruto tried to reach past them, but couldn't. He could only form a coherent thought long enough to drop the darkness. Shit, Sasuke shouted as he jumped down along with Sakura. Gokakyu no Jutsu. He blew a fireball at the girl. She jumped out of the way, giving the bells a final, but much greater ring. When they stopped, Naruto laid on the ground, not moving except the rise and fall of his chest. Naruto, Sakura shouted as she reached him, picked him up and carried him away from the fight. Naruto, are you going to be all right? It seems we are not as unbeatable as we thought. He forced Sakura to stop. We have to help Sasuke. He can take care of himself. You're almost dead. Then they didn't do it right, Naruto told her. We will show them the correct way. He was able to stand up by himself. He turned and ran back, a little off balance but alive. His arms began to bristle as several kunai started to be formed in them. He threw them at the mummy, making sure to stay away. They hit him a few times before he jumped away. Naruto then faced the girl. She was trying to reach some of her shinbons. Tsubaime Fubuki. He slapped his hands together and pushed them out. Several swallows made of ice flew at her. On missed and hit the ground. An ice crystal formed where it shattered. The other 5 hit her on target. She pulled the crystals from her arms, and one from just above her right hip. Naruto looked at the last one. He was blasting Sasuke with these 2 wind tunnels in his hands. Naruto started to make another hand sign, but couldn't. He could barely stand. This is new. He forced his hands to do as he wanted, but they were shaking too much to form them properly. He stopped and looked at the 2. The wrapped one was starting to get up while the girl was wrapping her wound. You are not walking away from this. Uchiha Sasuke, Dosa said to him. We have been ordered to kill you, and your friends are not going to stop that. Want to bet? Sakura growled as she threw a kunai at him. He caught it and was about to insult her. Except the explosive note on it went off. Naruto tensed as the melody arm rung again, but it was quick. Dosu hit a tree behind where he had been standing, his gauntlet cracked and ruined. You bitch! Zuka yelled as he turned a single arm at her. As a blast of air almost hit her, Naruto jumped in the way of it, a shield of web between his hands. He was pushed back several feet but was still able to stand. His whole body shook for it, and his ribs felt like they were on fire. When it stopped, he shot a web line at Zaku and pulled. He threw Zaku against several trees before he threw him away from there. Zaku growled as he got back up, and he heard something else growl as well. Looking up, he saw a giant centipede looking down on him with fangs that could tear something much bigger than a human apart. He raised his one good arm up and blasted it, but it ignored the wind and brought its jaws down on him. Naruto watched it a moment longer before he turned to the other two. The girl could barely move. The leader wasn't at all. Walking over to him, he put his hand on his shoulder and found something was holding him to that spot. He pulled him away to find a broken branch through his back. Dropping the body to ground, he searched it for a scroll. Earth, he called to Sasuke and Sakura. We are set, let's go. Sasuke held back, looking at the girl. Just a second. He walked over to her, kunai at the ready if she tried anything. Why were you ordered to kill me? Because that is what our leader wants, she growled at him. She wanted to hurt him, but she lacked the strength to do it. We take her with us, Sasuke said to his team. She tried to kill you, Sakura reminded. As an order. If the same was done to us about her, we would have done the same thing. Except we would have succeeded. Naruto was silent a moment before nodding. She is beaten, and if we leave her, she is dead. Walking over to her, he knelt down and started binding her wounds with his webbing. This should keep you from bleeding to death. Sakura-chan, can you check how many ribs on my right side are broken? She lightly pressed against them, not seeing him grimace in pain under his mask. 4. Naruto nodded as he stood up, pulling the girl with him. You have any more weapons on you? She didn't answer. Because I'm going to be carrying you. And as we all saw, I don't like high-pitched noises. So if one should hit me while I am moving, not only should I fall, you will too. And I will twist so you take the brunt of it. Kin began to drop several Shinban needles with bells on it. No chakra was added, so it didn't hurt as much. Picking her up, he secured her to his back. Sasuke, we should head straight to the tower. Think you can keep up? We know we can. He jumped, shot a web into the trees, and started swinging off. Sakura and Sasuke were behind him, jumping from branch to branch. Why is he so stubborn about getting there? He should be resting, Sakura stated. Because he knows the longer we stay here, the better the chances we will meet someone or thing that will kill us. Better to take a little pain now than die, Sasuke told her. Naruto landed on a branch and waited a moment for them to catch up. We need to hurry. The tower is only 9 kilometers away. Naruto untied Kin and set her on the floor. How are you still standing? By forcing myself to, he said to her. He pulled the scrolls from his pocket and tossed them to Sasuke. Remember Anko-sen said, don't open them until we reach the tower. Sasuke nodded. He unrolled them and tossed them to the ground as they began to smoke. There was a cloud that normally happened when something was released from a scroll or summoned. But nothing appeared. What was that? Sakura asked. Wasn't something. Kakashi appeared. Huh? Already? Can't you be on time once in your life? His 3 genin demanded. Kakashi struck a thinking pose. But then the universe will collapse. And for once, his genin didn't call him a liar. I didn't expect to see you so soon. So, do you know what it means? Kakashi pointed to the sign behind him. Heaven is mind, earth is body, Kin stated. Ninja need to be strong in both. Kakashi looked her up and down. And you are? Suchi Kin, she told him. These 3 killed my team and took me prisoner. Kakashi looked to them. Naruto had removed his mask, leaning against the wall, holding his ribs. Sasuke was looking at him, then at something in his hand. Sakura was the only one standing, looking at him. Why did you bring her? He asked them. She was ordered to kill me, Sasuke stated. Her and her team were ordered by their leader too. Who is your leader? She held her head high. He is Orochimaru-sama. What did you say? Orochimaru-sama, she said again. You 3 take this time to rest. Sasuke, I'm going to have round-the-clock AMBU guards for you. Naruto, you injured badly? 4 broken ribs. Think they tore open the skin on the way here. Come with me then. You are coming as well, Kakashi said as he lifted Kin to her feet. Oh, and by the way, you 3 broke the previous record by hours. Kakashi led Naruto and Kin to the medics. Why didn't you dodge them, Naruto? Kin grinned. He happens to be very sensitive to extremely high-pitched noises. He had us dead to rights, but one of us got an attack off. And he went down like a rock. Sounds? We can't explain it, Kakashi-sensei, but it felt like our head would split for it. Our whole body hurt. Luckily, sounds are not used that often for combat, and only slightly more often for Jinjutsu. Naruto nodded as he gingerly sat down on the table. He pulled off his shirt, and blood started pouring down from it. How are you moving? By forcing myself to. He groaned as a medic put her hands on his side, using Chakra to reset the bones. When she stopped, Naruto collapsed down on the table. That hurt. First time you have ever been hurt in years, right? Yeah. His body tensed again as the medic did some hand signs and mended the bones back together. When finally she stopped, Naruto was ready to leave, wounded or not. Luckily, only closing the wound was left. There, she said to him. You'll be tender for a few weeks, and the bones might break again if you get hit there. I recommend pulling out of the exam. No, Naruto replied. I'll get some armor for it or something. She sighed. They never listen. I am prescribing rest, though. You will stay here for the next day while you get a blood transfusion. Another medic came up with a bag of B-negative blood. As it was hung up and a needle attached to it, Naruto put his shirt back on and pulled up his right sleeve. Now for you, miss, the medic said as she turned to Kin. She took her to another table and pulled the curtain close. Take off your clothes? I can't take these bindings off. The medic was about to grab a pair of scissors. Anything other than me touch those webs, they will be stuck to it, Naruto warned her. And they're like steel anyway. How do I get them off then? Give it another 10, 15 minutes, and they will dissolve away. Naruto turned back to Kakashi. We have heard that name before, haven't we, Kakashi-sensei? Orochimaru is the greatest traitor this village has ever had except Uchiha Madara. He was also one of the Sannin with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Now, that first name we know. We have seen it on your book. Naruto leaned back into the table, tired and hungry. We will see you when we wake, Kakashi-sensei. He closed his eyes and drifted into sleep's embrace. Kakashi took in front of the Hokage and explained what he learned. What is he planning? Sarutobi asked kindly. One of the first rules of interrogation was that getting information often worked by being kind. The messy stuff came later. You might as well kill me now, she told him. I'm never going to talk, Hokage-sama. I believe the other two were the ones that were the cold killer type. I doubt she will last 5 minutes with a Biki, nor would she have the mental fortitude to resist even Ino. Kin glared at him in challenge. Care to prove me wrong? We don't need to go that far, Kakashi, the Hokage said to him. I am sure she will simply consider her options and realize that she has a better chance of living with us than with Orochimaru. Not a chance, she said to him. Has Orochimaru's punishment for failure chanced? Kin swallowed. No, I guess not. He looked her in the eyes. And your mission was to kill Sasuke? She nodded. Well, not only have you failed that, you were captured. Maybe if you were lucky, he will kill you quickly. We return you to him. Kin began to panic. She had always been told the Leaf were weak and would never hurt prisoners. And they were going to give her back with a ribbon. No, I'll tell you. Just don't send me back. Then talk, the Hokage said in that kind voice again. Just think of me as the person you bare your soul to. She told him everything she knew. From the upcoming invasion, with the Sand as allies, to the location of the Hidden Sound Village branch in Fire, where she trained at. We won't kill you then, the Hokage said to her. But you will have to be placed in protective custody. Haku, take her to your house for now. The Chunin entered the room, pouting a little. But we wanted to congratulate Naruto-kun. That might not be wise, Hokage-sama. Naruto was severely hurt by her. Not only does she have the same abilities and possibly the same weakness, she might let her feelings for Naruto drive her to hurt her, Kakashi whispered. I trust her. Haku, take her there and protect her if someone comes to kill her. Hokage-sama. She turned to Kin. Come with me. You Naruto's sister? No, his girlfriend. Let's go. The next day found Naruto in the cafeteria, trying to eat his weight in ramen. $5 says he gets sick before he finishes this bowl, Sasuke said to Kiba, who arrived last night. Ha, Ten says he finishes it and goes on to the next stack. They watched as Naruto scarfed down the last of the noodles and drained the soup. He tossed the bowl on top of a stack already 20 high. He grabbed another bowl and started eating. Sasuke paid Kiba the 10. And Naruto-kun, why are you eating so much? Hinata asked him. Naruto looked up at her and slurped the noodles into his mouth. Yesterday, we had to be treated for an injury that took jutsu healing. As such, our body has little energy inside it. We need to store up our reserves for the next exam. He took a sip of water, swished it around in his mouth a moment, and swallowed, removing the taste of ramen. He then reached across the table and kissed her. We missed you, Hinata-chan. While his girlfriend blushed, Naruto went back to eating. Kiba dropped his jaw and looked around. Shino was behind him, holding out a hand. Damn it, Kiba said as he put 20 in Shino's hand. The 5th day ended, and it was time for the 3rd exam preliminaries. Gekahate explained the rules to them, and the first name came on the board. The teams present were Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Team Guy, the Sand Siblings, and one Rain team. Kiba, Kagari, cough, please remain down here. Cough. Everyone else head up to the balcony. When they were there, they got started. Kagari used the Kirigakure no Jutsu to cover the arena in mist. Having trouble finding me, he asked Kiba. Kiba sniffed the air. You reek, he commented. The mist whirled around him as he did a roundhouse kick on the Rain Ninja, sending him into the wall. The whole room's sweat dropped at how easy a victory he just got. Cough. Winner, Inazuka Kiba. The next match is Sabaka no Gaara and Hyuga Hinata. Gaara jumped down there while Hinata seemed to freeze up. She knew she wasn't a match for him. KK Kurenai-sensei, I can't beat him. Hinata, calm down, she told her student. You never know if you don't try. Remember what you learned from Naruto? Hesitation ruins all chances. She was shaking and didn't want to go down there. But Naruto wouldn't hesitate, so she refused to hesitate as well. Hinata-chan, be careful and kick his ass, Naruto cheered. Do you best, Shino said to her. But remember what we saw in the forest. If he gets close to doing that to you, quit. I will. She walked down there and stood in front of Gaara, shaking like a leaf. Why am I fighting a weakling? I am not weak, Hinata shouted with conviction. I won't be looked down on. Prove it, Gaara said to her. Strike me, and I will believe you are worth my time. Hinata swallowed her fear and took on a Jukin stance. Byakugan? She ran forward and struck a hand at his chest. For it to be stopped by the sand. Only one person has ever gotten past my sand. And he is the only person I wish to fight. Surrender or die. It makes no difference to us anymore. Hinata swallowed. She couldn't reach him, so she couldn't hurt him. No, stop thinking like a Hyuga. Start thinking like how Naruto-kun would reach him. She jumped back and started doing hand signs. You choose death then, Gaara said as the sand fell from his gourd and shot at her. Hinata finished the last hand sign and touched the sand as it was about to touch her. It froze for the barest of a moment before falling to the ground. It worked. What did you do to my sand? Hinata smiled as the sand closest to her began to change. It turned to mud and it flowed back to the source. Gaara cut it off from the rest of his sand. I was Doria Taiga no Jutsu, and sand is just small particles of earth. She ran at him again, planning on doing that to the rest of his sand. So, it is still my sand, Gaara stated, ignoring Hinata. She was about to hit him with a Jukin strike when the mud grabbed her leg. It is harder as it is more condensed, but I can still control it. Now as for you. Hinata was swung against a wall. She cried out in pain as blood flew from her mouth before Gaara did it again. This wasn't a match anymore, it was a beating. Let her go, Hate said to Gaara. You have won. Let her go. Gaara glanced at the proctor and shrugged. He never cared about this match to begin with. He dropped the girl and shoeshined back up. He turned to look at the person whose blood his mother wanted so bad. She ignored everyone else. Naruto had jumped down there and was cradling Hinata's head in his lap. Hinata-chan, say something. Naruto-kun, I tried to do why you would. You did great, Hinata-chan. Where does it hurt? She swallowed the blood in her mouth. My back, behind my lung. Niji looked at her with his Byakugan and almost smiled. Her right lung has collapsed and her left is bleeding internally. Naruto glared at his happy tone. You say another word and we will kill you. Neji did smirk. It was her destiny to lose that fight. She should have quit. I wouldn't have lost. It was everything Naruto could have done not to jump up there and strangle him. Gaara scoffed. You would have died, he told Neji. But I have no interest in any of you but him. We will fight later then, Naruto told him. He was mad that Gaara had done this to her, but he had stopped. Neji never has, no matter how much he had beaten Hinata-chan. The medic finished his jutsu and frowned. Son, we're going to have to take her to the emergency room. What happened? Just like he said, her lungs are barely working. We need to drain her left lung of blood and inflate her right lung for her to begin to breathe normally again. You have to let her go. Naruto helped them put Hinata on a stretcher before he finally let go of her hand. He then turned to Neji. Pray that we don't fight you. If you do, it will have the same result as that match. Naruto jumped and landed on the railing, about to take Neji's head off with a sword. But Sasuke tackled him to the ground before he could. Get off us. No. You would have been arrested for murder of another Leaf Shinobi. Bullshit. Hinata told me about all the times he almost killed her. This would be no different. He threw Sasuke off him and found he was being held back by Kakashi, Guy, and, to his surprise, Kurenai. He deserves to die. Then do it in a match, Kakashi told him. But not right now. Patience is the greatest weapon of a ninja. Naruto strained all the harder to get free of them. Kurenai was quickly losing her grip on him, and he was pulling her several inches. Kakashi could barely hold his legs back. Only Guy had no trouble stopping his arms. Naruto, the Hokage shouted. You were given an order by your sensei and superior. Naruto stopped pushing, and they all fell over. Aye, sir, Naruto said to him. He glared at Neji, who only grinned back. When we fight, the only thing that will say the fight even started will be your blood hitting the ground. Naruto turned to the board and waited. Jeez, Kakashi stated. He is going to be the next Zabuza. What does he have to do with Naruto? Kurenai asked. Naruto met him, and ever since, his style has been moving a bit more to silent killing. He was already near impossible to follow. Sasuke fought one of the Rain Genin and won. Choji fought Shino and lost. Ino fought Sakura, and they both lost. Shikamaru fought Tenten and won, amazingly enough. Lee fought Kankuro and wore himself out fighting a puppet. Kankuro revealed himself inside the bandage thing on the puppet's back and broke it apart. One of its many knives took Lee in the shoulder. Lee, take them off, Guy called from next to Kakashi. Kakashi frowned as Lee jumped up on the rat hand sign statue. Wait, Guy. Those shouldn't. 2 eruptions of dust reached the roof. Never mind. Kankuro nearly shit himself when he saw his puppet suddenly slammed into the ground, unable to move as they were stuck in a blade first. The next thing he knew, a fist met his jaw, then stomach. Lee jumped back and landed in his customary stance of bring it on. But Kankuro fell to the ground, unable to move. Cough. Winner, Rock Lee. Hate looked up to the board, and his eyebrows climbed up under his headband. Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji, please step down here. Naruto grinned before he pulled his mask over his face. Let's see if we've gotten it. He shoe-shined in a flash of darkness down there. You are dead, Neji. You can say that after you kill me. But likely, I will be saying it to you. The two stood across from each other, ready to attack. Hate raised his hand and brought it down. Begin! Naruto brought his hands into the hand sign that reminded people of a yin-yang and shouted, Inmyu no Jutsu. Darkness filled the room. 8 targets, which shall we strike? This brat is good, Temari stated. You've been giving him lessons on how to scare the hell out of people, she asked Gaara. Personally, we prefer the spine, 4th lumbar down on the right side. The sweet spot, a real gusher. I won't fall for these intimidation tactics, Neji said. These eyes see right through it. Byakugan. Neji looked, but found the range of his Byakugan drastically cut. This darkness isn't a Jinjutsu. It is pure chakra, and it will interfere with all types of vision enhancements. You won't see me coming until we want you to. You were right, Guy said. He is the next coming of Zabuza. Neji was turning around and around, the sounds of a person jumping from place to place. Relax, he's trying to wear you down and mentally exhaust yourself. Focus your Byakugan. Find him. He brought his hand up into a seal in front of his face, and he began to notice him. He was moving from place to place very quickly, jumping through his field of divination. A staff appeared in his hands. The next instant, the end of it flattened out. Finally, it became a sword as large as an adult. His ribs. Now you die. There was the sound of something hitting something else, and something fell to the floor. The Inyu no Jutsu lifted to reveal both Naruto and Neji holding their sides. Neji had a sword, wound from where Naruto tried to cut him in half. Naruto was holding where his ribs had been broken. You may have seen through that, but I haven't even started. Damn, we should have sensed that coming. Venom hasn't recovered from those attacks. He still hit me, even when I broke those bones again. What is he? I guess it is time to stop holding back, Naruto said, slinging the Shadow Kiri onto his back. This time, it won't matter if you see me coming or not. Author's notes. Cliffhanger. Don't you hate them? I am sorry if you were looking forward to your favorite fights, but I am following it from Naruto's point of view mostly. And he only cared about who he fought and who Neji fought. The Rain Genin are the three that cast that Jinjutsu on Team 7 and Kabuto close to the end of the second exam. Chapter 7. Naruto looked at him and growled. He wanted him to hurt, but it wouldn't do to totally decimate him. No, he wanted Neji to realize just how he never stood a chance before he died. He ran forward, ignoring the pain in his side. Neji entered a stance, and then when Naruto was about to hit him, he struck. 8 trigrams of divination, 64 palms. He hit Naruto in the hand and continued from there. 2 palms for palm, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Naruto stumbled backwards and nearly fell to his knees. See, you never stood a chance. You were fated to lose the moment I was decided to be your opponent. Shut the hell up, Naruto growled. He straightened up again. You know nothing about fate because there is none. His hands flashed through several hand signs. Dodo no Jutsu. He slammed a hand down on the ground. If Neji expected nothing to happen, he was sadly mistaken. Ice lanced from his hand along the ground. It hit Neji and encased him in ice. The only verdict is vengeance. A vendetta, held in votive, not in vain. He pulled the Shadow Kiri off his back again and jumped. He fell, swinging the sword in an overhead chop. Once the blade started to crack the ice, Neji used his chakra to break the rest of it and escape death. Cough, cough. How can you still use chakra? Why don't you use those all-seeing eyes of yours to find out? Neji looked, and he saw that the only point he actually hit Naruto on was his palm with his first attack. How? I know I hit you. Naruto removed his glove and showed him. A bruise went through his hand. We used our hand to block each strike. He put it back on before he ran at Neji and caught his hands in his wounded one. Now you will die. His free hand came up and made what looked like a hand sign, followed by several others. Makyu Househo no Jutsu. The ice reshaped into mirrors in the shape of a dome. We have been practicing day and night to be able to do this. He kicked Neji, making him let go of his hand. Now, like I promised, you won't even see your death coming. He turned his back on Neji and walked to the closest mirror. Don't ignore me, Neji yelled at him while he went to attack him. But Naruto was no longer there. He saw his reflection in the mirror, but nowhere else. Not even his Byakugan could find him. Konoha's most secret and most ancient technique. 1,000 years of death. Naruto's right mask eye glinted evilly as he punished the wicked. Neji flew and hit several mirrors while Naruto jumped back in them. Neji fell back down in the center, scowling and holding his ass as he stood up. The images on the mirrors all grabbed the Shadow Kiri. Before Neji was suddenly covered in blood and he fell to the floor. Naruto walked out of the mirrors and stood above him. Hurts, doesn't it? Seeing that you never stood a chance. Being shown how weak you are. We never cared about you before we came to care about Hinata-chan because you never made us. But the moment we did and you insulted Hinata-chan, glad about her pain, that changed. Now, Naruto flipped the blade around so that it was positioned over his throat. In this moment of great weakness, you meet the crossroads. The first is where you tell us screw you. You die. The second is where you admit you were wrong. You die anyway, but you go to heaven with a clear conscience. Cough. I am calling the match, Hate told him. Naruto never moved. He was still waiting for Niji's answer. Lower. Put away your sword. What will it be, Niji? Naruto, Kakashi shouted. Niji looked up and saw his hands never shook, positioned as they were. He was ready to kill him once he said something, so he kept quiet. I am ordering you to. Naruto flipped the sword back up and slammed the butt of it into Niji's head. To not kill him. Get up here, Kakashi told him. We am going to check on Hinata-chan. Proctor, we got lost in the heat of the battle. If we were disqualified, then so be it. Naruto discarded his sword, leaving the medics to collect Niji. Okay, Soma, I apologize. He normally acts better than this. I know, Kakashi. He's had a trying few days. Hey, don't disqualify him. He didn't kill him. Hokage-sama. But if he does something like that in the third exam, I will. Agreed, Sarutobi said to him. He turned back to Kakashi. Where did he learn ice jutsu? As far as I know, only you can use them, and only with the help of the Sharingan. I don't know. I was watching him use those, and I couldn't copy them. Kekkei Jinkai. The Hokage realized. Just how many aspects does he have? Naruto watched as the tube drained the blood while they prayed that would be enough until her other lung began working again. Because as it looked, she would die. If she did, Naruto would kill Gaara. Naruto-kun, Haku said as she came up behind him. What are her chances? Slim. The world's sadness were in his eyes. And we couldn't protect her. We thought that maybe Venom could give her a symbiont, but he can't produce them at will. What about serum? Can he? No, Naruto-kun, we are not ready to. She produced the barest sliver of serum and pressed it into Venom. His healing abilities were increased, and the bones in his rib mended back together. How did you do that? Naruto asked. Venom can absorb the abilities of other symbiotes. We just produced one like you showed us and gave it to Venom to adsorb and heal your wound. Come on. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into the room. Venom didn't need to spawn an offspring. He flooded his chakra into Venom to produce another one. It was still the same one except it was half as big as the original. Haku-chan produced a symbiont that is bigger. She did, and Naruto pressed the two together and watched. They seemed to fight each other, and neither won. It changed to blue with black highlights. Please work. He set the new symbiont down on Hinata. It set itself under her clothing. Hinata's heart rate sped up to the point that the alarm went off, but it stopped after a moment. Naruto was still afraid until he saw her chest rise and fall before she began to gag on the tube. She is awake, he said to the medics that were rushed to the room. Get that thing out of her before she chokes. They took it out and turned her on her side. They checked her respiratory system. She is fine. The wound is still closed, and her lung is working again. She is coughing the blood out now. Naruto let out the breath he had been holding. So, she will be fine? She already is, the medic told him. Naruto-kun, what happened? You are fine, Hinata-chan. We are right here. We fought Niji and won, Hinata-chan. You? Why you didn't kill him? Did you? No, Naruto replied. The match ended before we could. Hinata coughed a few times and blood came out her mouth. We're glad. Niji Neeson wasn't always that mean. He actually comforted us when our mother died. But he hurt you so much growing up, Naruto reminded. Because he misses his father. We never hated him for it. We came very close to killed him. He has many wounds. Naruto looked at the hand he caught all his attacks with. We crushed him, like he did you, Hinata-chan. We felt it was what he deserved. Showed him that it is never fate. USH shouldn't have. She looked over behind her to the door as the finished setting Niji down. He had a bruise on his head and cuts everywhere. The worst being the one on his side. Niji Neeson, will you be alright? I will be, he replied coldly. Naruto clenched his fist in anger at him. Haku walked over to him. You listen and listen well, Haku growled, poking him over one of his stitched-up wounds, making him grimace. You will speak kindly to her. Naruto told her he fought you, and she said she was glad he didn't kill you, that you don't deserve to be punished for what you have done to her. She almost growled. We think you do, but it is Hinata's choice. Naruto looked back at Hinata. Ready to leave here, Hinata-chan? Yes, she said. Can you help us up, Naruto-kun? Naruto picked her up and set her on her feet. Niji Nizan, get better soon, please. Naruto walked her out of the room. Haku looked at her, then back at him with a glare. She really did like Hinata. She had so much potential and would be strong if people like him and her father had just encouraged her instead of belittle her. We hope it hurt, she said to him before leaving. She walked back out into the hallway. Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan, we need to head back because we are watching a prisoner. So we will see you later. Okay, bye Haku-chan, Naruto said to her before giving her a kiss goodbye. Bye, Haku-nizan. Hinata gave Haku a hug before she left. Naruto walked Hinata to the arena to watch the last matches. People tensed when they first saw him, but relaxed when they saw him smiling at Hinata. Both Kiba and Shino pass, Naruto told her. Sasuke did as well, of course. Both Sakura and Ino lost, double knockout. Lee won. Tenten lost. Carnage jumped down there to them. Hinata, should you be walking yet? We heard a little, but we're given the okay to leave. She nodded. Naruto, the last match just finished. Hate was about to pull your number. Naruto nodded and ran to the center. Uzumaki Naruto present. Your number is 3, Hate told him. Take a look at this board. This is the order the third exam being held in a month will take. Sasuke, Lee was the first match. Naruto, Gaara was the second. Kiba, Shikamaru was third. Shino, Temari was fourth and final. You are being given a month to not only train, but also allow delegates to arrive. Once everything had been explained, Naruto walked to Hinata. Hinata-chan, we need to explain something to you. Okay. Naruto walked out of their tower and out into the forest. Hinata was surprised that she had no trouble keeping up. Naruto-kun, what is it you need to tell us? Hinata, we changed you. What do you mean? Can't you feel it? The sense of everything around you? Something in the back of your mind watching you and the world through your eyes. Hinata slowly nodded. Our Kekii Genkai isn't a Kekii Genkai as you know it. These clothes are not clothes. They are a symbiont, one that is bonded with us. Haku-chan has one as well, and we were able to create one for you. Hinata blinked at him a few times. You mean we are no longer Hyuga, Hinata? No. We are still Uzumaki Naruto, just like Haku is still Haku. But you are also more than who you were. Listen, ask who is there, and it will tell you. Hinata nodded and closed her eyes. Hello? A reply came. She said her name is Truth, that she both hurts and heals. Your symbiont was created by a skill our symbiont knows. A clone like our Kage Bunshin. We combined it with a clone of Serum, Haku's symbiont, and it took on a life of its own. She can become our clothes like yours? Yes. Hinata discarded her ruined coat and went behind a tree. Her shirt, pants, and shoes were likewise tossed away, and she came out. Her symbiont took on a sneaking suit like ninja once wore a long time ago. It was a blue with the secondary color as black. She wore a mesh shirt and pants just above her skin that went along her arms and legs to her hands and feet. Above that, she wore the bodysuit. It clung tightly to her figure, hiding nothing unlike her coat which hid everything. The bottom half of her face was covered by a mask. The symbiont had hardened over her forearms and legs into armor. She also wore the signature gloves of a host, blue with a black square on the back. Her greaves made no sound as she moved. She was dressed for ease of movement, but it also showed off her figure without coming off like a hooker. How do we look, Naruto-kun? He got a nosebleed that sent him into a tree. Relax, just breath, Naruto told Hinata later that day. Now feel around you through truth. Naruto had vanished and left it up to Hinata to find him. She focused, her Byakugan still not activated. Truth would have smiled if she had a mouth. She liked this host. Now, he said to her, his voice coming from nowhere specific, find me. Hinata opened her eyes and looked around. She was used to fighting in the 2D, but they were still in the forest of death, and this was Naruto. He fought in the 3D. He was likely above her, or maybe even below her. She stood and took a deep breath. She could smell his scent. She saw where he jumped from. This was how Naruto was never caught off guard. But she needed to know something. Truth, are we worthy of your strength? Her answer was that Naruto wouldn't have saved her if she wasn't. She closed her eyes again and did what Naruto had told her to earlier. In time, her senses would always do this. But for now, she needed focus. A shift of a branch, a bug moving because of shifting wind. He is there! She shot a web into the trees and pulled herself up. No, Naruto-kun said to do smooth, precise movements, not slow, awkward ones like a normal person would do. She swung her body around the tree and let go, jumping to another tree. She landed on it, her fingers and toes the only thing touching, and jumped up to the branch. She caught it and spun, landing with her feet on the end of it, and walked back to the tree trunk and ran to the end. She dived off and caught a tree with her web. She swung, reaching the end of her swing, and let go. She flew through the air, twisting to avoid branches, and landed on a bigger one. Her hand pushed the air in front of her, hitting something solid against the tree. Naruto's head appeared as he pulled down his mask, followed by the rest of his body. He was smiling. Good, Hinata-chan, you did perfect. Truth will augment your Byakugan as well. Activate it. Hinata nodded and did. And she was amazed. She didn't even mean to, but she saw all around her, including the blind spot. And it wasn't just she could look around her one spot at a time like she used to. She saw all around her all at once for several miles. Naruto, this is amazing. She hugged him. We have never felt like this before. Like there is nothing we can't do. What more, her perspective changed on the world. Now she understood what Naruto meant when he called this forest beautiful. Drops hundreds of feet long, creatures that would hunt them, near impossible places to get through. It was a playground to her and him. Let's head back to the village and say hi to Haku-chan. Oh, here. Naruto took out the remaining piece of chakra paper he had. Truth gives you water element chakra. Let's see what your natural chakra is. Hinata took it, removed her gloves, and channeled chakra into it. The edges got wet, but the main of it turned to dust. You already had water, but now, with truth, it is as powerful as your main element. Earth. We wonder if there is an element that combines those two. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? By combining my wind and water elements, we have a third element. Ice. Haku has the same ability. But as you have earth instead of wind, you won't have it. Oh no, I think I know. Remember history at the academy about the first? Yes, he had the wood element. Naruto smiled. What? Hinata nodded her head excitedly. Iruka-sensei mentioned he not only controlled the trees, he had strength in using both water and earth. Naruto was happy at how excited she was. She seemed to be living off her adrenaline rush that kept her from stuttering. We'll come here to play later with Haku-chan. Let's go. Naruto and Hinata got to his home to find Haku was talking with Kin. Haku-chan, what is she doing here? The Hokage told us to watch over her. And guard her as much as protect her. Naruto nodded. She been causing trouble? No. Too afraid of being sent back to her village. Stop talking like I'm not here, she growled to them. Naruto looked her up and down, remembering the pain she caused him. Before he shrugged. Well, you behave, and we don't care if you stay here. Are you sharing the room with Haku-chan? Yes, we'll keep it that way. Haku-chan, if you can find the time, can you help Hinata-chan train some? We ain't gonna be busy. We can. Hinata bowed to her. Thank you, Hakunizen. Naruto, Kakashi said to him when he next saw him. I have been considering it, and I realized I am not the best person to be training you over this next month. Naruto frowned, but knew he was right. So who will be training us? Kakashi-sensei? Believe it or not, the proctor Hate. Kakashi was smiling under his mask. He knew Hate well through Yugugo and believed he could sharpen Naruto's rough style into a real dance. Is he allowed to do that? Naruto asked. Dobe, just accept it, Sasuke said to him. As he shifted, one could barely hear the clink of a bell. The chakra was gone from it, so it was nothing more than a bell and didn't hurt Naruto. But Sasuke knew he had to learn otherwise. Naruto was his second match. He didn't doubt that for a second. Naruto couldn't be read as long as he fought with the Enmu no Jutsu, so he needed a counterbalance, even if it just ruined his extreme senses and slowed his reaction. Naruto smiled at Sasuke. Make sure you learn as much as you can, Sasuke. We can't wait until we fight you. Sasuke smirked and nodded. He was looking forward to it as well. Meet Hade at the dojo at the hot springs. I told him of your desire to also learn how to water walk. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura-chan, you make sure you learn something as well. Just because you didn't get to the finals doesn't mean you can slack off. We swear we will give you to Haku-chan to train if you do." He turned around and walked off, waving behind him as he did. "What a goof," Sakura said, smiling as she did. "Sakura-chan." Sakura stepped out of the way for the train known as Rock Lee. "I came to give you this." He held in his hand a hairpin with several Sakura petals on it. "The most youthful Naruto told me these are your favorite flower, and that you have been trying to think of something to keep your hair from getting in the way while you train and are on missions." Sakura laughed. Lee wasn't a bad guy. He just dressed bad. And every day since they met, he had been trying to get her to notice him. She was over her crush on Sasuke. She still thought he was cool, but she wasn't the same blind little girl. She actually told Ino when he entered room 301 that she could have Sasuke if she could get him to like her. "Thank you, Lee, but I'm not going out on a date with you." Being a woman, 101, play hard to get. Yash! Then I shall strive harder and ask again tomorrow. He bowed to her before he ran off. And so the Azure Beast has once again failing in its mating ritual. But undeterred, it goes in search of greater strength to impress its chosen mate, Sasuke said as he watched the dust clear. Sakura and Kakashi were thrown off balance, and their eyes were as wide as they could get. "What? I can't make a joke." Naruto came to the hot springs and found Hate waiting for him. "Good morning, Hayate-san." Cough. "Good morning, Naruto. I was impressed by your skill with the blade. But I noticed you were not using a style just swinging it around while dodging attacks." Kakashi explained to me that you have enhanced reflexes that surpass normal humans and even that of ninja. So I think I will not be teaching a style, but certain moves. Create a katana. Naruto nodded, and a shadow katana formed in his hands. "What shall we be learning, sensei?" "You specialize in assassination skills, so we will start with where to strike instead of just attacking the body wherever you can. The 8 points. Now we shall focus the disable points." Naruto spent the rest of the day going over these points and striking a clone Hate made. This continued until he could strike a point with pinpoint precision. With 2 weeks left, Hate told him to stop his practice on the clone. "Naruto, I'm going to show you a new attack I want you to learn. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Stand right there and don't move a hair." Hate drew his sword and made a single hand sign. Several clones appeared and set off his spider sense, while the real Hate jumped up and came down behind Naruto, the tip of his sword touching his shoulder. "This is my best attack. As you can see, it is simple but effective." The fourth was the one who originally came up with the idea but lacked the skill to finish it before he died. "I finished it in his place. It is right that you know it as well, because he died to seal the fox in us." "I can't say, Naruto, and few actually know. But trust me on this. You will find it useful. Now do it." He created the practice clone and stepped back. Naruto, holding his sword in one hand, made a one-handed hand sign and the clones appeared. He found that his body was almost carried on a jutsu as he jumped. It was more than just kinjutsu. He came back down and cut the clone in half. "Perfect," Hate told him. "Now with the Zanbatsu you are so fond of." Naruto came there the next day, having forgotten that Hayate-sensei had finished his training. He got there and didn't see Hate, but he did see someone looking through a hole in the wall. "Perverts," Naruto growled. The guy was lucky Haku-chan was not on the other side. "Stop looking over there." The guy looked at him and said, "Buzz off." A shadow shuriken flew into the wall, just touching his nose. "You really have no idea, kid." "Neither do you, pervert." "I'm not a pervert," he said calmly. "I am a mega pervert. And if our girlfriends were on the other side, you would be a dead mega pervert." "Girlfriends? As in plural?" "Yes, though what business of yours is it?" "Kid, you are inspiration of my next book." Naruto rolled his eyes. "We're honored." "You should be." Summoning no jutsu, a toad appeared under him. "I am the sage of Toad Mountain, lover of women everywhere, author of a world-famous book, the Toad Sannin, Jiraiya." Now he had Naruto's attention. "Okay, maybe you wouldn't be dead." "Ah, so you have heard of me," Jiraiya said proudly. "We am Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto said, bowing to him. "Can you do us a favor? Sign this." Naruto held out one of his books, Gold Edition Ica Limit. We were planning on holding this over our sensei's head and torture him with it, and that will make it all the more sweeter. Jiraiya laughed as he took his pen and autographed the cover. Naruto, I wrote a character by that name. I think I heard about you. Even beat the hell out of a Hyuga, didn't you? Naruto smiled. We did. Uzumaki, mostly clanless, right? Except for a distant cousin that moved here. But she doesn't know who our parents are either. Really? Really? Haku-chan, my girlfriend. Jiraiya rubbed his cheeks. He really wished now he knew more about the Uzumaki, but almost no one does anymore. Well, tell you what, I think I will train you. Sorry, we are waiting for our sensei. He is teaching us sword skills. The sword is outdated, kiddo. You would be better off learning Enmu no Jutsu. Naruto vanished except his spider. Dance of the Crescent Moon. That spider became several as they all ran at Jiraiya with a sword. He tried to stop them, but they just passed by him. The next thing he knew, something was touching his neck, and the darkness lifted. A Zambuto like the one that belonged to the new Mizukage was positioned with his head through the hole at the end. You were saying? Well, shit. Naruto trained to walk on water until Hayate-sensei arrived. It was after he fell the third time he remembered. So now what do we do? A spark came to mind. Jiraiya-sama, there is something you should know. Orochimaru wants my teammate dead. What? Who is he? Uchiha Sasuke, the Sharingan. Thanks, kid. I gotta thank you for that info. How would you like to be able to summon the toads like I can? We are a quick strike attacker. But from what we have heard, your toads are heavy attackers, able to give and take massive damage. They would not suit us. Something else then. He pulled a scroll from his pocket and unrolled it for about a foot. There were 5 seals. Raven, tiger, hare, wolf, shark. What are those? They are summoning scrolls I have come across during my travels. Some I found in a long-defeated keep, or such. Others on ninja that have fought me and lost. I want you to sign the toad contract. And you should, as you could end up fighting on a battlefield where they will be most handy. But that doesn't mean you can't also summon another. So, which will it be? Author's notes. I know spiders were expected, but they are more of stasis attacks from what I observed from Kodomaru. Naruto, of course, prefers not to play with his food and kill them quickly. Neji being the exception. It just wouldn't fit. So, those are the choices. Have at it. See ya, Space Cowboy. Chapter 8. What is the difference of them? Naruto asked him. Well, first off, you need to consider that are they enemies, Jiraiya explained. Huh. Alright, for example, if a person signs both the wolf and the hare contract, they should not summon both at once. Because what do wolves eat? Rabbit, elk, and any other creature they catch. We have even heard of some packs hunting bison. Jiraiya nodded. Right? There is also a rivalry between the tigers and the dragons, the snakes and the toads, and others. Sharks hate the dolphins with a passion and vice versa. What else can you tell us about them? Well, right here I have all 5 elements. Sharks for water, tigers for fire, ravens for wind, wolves for earth, and hares for lightning. Sharks and tigers attack much the same, alone or maybe in pairs. They try to kill their targets quick in a single attack, but are known to chase them if they cannot. But once they get a hit on them, it is near impossible to escape them. Ravens' attack are fast and if they hit the right place, can be very damaging. But it is hitting it that can be hard. They make excellent scouts and are even large enough to ride on. Their normal cousins also happen to be the favorites of Hunter Ninja, as they can easily remove the bodies of their targets. Wolves are trackers, obviously. They move like an avalanche, rolling over their target so hard and fast they cannot fight back. And you never just summon one of them. You summon them in packs. They are able to talk over long distances without being understood, making it easier to trap targets. And the hares. They are known for speed above ground and below it. Just like the element, they naturally cut through the earth. Normal rabbits are herbivores and just fodder for predators. These are not. Their lives eating plants has led them to understand which are poisonous and which are antidotes. And they do know how to attack, unlike the normal ones. Our girlfriend, Haku-chan, loves rabbits, Naruto said with a smile. But how will we be able to summon one when we meant to summon the other? That is actually very easy. Jiraiya pulled the toad contract off his back and unrolled it. Take a look at this. As you can see, you sign it in blood and put your handprint at the bottom. By pressing that hand down for the summons, you summon that creature. Meaning if I try to do it with my offhand, I couldn't. Nor could I if it requires both hands. So we could have three, Naruto asked. Possibly, Jiraiya admitted. If there is one that takes two hands. I know the snake contract does. He unsealed the 5 scrolls and unrolled them. 2 of them in fact required 2 hands. The shark and the tiger. So those 2 can't be used together. Jiraiya started to laugh as he understood why. A cat's favorite meal is a fish. There you go, kiddo. Toad, shark or tiger, and raven, wolf, or hare. We got it. We choose. Author's notes. This was just to give you more information to choose with. As of now, tigers lead sharks 4-1, while ravens tie with wolves at 6 and hares have 2. This is as of Chapter 7. Chapter 9, Author's notes. 15 replies in just 2 hours. Not bad in my opinion. I'm going to call it here, because while it was a tie early, the winners easily pulled ahead. No sudden death. The winners are listed below. We got it. We choose. Naruto paused to think about it a moment longer and said, we don't know. Jiraiya face faulted. Hey, this is a big decision. Once we choose, we cannot undo it. Just give us a minute. Naruto stood up and looked at them each. He wished he could talk to one of them, but didn't have that luxury. He walked around them considering what he knew of each. Start with the easier. Tiger or shark? They were both powerful creatures, killers both. Tigers controlled the most dangerous element, while sharks were the most unstoppable. Like he heard, you can't stop the tides. Is it tradition? Or does it actually have to be like that? Naruto asked, motioning to the 2-handed contracts. It is necessary. Tiger or shark stay then. He looked at the 3 and then at the toad contract. Jiraiya-sama, we won't sign the toad contract. What? You know this is the same contract that the 4th signed. Regardless, we will not. We know he was your student, so it is only right that he signed it. But we are not. We are the student of Kakashi. He has no contract that we know of, so we will follow his example and choose our own path. He looked at the 3 again. Stealth without speed is useless. Speed without knowing where we are going is useless. Going after them without stealth is useless. We need all 3. The sharks and tigers are powerful, but strength is not the only power. We are a student of silent killing. We do not kill on strength. Jiraiya grinned. Ha! You sound just like the 4th. You were right though. Strength is not the only power. But that doesn't change the fact that you can only have 1 each hand. We just realized something. We don't have 2 hands. We have 3. What? Our gloves, Naruto told him. They are smooth, making a new hand. We can't use them for the 2-handed scrolls because they form the same hand. But we can at least try it with ravens. Jiraiya was still smiling. Minato, your son may be an odd one, but I like him. Ever though he isn't following in your footsteps, he is. You never followed anyone else's either. Now why hasn't anyone thought of that before? Cut your hands and sign your name in blood. Then press the hand you will use against the bottom, covered with your blood. Naruto nodded and removed his gloves. He signed the wolf with his left hand. He signed the hare with his right hand. And he signed the raven with his symbiont hand. Jiraiya-sama, can we keep the other 2 as well? Why? You can't sign them even if you were wrong about the glove thing, because we might know someone that can sign them and be worthy of their power. Like who? Our second girlfriend, Hinata-chan, is someone that moves fluidly. She always has. She used to be hesitant, but now she strikes fast and she strikes hard. Water is her element. Though her family has always been earth, we believe. Once she gets to terms with them, Hinata-chan will be excellent partners with the sharks. And the tigers? Tora, we want to say Haku-chan, but she is speed, not power. Plus her affinity is ice like myself. Tigers will not accept her. We will have her sign the hare as well. But we know someone that is as very hot-headed and is a fire type. Sasuke is the power hitter of our team. You certain? I always thought the Uchiha were more of speed. No, not Sasuke. He aims to hit hard. Power is his style. But the thing is, he seems obsessed with getting revenge on someone. His brother, Jiraiya, said to himself. Nothing. It was something. What did you say? Listen, don't ask. You need to know how to summon them now. Naruto frowned at the most piss-poor attempt to change the subject he had ever heard. But he didn't need to know this, and he could find out from Sasuke or Kakashi. Now make the following hand signs. Like this. Yes. Then press your hand to the ground after wiping blood on it. Naruto put blood on his left gloved hand. A raven the size of a chicken appeared in a puff of smoke. Huh. Hello, Naruto said to it. Where the hell am I? You are in Konoha. The raven widened his small eyes until Naruto thought they would fall out. As in the fire country? Who summoned me? Was it you, boy? It was us, Naruto said to him. That is great. We haven't had a summoner in must have been 100 years now. You should call the boss. His name is Ebony-sama. The little raven disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto switched to his right hand. Time to see if we can summon using the right hand. If we can't, we will sign the toad. Blood covered his right hand, and he started the hand signs. Wait, Naruto, do you know what is inside you? Yes, try using his chakra. No. Jiraiya looked shocked. This kid wasn't dumb, so he knew how much power he could get from it. We did something unforgivable the first and only time we used it. The image of tearing those men apart came to mind again. We will never let our evil side out again. Want to talk about it? No. Haku-chan already knows, and she comforts me for it. But you probably don't have the chakra to summon him on your own. We will, Naruto said in conviction. Let's go somewhere more open. Here, kiddo, Jiraiya said to him. Naruto nodded and covered his right hand in blood again. Summoning no jutsu. Another cloud of smoke appeared, and this one was much larger. It was one large enough to ride on. Are you Ebony-sama? No, I am Shrike. So you are the boy that the hatchling was talking about. We are. Don't have enough chakra to summon Ebony? We don't know. We have been told we have large reserves, but we have never done this before. Shrike nodded to him. Jiraiya-sama, looks like we were right. Jiraiya? The one the toads always talk about? Isn't this something? Shrike hopped over to the man and looked down at him. I have heard much about you. He grinned. I am famous even to summons. You are a lazy pervert that is more interested writing porn than perfecting your ultimate technique. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Boy, how much chakra did you use to summon me? Hard to put it in amount. If we were to use it to make shadow clones, 20, 25. Too little, far too little. You need enough to make at least 500 clones to summon Ebony. Naruto nodded and focused. He had made a lot before, but not often. Just gather as much as we can hold. Naruto thought to himself. When he thought he could no longer gather anymore, and that it had to be visibly, he pressed it to the ground. Summoning no jutsu. It was an eruption of smoke. Who dares summons me? Naruto grinned as he looked down at Shrike and Jiraiya. But what he saw was Shrike about to fly off in fear. We did. Are you Ebony-sama? The raven laughed. Ha 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 ha. You think I am as weak as him? My feathers are like iron itself. My beak razor sharp. My talons like knives. I am Skarmory. I would have been the leader of the ravens had that old cripple chose right. Get off me, boy, before I throw you off and eat you. Naruto could tell he was telling the truth with that threat. He would kill him if he stayed on. No, what? We summoned you here to meet the strongest raven and gain his respect. His acknowledgement. We have summoned him, it appears. Now we will stay on, so be it. The 100-foot-tall bird spread his wings 3 times that and flapped them, pushing himself into the air. He rose so high that Naruto was having trouble breathing. Now die. Skarmory dropped into a dive, almost making Naruto black out. But even then, Naruto clung to the feathers. Skarmory landed on the ground and began to look for his body to eat. Over here, Naruto said as he flipped over his head, shooting it with web and pulled it to the ground. He actually had to strain to do it. He never felt anything so strong, even caught by surprise. Skarmory slammed into the ground, digging a deep gouge in it with his beak. RAHG. As he stood back up, Naruto shot a web on his beak, then swung around it several times, forcing it closed. Shut it! He landed on his head between the eyes, raised a fist, and swung. Naruto didn't hold back because he knew he would die if he did. Skarmory started to waver for a few moments, but shook his head and shook it off. He forced his beak open, snapping his web like thread. Boy, I'm going to enjoy killing you. If you can, Skarmory team. Naruto grabbed a feather and pulled it out. Skarmory roared in pain and flung his head, throwing Naruto off. He was about to land in the river until Shrike flew under him. Are you insane? That is Skarmory. He will kill you. The bird yelled as he climbed into the air. Strong. He fought Ebony for leadership of the Ravens. He won. The only reason he isn't the leader is because the old leader decided who it was from the match. No one knows why. Skarmory flew into the air after them. Give me that child, hatchling. We finally got a summoner after 100 years, and you want to eat him? It is a matter of pride. I told him to get off, and he wouldn't. No one disrespects me. Shrike flew low to the ground, weaving in and out of the trees, using his smaller size to the best advantage. Left. He made as sharp a left as he could. Where he would have been in second, a Talon came down, cutting trees in half. Right. Again, he banked in time to avoid the other Talon. Stop. Skarmory brought his beak down, nearly tearing them apart. His red eye, the size of a tower shield, glared at Naruto. Go. Go, 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 go. Shrike flapped for all his body was worth. How are you doing that? There is no way you have better eyes than I do. It is hard to climb. This wave of wind that was cutting trees apart passed under them. Yinemu no jutsu. I can't see. Turn left and up at 7 and 10 o'clock, Naruto told him. Pull up. Shrike started to hover. What are you? Naruto. He had jumped off, dissipating the darkness. He landed on Skarmory's back, trying to drive a blade into him. But he couldn't get through his feathers. His head then. Naruto ran up his back to his head, jumped and landed on his beak, swinging the Shadow Kiri. He stopped an inch from his eye. Surrender or die. Skarmory looked at it and at Naruto. Then he began to laugh again. Good fight, boy. Real good fight. No one has ever done what you have just did. All right, I surrender. As your prize for beating me, you may summon me when you need to. You really should summon my brother, Ebony. He is most eager to meet you. Naruto nearly fell off. This raven, which had been speaking about killing him ever since he got there, was talking like it was all a joke. Skarmory honestly couldn't be happier with this. I have made my choice, Windiel, the old leader said to Skarmory and Ebony. The next leader of the Ravens will be Ebony. But sir, Ebony said to him, he is obviously the stronger. I know you have an important task for the one that does not. Surely I can accomplish this. Accept Adobe, Skarmory told him. You know Windiel has a reason. You were right, Skarmory. The Elder had a vision concerning the world or our next summoner. He does not know which. He said that a fox that is a spider may one day call on our help. But there will be many spiders, and he does not know how to tell which spider is the one. But he did say he would meet a raven of steel, that he would face this boy shrouded in darkness and see if he is worthy. I want you to stick with this boy once you meet him, Skarmory. Hi, Boss Sama. Skarmory bowed his head to the leader before he did the same to Ebony. Just like that, Naruto asked him. You changed your mind just like that? I respect power, boy. You almost had me. Naruto looked at his sword positioned over his eye. How did we almost have you? Skarmory would have smiled if he had lips. He closed his eye and his feathers covered it. That is how. So what is your next move? Naruto had a blank look on his face. We don't know. Skarmory laughed again. Few ever do. Well, no matter. Give me the scroll, boy. Naruto looked around for Jiraiya, but didn't see him. We aren't where we left it. We aren't even in Konoha anymore. He climbed up on his head and looked around. Do you see it? No. Hatchling, do you see the village this brat is from? And no, Skarmory-san, are you going to kill me? I think I will let you live today. Return home. Of course, Skarmory-sama. And thank you. Shrike disappeared in a cloud of smoke. What did you do that he thinks you're going to kill him? Because our last summoner was killed by me, he said offhand. He flew up in the air to see around the mountains. Hey, I know where we are. Where? Take a look at that pond. The pond in question had a gold ting to it. Around it were statues of toads. We are at the home of the toads. That should mean. Skarmory, what are you doing here? A giant toad wearing a bathhouse robe with a kanji for oil on the back, a scar over his left eye, and a sword on his back. Speak with respect, frog, or you shall lose the other eye as well. The toad growled at him before he noticed Naruto. Huh? Don't tell me you not only have a summoner now. You were summoned as a transport. Watch your tone, Gamabunta, before I really do take your remaining eye, Skarmory growled at him. Excuse us, but who are you? Naruto asked. And why do we find you familiar? It was like he had met him before, in a memory from so long ago. Even Venom could not fully reach it. I am Gamabunta Brat, the boss toad. Gamabunta pointed an accusing finger at him. You will speak with respect to me, Skarmory scoffed. As if I will let my summoner do that when he doesn't even do it to me. Gamabunta became subdued by that. He looked at the strongest of the ravens, a bird with a notoriously short temper. One of the few summons to ever resist the contract and kill the summoner, and one that no one but him knew the limit to his strength. He cast his gaze from him to the boy and back again. Kid, who are you? We are Uzumaki Naruto, of Konoha. You? I remember you now. I haven't seen you since I assisted the fourth. You know you can sign more than one contract. You should find Jiraiya and... We cannot, Gamabunta-san. We have already signed the contract with the hare, as well as the wolf. Both summons looked at him. How did you do that, they asked. Naruto considered it. They could squash him right then and there if they wanted. But they weren't. He had earned Skarmory's respect, so he would give them his. When we say we mean we. We are not just Naruto, we are also Venom. A creature has bonded with us, making us anew. A bloodline now, the symbiote. No one knows this, and we wanted to stay that way. They nodded. They did not know why I would allow him 3, but they understood that there are many things they don't understand. No one will find out through me, Gamabunta said to him. Nor myself, Naruto, Skarmory assured him. Our thanks, Skarmory-sama, Gamabunta-sama. Which way is it back to Konoha? Gamabunta chuckled and pointed southeast. Roughly 200 miles. I will be back there in 10 minutes, Skarmory stated. Take care, Gamabunta. Naruto jumped down in front of Jiraiya. Shit, kid, you scared the crap out of me. I thought I was going to have to explain to the old man why you were missing. Or worse, dead. You almost had to explain the second one. The scroll, Skarmory reminded. Naruto went to where the scroll sat and took it from the pile. He stood in front of Skarmory and held it out to him. Unroll it. Naruto did as he said. Give me some of your blood. He held out his talon, and Naruto cut his palm and put it against it. As he slipped the glove back on, he felt it knit together. Venom had finally recovered from the attack from the sound genin. Skarmory wrote a kanji above Naruto's signature that he saw on a few other. Done. When you need me, say my name instead of summoning no jutsu, and I will appear no matter what. It will also take some of my chakra instead of all of it from you. With a nod to the kid, he vanished in an eruption of smoke. Naruto sat back down. His adrenaline was running thin, and he was finally feeling how much it had taken to summon him. We could use a break before we try to summon Ebony to introduce ourselves. No, Jiraiya told him. I know that others like yourself have been known to lose control over themselves because of the Bijou, but they also have learned to summon them as needed. But you don't know what we did, nor am I going to ask. But if you hold back on power that is yours, then you won't be strong enough to fight some of the strongest out there. Naruto thought about it. He was in a place with people that he didn't want to hurt now. Haku-chan might not reach him this time if it goes wrong. We need to talk to the fox then, Naruto decided. Jiraiya arched his eyebrow. How did you reach that conclusion? It is his chakra that made us that thing. We won't let it happen again. So we have to deal with the source. Do you know how we can? Well, the slow way is to meditate. But there is a faster way, he told him with a slight grin. The sooner the better. That is what I thought you would say. Naruto ducked a fist covered in chakra. Damn good reflexes. So everyone keeps telling us. Why did you just try to hit us? To force you inside yourself. You could have told us. He stood there as Jiraiya reared his fist back, and OW, Naruto shouted, rubbing his nose. He looked around and found himself on a web that spread farther than he could see. All around him was darkness. The infinite web, Naruto stated. He had once read a book about an evil goddess of spiders that lived there. The strand he now stood on was over a dozen feet wide and metallic appearing. Naruto looked up and found the webs continued that way as well. He walked around the web until he was below where he had been. It stretched off there too. Zinzarina, where am I? Referring to another goddess in that book. The goddess of assassins and outcast. The whole web shook as something struggled in it. Naruto looked where it came from and ran to it. Finally getting tired of running, he jumped off and started swinging until he came to it. This part was unlike the rest of the infinite web. The webs condensed here and slowly changed to stone. He sat down on it and finally a sense of what was up and down came to him. He found a tunnel and entered it. In the corners were these black webs. He was about to continue down it but stopped and turned around. He bent down to look at where the web and the stone met. It took 10 minutes before he could say he did see it. Slowly, the stone was changing into the webs. Very slowly. In that time, it had not even covered a 32nd of an inch. What kind of place are we that stone changes to web? Oh yeah, our mind. The realization of that hit him. He looked out across the infinite web, as he named it. To move at that pace and change all that. Are you coming or not? Naruto looked at the source. It was from the cage at the end of a very short tunnel. So you are Kyuubi no Yoko. Can you think of anything else that lives in you? Venom. Shut up. Kyuubi growled. What do you want already, boy? What is it today with everyone calling us boy? I want to talk to you, that is what. You no doubt know what happened, right? Yes. Have to admit, I didn't think you had it in you to do something like that. He screamed for days. To let you know, Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat that we don't care as much about as what happened before. Yes, Carnage disturbed even me, though it would be fun to let him out again. Kyuubi grinned, showing off all his fangs. So, you happen to want to let him out to play again? No, Naruto replied coldly. We will never let him out again. Then what do you want? Your power without letting that thing out. You are lucky I like you. What you did, that was cruel, evil even, my style. So, tell you what, you do things like that again, and I will supply you with my chakra without you needing to get so angry you lose control of yourself. We did that to him because he was a monster, then do it to other monsters. I don't care who it happens to so long as you continue doing it. My vessel should be feared, and that is something to fear. He chuckled darkly. Naruto shivered at the thought of doing that over and over again. How will we pull your chakra out? We doubt we can handle all the time. Can you handle poison? No, because that is what my chakra is to you. A little will only help build an immunity to the harmful effects. A lot will kill you. And don't go thinking you can just channel a little over a long time to beat that. It will take decades. But for now, you need only worry about this. The symbiote is a connection between you and your mind. And thus me, tell it that you need my chakra, and I will give it to you. Naruto nodded. We need some right now. We are about to summon the boss raven, the boss wolf, and the boss hare. Kyuubi arched an unseen eyebrow. You have chakra enough on your own for only one more, so I guess you do need it. Done. Now get out and let me get some sleep. Naruto opened his eyes again and grabbed his pounding head. Damn it. He stood up and growled at Jiraiya. We should make you pay for that. Did it work? Yes. He said he liked what we did. Jiraiya suddenly wondered what he could have possibly done to make the Kyuubi like it. Naruto spread blood on his gloves and said, Summoning no jutsu. So the boy is... A raven almost as large as Skarmory was there now. He looked around and then on his back. Finally decided to summon me, I see. He ruffled his feather, shaking. Naruto loose a little. So you are Naruto. I am Ebony, the leader of the Ravens. We are honored to meet you, Naruto said with a grin and bow. He didn't even feel winded. Great. I can sense you are a lot like my brother. Just what I need. He hopped, throwing Naruto off. Well, get to it. Naruto nodded and pulled up his gloves. He cut both of them and pressed them to the ground. He was then in the air and the ground was shaking. Whoa! He jumped and landed on the head of Ebony. A wolf stood back up after having fallen over. Is this some kind of joke, Meal? He growled at the hare. I have better things to do with my time than make a fool of you, Mutt, the hare replied. Usagi, Ukami, stop this at once, Ebony said to them. Our new summoner wishes to greet us. A summoner? Usagi asked, turning to Ebony. He was a snow hare, his fur white. He wore a vest with the kanji for white lightning on his back. and he carried the faint scent of the potent drink with him. His claws were over a foot long, perfect for his size. He was the leanest of the three. Under his fur, you could see well-defined muscles for running. Tied over his shoulder was a tanto. It was an easy reach of his mouth should he need to grab it. For all three of us? That will be a first, Ukami stated. He was the largest, and he wasn't alone. There were three others, though only half his size. They all had a vest on as well, with the kanji fangs of the tides on the back. "My lord, can we eat the rabbit?" one asked. Even though he was half the size of Ukami, he was still bigger than Usagi. "Yes, it has been far too long since we have hunted," another said. "No," Ebony said to them. "Our summoner has not wished it." "Like we care about what that child says," the last of the three growled out. "Not him, nor you. Your whole clan betrayed the pact." "Silence, cub," Ukami snarled. "You do not know what happened, so you shall not say anything." He turned, grabbed the cub by the scruff of the neck with his jaws, and placed him between the three bosses. "You will stay there. And you," he said, looking at Naruto, "stand on him, so that we may all see you better." Naruto nodded and jumped, landing between the cub's ears. "I don't believe I am being used as such. Ukami-sama and the pack fangs of the tides, Usagi-sama, Ebony-sama, we are Uzumaki Naruto, and we are the one that summoned you all here." He bowed to each in turn. "We would like to call upon you and yours for battle." "What makes you think we will let you?" the cub asked, only to have his tail stepped on by Ukami. "I said silence, pup." Usagi looked him up and down. "You summoned all three of us, one right after another. That says something about you, child." "And before he summoned myself," Ebony told him, "he summoned Skarmory, and he survived," one of the wolves asked, almost not believing his eyes. Ukami was about to step on his tail, as well, before Ebony held up his wing to forestall him. "Yes, he not only survived, Skarmory signed the binding with him. He almost got a kill strike on him before that." The two wolves stared at him and backed away a little. The one being used as a podium began to shake. "Ha, ha, ha." Ukami's laughter shook the ground. "So this boy not only found a way to sign all of our contracts, he impressed the great Skarmory. You may, Uzumaki Naruto, summon my clan." "We thank you, Lord Ukami." "I do question your choice," Usagi stated. "Everyone knows that wolves and hares do not get along. Yet you did this anyway." "We are going to be a hunter ninja," Naruto told him. "To hunt is to need speed as well as the knowledge of where the prey is." Usagi nodded. "That was true. I'm interested. You may summon my clan for now. I reserve final judgment." Usagi and Ukami looked at Ebony. "What? He already knows he can summon the ravens." "Then I shall go," Usagi told him. He vanished in a cloud of smoke. "We shall as well," Ukami told him before the fangs of the tide's pack vanished as well. Naruto landed on his feet and looked up at Ebony. "We wish you well, Ebony-sama. Fair winds, summoner." Naruto looked over at the clapping Jiraiya. "Nicely done. Very nice. I actually wondered if you could get it to work." Naruto fell to the ground, exhausted. "What a kid," Jiraiya said as he picked him up. He summoned a toad and had him take them to the hospital. "Hey, this kid is suffering from chakra exhaustion. Let me see. Oh, it's Naruto. Why am I not surprised?" "There a problem bringing him here?" Jiraiya demanded. "No," the nurse replied. "He has just been brought here just about every day for the last 2 weeks, and he always escapes before 6. She took him and laid him on a bed. "Do me a favor and make sure he doesn't run before I get back." Jiraiya watched her go and turned back to Naruto, and found it already empty. He walked out the door. "He already did." She raced back into the room. "Damn it, tired of him doing this?" "No, I bet that today it would take him a half hour. My boss was the one that bet as soon as our backs were turned." Jiraiya hadn't laughed so hard and so long, it wasn't funny. Author's notes. Something I would like to say. I had a few people tell me that it wouldn't be a good idea to have either tiger or shark. Now, personally, I like the idea of shark, but there are not enough situations for that to happen. Maybe against Kisame, but nothing that can be used a few times. And as I tried to write a version for tiger, I realized that I am no good with fire. Even though I was born in the year of the fire tiger, I have no luck with it. And I'm serious about that. About the symbiote truth. I decided as soon as I figured out how to get a symbiote to Hinata that I would name it something that both hurts and heals. So, naturally, the first thing I thought of was alcohol. I tossed that out just as quickly. No way was I going to name a symbiote that. I actually had to put it in a search for hurt, heal, and truth was what I found. If you want a different partnership, sorry. If you wanted toads, sorry. But they're overdone. See you, Space Cowboy. Chapter 10. Usagi reappeared in the Deep Warren, the home of the hares, just before another of his summoned kin did. Kerbanik, you look like hell. What happened to you? Keapanu sighed. I was guarding my cave, just like I was ordered to, and all of a sudden, these knights in shining armor arrived. I heard them, and one of them came at me with a sword. Sir Boar was his name, and he was going to turn me into rabbit stew. Well, I tore his throat out right there, and then the rest of them came at me. It was a vicious few minutes before the ones that survived ran away, and I was about to go get something to eat when the one in gold said, "Bring forth the holy hand grenade." These monks came down with a box. The king said, How does it work? I know not, my liege. Consult the Book of Armaments. Armaments, Chapter 2, verses 9 through 21. And Saint Attila raised the hand grenade up on high, saying, O Lord, bless this thy hand grenade, that with it thou mayst blow thine enemies to tiny bits. And I knew right there this was going to end bad. In thy mercy. And the Lord did grin. And the people did feast upon the lambs and sloths, and carp and anchovies, and orangutans and breakfast cereals, and fruit bats and large chew. And the second one stopped him, thankfully. Skip a bit, brother. And the Lord spake, saying, First shalt thou take out the holy pin. Then shalt thou count to 3, no more, no less. 3 shall be the number thou shalt count, and the number of the counting shall be 3. For shalt thou not count, neither count thou 2, excepting that thou then proceed to 3. 5 is right out. Once the number 3, being the third number, be reached, then lobbest thou thy holy hand grenade of Antioch towards thy foe, who, being naughty in my sight, shall snuff it. Amen. And the king said, Right? 1, 2, 5. 3, sir. 3. He threw the damn thing and blew me up. I was just blown up by idiots. I thought I had an interesting day, Usagi muttered. Naruto stumbled to his home again. Stifling a yawn, he opened the door to his home. Haku-chan? Kin? No answer. Must be out training or something. Naruto walked in and grinned when he saw his bed. It looked beautiful, and it was empty. Changing Venom into pajama bottoms, he fell on the mattress and slipped under the covers. He quickly fell asleep. Kin, take the first shower, Haku told her as she walked in their home. Okay. Naruto isn't passed out on the couch yet. What a shock. She laughed as well as Haku. Naruto-kun really doesn't know the meaning of relax at times. Haku had become friends with the girl, even if she was a prisoner. Serum learned from Venom's mistake with Dosu. No matter what it was, all feelings of threat from the girl was dealt with in the most powerful manner. Usually, it was her just considering escape, and Haku had to destroy the bell or other such items she held. Eventually, though, she gave up. Haku grew more suspicious by this and watched her even more. But she did befriend her. Haku even let her train. As long as it wasn't sounds, she didn't care. She could even watch over her while resting thanks to Serum. He never slept, it seems. She sat down on the couch and waited. She was worn out, trying to find a way to overcome the sound weakness. And once she found it out, she could pass the ability to Venom and Truth. Naruto may prefer to earn his strength, but, in her opinion, too many people were learning about it. And she knew that no secret was truly a secret here. Haku-san, I am done in the shower. Thanks, Haku said as she stood and went in the bathroom. She shrunk Serum down to a ring on her left hand and turned on the water. I'm going to bed, Kin told her tiredly. Haku couldn't help and chuckle a little. Kin just didn't have the endurance to keep up with her and Serum. She probably wouldn't even have noticed if someone was lying in the bed right now. Haku lifted her head up into the streams of water. She was still asking questions about Sasuke, and Haku didn't know why. Completing her mission now would be pointless. Moreover, she did not see why the mission was given in the first place. Kin had been told by Orochimaru before they left for the exam to kill Sasuke during it, but she never asked why. Because people that questioned him were often killed, Kin had stated, "Why? What are we forgetting?" She knew the name Zabuza had told her of him after she got serum, because he was worried about it being like Orochimaru's seal, that it would enslave her mind to Naruto. If only she could see the connection. Serum, can you think of something? He could actually. Zabuza had mentioned it also gave them power. If he had been there, then he might have been able to give him the seal. And the three of them would be perfect to test him out afterwards. But more data was needed. He wants Sasuke, but why? Of course, his Sharingan. The same thing everyone wants. He wants the Sharingan, and the seal is the perfect way to make sure if he can't get it, no one else will have it. She was grateful that Serum took after her. She had used for the intelligent mind with a different point of view, and he had total recall as well. She rinsed the shampoo out of her hair and dried off. She had taken special care that Serum was clean as well. With most of her body covered, the dirt and grime collected on him instead of her. Changing into a nightgown, she walked into the bedroom and knew something was off. Someone else was in here. Their presence was so still, she could not tell who it was in the darkness. She reached for the light switch and turned it on, and let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, she began to wonder why she hadn't felt them enter. It was because Naruto had already been there, and she was right and hadn't noticed. "We guess we can't get mad at them," she stated. She climbed into bed and laid down with her head on his chest. "Good night, Naruto-kun." She leaned up and kissed him. Even in his sleep, he knew to kiss her back. Naruto woke up feeling better than he had in days. He tried to sit up and found a weight on his chest. He looked down and saw it was Hatutian. "Good morning," Kin said from the door. "Comfortable. We are. Why is Haku-chan sleeping on us? I woke up and you were there. I am thinking you got here when we weren't and fell asleep on the bed. After I took a shower, I just got in bed and didn't notice you. That seems most likely." Naruto leaned back. He had nowhere to be today, no training to do. He wasn't going to wake Haku-chan for nothing, so he was going to relax. "How are you taking Konoha?" "Not as weak as I thought it was," she replied. In her hand was a glass of milk. She flicked the glass and listened to it ring. "I still can't believe you are weak against something like that. Have you told anyone?" "No, we thank you for that." Naruto closed his eyes. "You're actually okay, Kin. Why did you work for a bastard that wants to kill so many?" "He helped me." Naruto sighed. "The same reason as Haku-chan." "What now?" "Konoha has prepared for war. We don't doubt we will win so long as Gaara is taken out as a factor." "What will you do then?" "I don't know. I know I won't ever return home." She didn't sound all that upset about it. "Not much of a home?" "No, it wasn't." "Well, once the old man decides you are free to do as you please, you can stay here if you want." She narrowed her eyes. "Are you hitting on me?" "No. We have Haku-chan and Hinata-chan. That is all we can handle." "We are saying you are Haku-chan's friend, and she hasn't many." Haku began to stir, and Naruto stopped talking. Once she stopped, he looked back to Kin. "Anyway, you are pretty and all, but not our type." "Why?" "Because I say I instead of we." "Ouch! If you two keep talking, you're going to wake the dead," Haku groaned. "Soru, Hakutian. And good morning." He laughed on the inside when he heard her say, "Blasted son. We swear we should destroy you." "Don't want to wake up?" Naruto asked instead. "We found the most comfortable pillow last night." "Hakusen, we need to go," Kin reminded her. "Fine, fine." Haku threw the blanket off her, giving Naruto a rather nice view. "Blue," he asked her. "What are you?" Haku looked down and saw her nightgown had rode up to her waist. Her hand instinctively went for his face. And he ducked, which she was planning. And he ducked again. He jumped, landed with his feet against the ceiling, and leaned back to avoid the next one. "Haku-chan, we were just commenting because we like blue," Naruto said before diving into the bathroom and shutting the door. Naruto met Hinata outside of a crook of ramen. "Hello, Hinata-chan." He pulled her mask down a moment and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "How are you today?" "We are fine, Naruto-kun," she told him with a smile on her face. "Niji-Nizan is coming home today. Will you meet him with us?" "Won't he think we are there to finish him?" Hinata shook her head. "No. You told him you won't because we asked you not to. And we still don't want him hurt. We would think we were there to finish him. So, where do we meet him?" Niji Neeson is with his team right now. We were just about to go meet him. Okay, we'll race you there. Hinata smiled all the wider under her mask. You're on. We're gonna win. Naruto called to Hinata behind him. No, you're not. She shot a web at him and caught his leg. Each other were the only thing they had found so far that defied their spider sense. Hinata pulled, tripping Naruto less than a foot from the finish line. He came sliding back while Hinata ran for it. But Naruto grabbed her leg. Niji tensed. Come to finish me off, Naruto, he asked, already in a defensive stance. Told you, he said to her before she hit him on the head. Niji looked at the two in wonder. It took everything he had to hit him, and this girl just did it like it was nothing. Guy-sensei, who was that girl? His girlfriend, Haku. She was obviously too pretty for him. No, she dresses in white, Lee told him. Naruto, have you come to give me more advice on how to get Sakura-chan to like me? No, Hinata-chan asked us to come. Why would she ask you to come, but not come herself? Niji asked as he walked to them. Yamhayi Ganedzi. Tell me, miss, would you like to have lunch with me? Naruto sputtered before he broke out in laughter. And what is so funny? If you can't tell, I am asking your girlfriend out on a date. Ha! Niji. Ha! That is Hinata-chan. Niji turned green before he turned back to her and saw that she had pulled down her mask. Hello, Niji Neeson. Well, I did plan on having lunch with Naruto-kun, but if you would rather me have it with you. She started to giggle as well. Tintin looked disgusted. How could you not tell? Without even looking, she tossed a kunai in the air, caught it by the blade, and threw it into the crotch of the practice dummy. I don't believe I was just hitting on Hinata. Believe it, Naruto said, having fallen to his knees, holding his sides, still laughing. Lee looked away and around. It would not do to be laughing at his rival. Guy did the same thing. Hinata-sama, Niji said, closing his eyes and looking away. What did you come here for? We came to meet you and walk you home, Niji Neeson. We asked Naruto-kun to come to show he was no longer mad at you. She gave him a smile before replacing her mask. We were also hoping to ask something of you, Neeson. What? Help us improve in Jukin. This was it. Hinata had been giving off the wrong feeling ever since she got there. Her speak, the way she held herself, being able to hit Naruto. She had discarded her coat and were now wearing bold clothing. This couldn't have been her. Byakugan? He focused on her and found it was no Jinjutsu. Her form was a little cloud-like. Naruto's was, but beyond that, nothing was different. What happened to you, Hinata? Sometimes, almost dying has the most profound effects. We want to be strong like a person we admire. So, he has been helping us become so. She held out her hand to him. With hesitation, Niji put his hand in hers, and he could see her smile widen all the more. OMPH. Niji was now face down in the grass, his arm twisted behind his back. He didn't even remember how he got to it. He was standing then lying on the ground. Hinata let him go after a second. And we think we have been getting stronger, she said as she helped him back up. Naruto looked at his girlfriend proudly. He had wondered how she would react. Still need us with you, Hinata-chan? Or would you like to be alone for you two to make up and conspire against your father? Naruto-kun, we are not conspiring against father. We are just planning on doing things differently when we are the clan leader. The elders then, Naruto corrected with a laugh. Oh, Hinata-chan, we have something for you and Haku-chan later. We will meet you at the playgrounds. She smiled at their odd looks and at her choice of words referring to the forest of death. Say tonight at 6? We will be there. Naruto watched them leave, Niji rubbing his shoulder, trying to restore feeling to the limb. Now, Lee, we can help you get Sakura. All right, now, what helps most in a big impression? Youthful. Finish that word, and we will not help, Naruto warned him. Lee, not that we hate how you speak, but we are talking about a big impression with a normal person like Sakura. Try again. What helps to make a good impression? Sensei. I always did fine with the burning flames of youth, Guy shouted. Which, of course, explains why you were single, Naruto told him. Guy was over by a tree, crouching with his knees to his chest and his head hung down. Lee, look around you at how Hinata, Niji, Tintin, and myself are dressed. He did look at those still here and remembered how the two that left looked. You mean I should not wear green? He looked depressed about that. So Naruto knew it would be bad when he told him what it was he shouldn't wear. No, Lee, you can wear green. What else is there? Lee hesitated and started dancing around the bush in hopes he was wrong. My leg warmers. Lee, be serious, Tintin told him. Naruto-kun is trying to help you. Lee hung his head. My youthful spandex. Right, Naruto replied. Lee, normal people do not wear spandex. Because unless it is designed to be otherwise, it reveals things better left unknown. We hope you are fortunate that yours was. Naruto, that is most unyouthful. It is also the truth, Naruto replied. Lee, do you honestly think you will be unyouthful in clothing unlike your sensei? Naruto dropped his head in his hands. That is where you say no. Guy sensei, what is the proudest moment for any teacher? Guy was back on his feet, his fist in the air. When the student has surpassed the sensei. Lee, for that to happen, the student can't do everything just like his sensei. But he can still be like him. That is what you want, right? It is, Lee said a little quiet. Now, I know Sakura likes shopping. Maybe if you ask her a little quietly, not a whisper, but definitely not shouting, you can probably get her to take you shopping for some nice clothes. Now repeat after us. Sakura-chan. Sakura-chan. We would like to ask you a favor. We would like to ask you a favor. Naruto slapped his forehead. Lee, you don't say we, you say I and me. Lee, you don't. Oh, right. Ahem. I would like to ask you a favor. We were hoping you could help us. I was hoping you could help me. Pick out some nice clothes to wear. Pick out some nice clothes to wear. Naruto nodded. You can stop now, Lee. Hi. Will that really work? Believe us. Men has some of the worst sense of fashion there is. Practical over the fashionable. But your clothes look good. Special case in ours. Now, some of the best dressed guys ask a girl they know to help them dress nice. And remember to use nice over youthful from time to time. This is going to be harder than I thought, Lee stated. Nothing worth it is ever easy, Lee, Guy told him. Do as he suggests. Though it breaks my heart, you can at least still wear your cloths during missions. Guy sensei. Lee. Both were drop-kicked. We hate it that that thing avoids our spider sense, because it is non-dangerous. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself. And no using the Jinjutsu either. Naruto nodded at that he had done his good deed of the day, stopping that hug, and was about to leave. Hey, Naruto can wait, Tintin said to him. Yes. Can you show me that thing you do with the weapons? Naruto smiled. It would figure that the top Kenjutsu Genin of Konoha would want to know about it. Sure, Tintin. What type of weapon would you like to see? That sword again. The one you almost killed Neji with. Naruto nodded and formed it in his hands. Here it is. You can hold it if you want, just not for long. Tintin smiled and grabbed it by the handle. And the blade fell when Naruto let go of it. My God, this is heavy. Naruto grabbed the eye at the end and lifted. This is based on an actual weapon. It is just as powerful as the original. We call these our shadow weapons because that is what they are, a shadow of the original. They will not last when taken away from us. Something that has worked in our advantage. Can you show me how to use this? She asked eagerly. Is this a skill anyone can learn, or only people related to you? We don't know about that, but we know only a very few people can. Tenin almost looked like she would fall to tears over that. Just myself and Haku-chan. But we can teach you to use the Zabuza some. Do you have one? No, they are too powerful for a mistress of blades not to have one. We'll go find a store with one today and start your training in it later. We would start today, but we still need to train for the third exam. He stood up and held out his hand for her to lift herself up with. She took it and marveled at his strong but soft grip. No, stop thinking like that, Tintin told herself. He is taken. Talk in. Plus, you like Neji. Just admit it. You think he is super cool and hot. You shut up. Something wrong, Tintin, Naruto asked as he placed his sword on his back. No, just thinking about how I could wield one of these large swords when I can't lift this shadow. It isn't easy. But with training, maybe you and us could form the 7 Swordsmen of Leaf. Now that will be the day, Tintin told him. Just as soon as I get the Kiri and you get the Samahata. And I know that sword will never accept anyone. Actually, we would prefer the Kiri. After all, this is the Kage Kiri. Tintin froze and spun. You mean to say you have seen the actual Kiri? The executioner? Seen it? We have held it. A black blade as tall as a man with a handle a little longer than 2 feet long. The person that wields it is the new Mizukage, Mamachi Zabuza. And you know him? You have met him. You took his sword from him? Yes, we know him. Yes, we took his sword from him in a fight. Kakashi-sensei did most of it though. It was very cool, seeing him stand on water and use mist to cover up his movements. You use what you call the Kagekiri, as well as the Enmu no Jutsu to hide your moves. Are you a fan of him? No, not originally. We learned the Enmu no Jutsu when this traitor stole a scroll from the Hokage along with the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He had somehow slipped away from us, but we had the scroll, so we skimmed through it for some techniques to counter him with should he have done the same. We chose a jutsu that hit us as well as the Kage Bunshin. How did it end? Bad. But we learned them, we survived, and the scroll was returned. We actually first used a katana, but we liked the Kiri better. Only one thing has ever stopped it. Naruto started walking in the direction of the stores. Tenen had to wonder something. Who did it end bad for? Because he didn't seem the type to lose to anyone. Mizuki-sensei, stop and return with us. Naruto had ordered the Chunin after he had finally came for the scroll Naruto had recovered. In his hands were two katanas. Behind him, webbed to the tree, was the scroll. You got the drop on me, Naruto. Don't think you're going to keep me from that scroll. I deserve it for all the time I was forced to guard the demon of Konoha. Demon? We know it is hard to deal with students, but that is no reason to call us demons. Not them, you. Oh, you mean the QB. We know. Now please surrender, sensei. You still think of me as that. Here, let me make it as clear as it will ever be. He pulled his headband off and cut a slash through the leaf. Is it clear now? Naruto was shocked. He knew Mizuki didn't like him for the QB. Few people did, but to hate him so much to go that far. Why, Mizuki-sensei? You have a fiancé. You introduced us. It doesn't matter. She doesn't matter. All that matters is getting that scroll. Naruto dropped his head. Oh, and just to let you know, all those hard tests you got before you woke up, those were my doing. I was trying to make you fail from the start, but Naruto wasn't listening to him. You would do that to Tsubaki? She loves you. Can you honestly do that? GR. If she was here, I would kill her just to prove my point. Actually, I think once I deal with you, I will go and kill her anyway. Naruto shot his head up, disbelief written on his face and a few tears sliding down from his eyes. He planted both blades down in the ground before he reached up for his mask. He pulled that down for the first time ever. It covered his face so that he wouldn't have to face this next part. We pray that Tsubaki can forgive us then. Enmu no Jutsu. Naruto formed the hand sign the scroll had described and pushed Chakra out through his whole body. The scroll said that it could have been black or white depending on the mentality of the caster. It was dark. Mizuki looked all around him, trying to find Naruto. But he saw nothing. But he did hear him. Naruto was jumping from tree to tree like he did when playing. Now Mizuki wished he had paid more attention to that. Très-toi. Blood and the sound of something hitting the ground came next. But Mizuki never heard it. Naruto and Tenten came to a store and found what he was looking for. Tenten, this one. On the wall was a Zanbatsu. It was as long as the Kiri, but nowhere near as wide. It was only 6 inches. It held the same thickness while the handle was 1 foot long. It had a single blade that curved at the end. Just above the handle was a design of orange flowing lines. It reminded them of a katana. Hey, old man, Naruto said to the store owner. Mind if we look at that blade? He was about to say no until he saw the one Naruto had on his back. Looking for another Zanbatsu. Yeah, something like that. He stood up, giving Naruto a better look at him. His left eye had 2 scars over it, and his left arm was inside his red long coat. All right, you can get it down without killing someone. You can look at it. Tenten looked up at it. The Zanbatsu was at the top of the wall, with several weapons between it and them. There is no. Naruto jumped up onto the ceiling and picked up the blade. Nice, very nice. Lighter than the Kiri, but still heavy enough to cut through anything. Remember the fallen, Naruto read from the blade. This blade had been used, and one look at the store owner said he had been the one to use it. You know, it took us a long time to find a store that sold one of these. And this is the only one here. They are more popular in Kiri, the man said up to him. Yes, the Mizukage even uses one, Naruto stated. This from there? No. Well, Naruto dropped down. Here you go, Tintin. What do you think? She picked it up by the offered handle. It's still heavy, but at least I can lift this one up. You thinking of getting that, girl? The owner asked. The seven swordsman. She was beginning to strain to lift it. Use these. Naruto-kun has met one and has begun moving his style similar to the one he met. Take it back. Phew. And he is in the next exam. You met one, he asked. Which? Mamachi Zabuza, Naruto told him. So that is the Kiri. Kage Kiri, Naruto corrected. I am closing the shop, he said to the few customers he had. He took back his sword, reached up, and put it on the hooks. Naruto looked at him, wondering what he said, though he had a suspicion. Oh well. Hey, Tintin, we had heard that Zabuza was coming here to watch the final exam. You know any truth to that? The man stopped mid-step. He is dead, he said to him. Zabuza would never be parted from his sword. Not alive, at least. We told you. This is the Kage Kiri. We made shadow blades. Naruto formed a shadow of the sword he just held. We like the Kiri, so we made one for ourselves. He let go of the lighter weapon and let it dissipate. Zabuza is now the Mizukage. He looked back at Naruto. He did it? Naruto smiled. Maybe we should have a chat after the others leaves. Swordsman Sama. He nodded. Talk, the older man ordered him. First, are we right? Are you one of the missing 7 swordsmen of Mist? Tintin gaped at Naruto, then the man in red. Is that true? It is, but I am retired. Red clothes, the scar. You were lone wolf, Orin. That must have been the Ashura, the counterblade. She was about to run back for it. Tintin manners, Naruto said to her. We met Zabuza-sama a few months ago, right before he killed that fake Kage. Orin nodded. Good to know. That man did some things I could never approve of. So, you trying his style as well as his sword? We are trying. Pulled out every bit of information on him from our sensei, Kakashi, that we could, their past fights, and the one they just had. Have you gotten the voice down? Orin asked. Personally, that was his favorite part of Zabuza's attack. He no longer knew how many had surrendered just by hearing that voice, but never seeing where it came from. Not quite, but we are working on it. Maybe you could teach us to better use this, Naruto asked. Yeah, I think I would like that. You too, miss, if you're interested. Of course I am. Naruto stood in the arena next to Lee and Gaara. He was looking up at all the ninja and politicians that were there to watch. Hate stood just in front of them. Up in the stands, he saw Orin as well as Tintin, Hinata-chan, Niji, and others he knew. Kin and Haku were not there for the former's protection. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarutobi called out. Both I and the Mizukage wish you welcome to Konoha. Naruto smiled up at the disgruntled swordsman. He must have realized too late that there was more to being a Kage than fighting. He'll mention Kage Bunshin to him later. It is unfortunate that the Kazekage will not be joining us today. But we shall continue. What is he doing here? Sasuke asked. Must be dying for something to do, Naruto said to him. Besides, what better way to judge new blood of a village? Too true, Hate muttered. The first match, Uchiha Sasuke and Rock Lee will begin in 5 minutes, the Hokage said before sitting down. I wonder how many of them are enemies? Zabuza glanced at him, then looked back around. Probably around 20 at least. And I don't doubt the Kazekage chickened out when he received word I would be here as well. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the same match as you, Sarutobi stated. Are you now? And which would that be? Naruto. He has shown he can control ice recently. So I am interested in what else he can do besides what he has shown. He looked at the Mizukage who had started coughing. You mean to tell me the Uzumaki clan is related to the Yakaina clan? Yakaina? Zabuza. What are you talking about? Nothing. Just an old dead clan from Mist. One that I thought was alone. I don't know if they are. The only Uzumaki ever to live in this village for a long period of time is Naruto. His mother was here for less than a year before she left us. Kami rest her soul. And no one else knows anything, Zabuza figured. No one. So Naruto is stumbling around in the dark. His Kekii Genkai is very peculiar. At first it was just enhanced reflexes. Then he could produce these swords. Then, before the mission he met you, it was revealed he had 2 equal elements. I knew they would form a different element. I just didn't know which. So, Hakukin? Of course this was part of the act right here. Maybe I should have found a way to get Naruto to Kiri. Nah, I never would have let him go. By the way, those two were the last of their clan, it appears. He grinned, letting it sink in. They wouldn't, Zabuza stated. I caught them considering it just 3 weeks ago. First, they will have to make Uzumaki an official clan first, which means a seat on the council. Not many will be happy about that. Tell me you were able to squash it. For the moment, Sarutobi said to him. But Naruto has been quickly showing his value. He beat a Hyuga to get here, one that is famed as the most powerful user of the Byakugan in generations. It is. I honestly kind of hope he pulls another stunt like that today. For more than one reason. There are a lot of people who owe Naruto an apology, and it won't take much more for them to give it. Zabuza nodded. So the kid didn't steal her ability. He had it from the start. It is time, Hokage-san. So it is. He stood back up. Let the third exam begin. The Kazekage heard the sound of the exam starting and grinned. Baki, are the men ready? Baki frowned but nodded. He should have been with his students and had said so. All is set. We wait only for the signal. Good. We will finally pay the leaf back for everything. Baki turned and walked back. Kankuro was still there with his sister and brother. Where he should be. He sighed. Just like a leader, so quick to place the blame on any person's shoulders but his own. All the men and women that Gaara has killed, he drove Gaara to it. The daimyo's lost of faith with the hidden sand. He was the one that gave him the slight of how the ninja village didn't need the government. He could only pray that Gaara met up with his father. Orochimaru waited. He had missed his chance in the forest of death because of the blonde that was moving up the stairs. But he shouldn't have put his faith in those three either. He never would have thought they would find Uchiha before he had a chance to mark him. How he wanted to curse both of them. The boy could be useful with his ability to create weapons and use ice. And with the Kyuubi inside him, he could one day be even as powerful as he was. But the Kyuubi would burn out the seal. Hate raised his hand. Uchiha Sasuke. Hi, Rock Lee. Hi. First match of the third exam ready. Go. He brought his hand down, signaling the start of the match. Author's notes. I was just thinking about the opening of G Gundam with Doman. So I had to put the opening to it in as the opening of the Chunin exams. And yes, I did have the Rabbit Guardian of the Cave of Kerbanik from Monty Python, a summon hair. There for a laugh. Nothing more. Orin is in fact Orin of Final Fantasy X. The Ashura is one of his swords, one that gives him counter-attack, magic counter, and evade and counter. Progress report on Operation Tame Azure Beast. The eyebrows are the next to go. See ya, Space Cowboy. Chapter 11. Sasuke activated his Sharingan as soon as Hate said go. As Lee ran forward, Sasuke met him. Lee punched, Sasuke ducked. He kicked, Lee jumped backwards and was back the next instant. You are better than the last time we fought, Lee stated. I've been training to get my speed higher, Sasuke told him. Sasuke jumped back and took out 2 shuriken that were tied to ninja wire. He ran forward again, spinning the shuriken around him in a very fast speed. Lee, realizing that even jumping over the blades was useless considering the wire, decided to go for Sasuke himself. He bent down and jumped in the air. Konoha Senpu, Fire Blossom. Sasuke had seen him and had spun the kunai around him. Sasuke then put the wires in his mouth and did a few hand signs, ending on Tora. Fire charged up the wires at Lee, hitting him. Lee dropped down, barely scratched, but his bowl-cut haircut was ruined a little. The right side was now off. How much hair gel do you have in that? I see that I am not going to beat you at this level, Lee stated. He looked up to the seats and looked at Sakura, whom was having trouble deciding who to cheer for. And Sakura-chan should not have to worry like this. So let us end it. Lee jumped up on a tree and looked for the approval of his sensei. He got it and was about to take off his weights. Damn it, I have to use that jutsu, Sasuke swore rather loudly. Lee, against you, this is the ultimate jutsu. He formed a hand sign. Lee, don't let him use it, Guy shouted. The boy jumped down from the tree, dropping his weights as he did. Too late. Behold the power of the only D-rank Kinjutsu. Ninja, Centerfold. Hot Spring Sakura. Sasuke was covered in smoke and Lee landed, about to punch him. The smoke cleared when Sakura, her hair wet and wearing nothing but a towel, suddenly hugged him. She whispered something in his ears, making his face turn red while he nodded. Suddenly, that fist reared back, and instead of hitting his enemy, Lee knocked himself out. Sakura changed back into Sasuke. Too easy. He looked up at the scowling Naruto and grinned. Yeah, I remembered you using that against Iruka-sensei. Hate gaped at the sight he just saw, unable to believe someone would knock themselves out in the final exam. Cough. Winner. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke walked up to the stands to see Sakura running at him. What did you say? Sasuke grinned at her. That if he did that, you would go on a date with him. The unexpected happened. Sakura's fist met his face. You jerk! You arrogant asshole! How dare you do that to him? It would have been better if you had me naked and make him pass out from blood loss. But I thought. No, you didn't think. That might have ruined his career. Of course, you don't care. All you care about is getting stronger so you can kill that person. Sasuke grew quiet. That isn't all I care about. Then what is? My friends. Sakura scowled at him all the more. Which you obviously didn't care enough about. Lee wanted to fight you fairly at you best. And you did this to him. She stomped away from him, letting him know how much she hated him right now. There was being a ninja and winning any way possible. And then there was this. Sasuke completely ruined his chances at being a Chunin. And it wasn't over for Sasuke. Even Naruto was mad at him. Nice job, Sasuke. He shoeshined down to the arena along with Gaara. We are in a bad mood, so we will end this quick. How do you plan to do that? You saw how the girl fared. We imagine it must be heavy wearing all that. Second match of the Chunin exam ready. Go. Hate called out. Immuno Jutsu. Dessert coffin. Darkness covered the arena just as the sand came crashing down on Naruto. It missed. Zabuza grinned. He knew what came next. He is going to state the 8 points. You already know this, Gaara. But there are 8 points on your body we can strike that can kill you right now. The sound of dripping water came from somewhere in the darkness. But we have a better idea right now. Rain, Gaara asked as he felt water start to fall down. Close. It is coming from us, and it is going to flood the arena. Naruto had originally planned on Venom holding the water to use in his ice jutsus. But he felt those would not be of use here against Gaara. The darkness was pushed up as the water filled the bottom of the stadium. Gaara used his sand to float up into the air, and he got caught. The darkness fell away to reveal a spiderweb covered the upper half of the arena. Naruto was hanging from it in the center, the slanted eyes of his mask facing him. We were expecting more to drive you up into these. He stopped dropping the water, which was well over 6 feet deep now, and vanished. Gaara knew this was the moment he would try to kill him, so he formed a sphere around him that was skin-tight. In the air, an eye of sand formed while grains of sand filled the air. They spread out from the central sphere. Naruto danced along the webs still hidden. But the moment that floating sand hit him, Gaara would know where he was. He found himself pressed against the wall and looked for an escape. He saw too. Gaara watched the sand fill the arena, but Naruto was nowhere in sight. The eye cast about looking for him. The pupil shifted until it saw a web hanging from it. It then shifted to see above it. Something was obscuring the view a little, making the air waver. Found you, Uzumaki Naruto. Sam began to focus around him. Naruto dropped his cloak and jumped. His webs caught the sphere that held Gaara. As more wrapped around it, Naruto jumped up on a web, not supporting him, in the sand. He cut the others and was the only thing suspending Gaara in the air. Enjoy your bath. The web covered it, securing the sand in place before dropping the sphere. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the sand tried to expand out. The web stretched and contorted but held strong. Hey, watched from the water's surface. Cough. So this is why you made the heavy comment. Shit. Naruto jumped from his position before a claw of sand tore through the webs, aiming for where Naruto. It fell back and began to fall apart. Call it, he told Hade. When he hesitated, Naruto said it again. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto dived into the water, absorbing it back into Venom. He pulled the remains of the webbing off and dug through the sand. He found Gaara and pulled him up to the surface. Breath, damn it. We don't want to give you mouth to mouth. He reached up, grabbed the web, and pulled himself up onto it. Letting Gaara hang by his feet, Naruto slapped him on his back. Gaara began to cough the water from his lungs. Phew, that is a relief. Gaara snapped his eyes open and his sand began to surround him. Naruto dived to the right, vanished, and Gaara felt something touch his neck before he reappeared. The Kagekiri was against Drew, a thin line of red. His sand moved to catch up with him, but there was nothing it could do at this point. You already lost, Gaara. Relax and watch the show. I lost. Yes, but it happens. At least you didn't lose your life for it. He put the Kagekiri back on his back and pulled him from the sand. Riding him, he set Gaara back on the ground. Gaara couldn't believe it still. How? How could I lose? I can't lose. I am a weapon. Whoa, hold on. A weapon? Naruto asked him. We knew a weapon once. Maybe you would like to meet her. Gaara focused his eyes back on Naruto and began to growl. No one beats me. Gaara, calm down. Temari yelled. Please stay calm. Listen to your teammate, Gaara. Naruto warned him. We won't hold back if we have to fight again. It took some effort, but Gaara got back in control. I lost something I will accept. Pray, Uzumaki, that we don't meet on a battlefield. Gaara reformed his gourd as he walked back up the stands. The signal hasn't been given. I must wait until then. And once it is, your blood, Uzumaki Naruto, belongs to Mother. Naruto watched him go, strung a web up to the stands, and swung up to Bai Haku. He lifted his mask and gave her a kiss. Inspiring, no? Zabuza laughed as he stood up and began to clap. The kid is good, that he is, but so is Gaara. If Naruto was anyone else, he would have one. I am disturbed, though, that the Kazekage would turn his own son into a weapon. I am guilty of something like that as well. But that is in the past, as they say. Recommend that both become Chunin. Sarutobi closed his eyes for a moment. Gaara has my support. Naruto held back, though, so I want to know how strong he is first. Agreed. He shows great promise as an assassin. I wouldn't be surprised if he does make it to be a Hunter Nin. I heard a rumor that he killed over 200 bandits back in Wave. Any truth to that? Sarutobi faked a shock well. Mizukage-sama, that is absurd. A genin of that kind of strength participating in a Chunin exam? Plus, I read the statement of that mission myself. There was less than 24 there by the time his team arrived on the scene. Zabuza chuckled. Of course, Hokage-sama. And I was the Mizukage at that time as well. The looks they shared said the same thing. Bullshit. Cough. The fourth match of the Chunin exams is about to begin. Ninja ready? Go. Naruto looked up from Haku when he heard that. He had been flirting with her and promising Hinata to make it up to her later, as it was still a general secret that they were together. We missed it. Shikamaru won, Haku told him before giving him another kiss. But he said he will forfeit the next math. Said it was too troublesome. How did he do? Strategy is his strong suit. We believe he will likely make Chunin. Naruto nodded. And Kiba? No. Too hot-headed. Fell for all his traps. Naruto nodded. He had expected much the same. Even with Akamaru there with him, thinking was not his strength. Kiba was like a weapons master. In a fight, he found it better not to think, rather to react, to always be moving. With no plan, it was impossible to see what he was going to do next. Shikamaru had no doubt hated that. So he had to make him do as he wanted. How long did it take before Shikamaru started to get Kiba to do what he wanted? Over 5 minutes of dodging and attacking, Haku told him. Maybe he will. We'll have to wait and see. Temari down below unfurled her fan and blasted Shino's bugs back. He jumped out of the way of the wind, took several kunai from his sleeves, and threw them. Temari couldn't swing her fan back fast enough to knock them aside. So she let the kunai hit the hardwood of her fan. Her eyes widened as the kunai fell apart into the insects. Kawarimi no jutsu. She was replaced with a log from one of the broken trees. Okay, getting close to anything from him is bad. Meaning I need to stay far enough that I can destroy anything She looked back at the wall behind her. She didn't like the small size here. She would have given anything for it to be held out in Suna. Then they would have been fighting out on the open sands. She looked back at Shino. He was just standing there, not even looking for her. An obvious trap. She looked down at the grass and watched. There. It was small, but the grass had shifted. He was searching for her with his bugs moving out in a spiral from him. She had about 10 seconds until they reached her. She needed to end this now. Plus, he was one of the Aburame. A loss of one of their numbers would help in the upcoming battle. She bit her thumb and spread the blood across her fan. Summoning no jutsu, she threw her fan out, sending out a much greater blast of wind. A one-eyed weasel wielding a kama appeared, flying through the wind, spinning his blade. Shino looked over at her, just in time to be cut in half. The winds hit the walls, gouging deep gashes in them. After a moment of hate, just impassively looking on, Temari lost her patience. Call the match Aura. The Shino on the ground turned to bugs as well. A kunai was placed against her throat as bugs covered her body, sucking her chakra dry. Surrender or die, Shino told her simply. You knew where I was, didn't you? Check your fan, he told her. There, on the wood, was a single red bug, while the others were all black. A female. They admit a very strong chem to attract males. I always knew where you were. Now surrender before you die of chakra exhaustion. She growled after a moment, but she couldn't think of a way out of this. Across the way, Kamatari waited for her orders, his kama hefted. On his shoulder, unsure what to do. He would cut her apart if he attacked right then. Kamatari, use your wind. Shino tensed as he heard that. The weasel nodded before he threw his kama. It sailed through the air, gathering wind about it. He waited for her to reveal it was a bluff. But it got closer. Then he saw it. Throwing it like he did, the blade would travel around her, cutting him in half, for real this time. Shino dropped just in time, as the kama rounded around Temari while the wind with it pulled the bugs off her and hit them against the wall. Temari squished the female while she grabbed the scythe and jumped into the air. Another blast of wind carried her over to her friend. She scratched his ear while she gave it back to him. Impeccable aim, as always. One of these days, you're going to get hurt by stunts like that, Kamatari told her. Killing? Yes. She was breathing deeply. Those bugs had taken a good portion of her energy before she could get them off. Kamatari held up his weapon, ready to rend him apart with it. Shino took a quick look at the situation. His insects were easily driven away by the winds these two produced. Beyond them, he didn't have much in the form of strength, and he couldn't get close to want to beat them because the other would use their wind to force him off. The same thing with his insects, so he could either fight them both at the same time or surrender. What he really needed was a bigger bug. Shino pulled a real kunai out and cut his thumb with it. With the kunai still in hand, he formed several hand signs and threw it. Temari knocked it up into the wall behind and above her. The blade sunk into it, dispersing the chakra and blood it held. If Shino was someone else, he would have smiled. Temari felt a blast of hot air hit her from above. A moment later, another hit her. Something big was breathing on her. Slowly, the two sand ninja looked up, and what they saw was a giant kabuto beetle. But unlike the normal ones, this had razor-sharp spikes all over it, big and sharp enough to tear her apart. Its eyes were focused on her and Kamatari. Think we can handle that? Honestly, no. The bug lunged at them, creating a crater in the ground. They jumped to the side, and Kamatari swung at it with his kama. The beetle caught at his horn, twisted the hook at the end around it, and tossed it aside. It then hit Kamatari with the horn, pinning him against T and the wall. One of his claws raised into the air and was brought down. Kamatari tensed, but hear a clack. Temari had hit it with her fan like it was a club, knocking it on its back. Get him! Once he is defeated, the bug is gone as well. Kamatari nodded, kill the general, beat the army. He jumped into the air and dived into the ground. Temari backed against the wall again, so she didn't have to worry about things attacking her from behind, while she watched the beetle and Shino. Both were watching her as well for Kamatari. Kamatari jumped into the air behind the beetle, swinging a much smaller kama, and slashed the beetle's back. It spun around, finding Kamatari had already started burrowing again and was gone. Temari hit it with as strong a blast of wind she could. Her chakra formed blades of wind inside it, making it cut the beetle up really bad. It wasn't enough to finish it, but it was enough to slow it. On the back swing, she got the normal bug Shino sent after her. If you surrender, Kamatari might spare you, she told him. Velv, finish her, Shino said to the beetle. The beetle faced her and charged. Kamatari jumped into the air behind Shino and swung the blade again. He had jumped forward, so it didn't kill him. But it did slash him, from his right shoulder to his right hip. Temari. He threw his kama at the beetle, hitting it just as the first horns hit her. It disappeared in a cloud of smoke while Temari was knocked backwards, bleeding from a wound on her shoulder. He scurried over to her on his short legs, ignoring Shino as he laid on the ground. Shino pulled up his sleeve, and revealed a storage seal. A spider came from it, and he put it on his back. The baby sword spider used its web and needle-like legs to sew up the wound in mere seconds. The spider returned to his arm, where he sealed it again. He stood back up, hurting, as did Temari. His hands were shaking now as he tried to steady himself. Temari, are you able to continue? I will, she told him. Don't forget you have fights after this one, and you will need something left to fight with. If we hold back now, we won't win. Get it? Kamatari grabbed his giant kama and started spinning. A ball of wind chakra formed in the middle. He threw it at Temari, who swung her fan like a bat. The fan met it, and it groaned as it strained to push it away. A moment later, it grew in size, and Temari sent it at Shino. She couldn't tell if it hit him from the resulting explosion, but part of the wall collapsed, revealing some very shocked people at the snack stands. No one said anything as they looked for some sign of Shino. How did he get away from that? Naruto asked, shattering the silence. Temari dropped her shoulders as Shino appeared from behind the wall, dusting himself off. Is that it? Not possible, Kamatari stated. You should be a smear on the sports page now. There is no way you should have survived it. I am a man of many talents. He had thrown a kunai at it, making it explode before it hit him. The wall behind him had fell, and he landed on a cushion of bugs. Shino pointed his arm at them. Do you surrender? A bluff. He was out of chakra with that save. Temari growled. She couldn't do much else. That was an all-or-nothing attack. She was running on fumes. But she was willing to bet so was he. Kamatari. I am done, he told her. Just enough left and see what you decide. Throw me at him. Dropping her fan, she jumped on his kama, and he used it to launch her at him. Shino widened his eyes a little, as she nearly flew too fast for him to counter. He couldn't dodge or block, but he could still attack. Both hit the other with their fist. They went rolling on the ground. Neither moved for a moment before Temari pushed herself up on her hands, then to her feet. Hate looked at Shino and found him still awake and started to count. Stop, Shino told him. I surrender. Winner, Sabaka no Temari. She looked around and no one did anything. Figures, she started to mutter before the cheering came. They had been so caught up in it that no one had dared to move in case there was more. Naruto shooshined down there, over by Shino. He grabbed him by the hand and pulled him to his feet. Nice one. Thanks, Naruto. I believe if you had faced her, it would have been quick. Good luck on your match. Isn't luck something that is illogical? Shino nodded a little as the medics took him. Just trying to be a good friend. Naruto nodded to him and fixed his eyes on Sasuke before pulling his mask down and taking the Kage Kiri in hand. Uchiha Sasuke stepped down into the arena. Hate called up to him. Sasuke started down the stairs but stopped as he passed Lee. I am sorry. I should have done that better. He really was. He had, once again, only been looking at the victory, not the how he would get it. Lee saw this and nodded. You saw an obvious advantage and took it. I am not mad about it. Go show us a most youthful battle. Guy smiled at how his student had taken this. So he joined him when he said, YOSH. Sasuke got down there to find Naruto was still looking at Lee. He then held his hand out to shake his. Maybe you fucked up, but you did good by him, so you're good by us. They shook hands and backed away. The 5th match of the Chunin exams are about to begin. Ninja ready? Go! Dance of the Crescent Moon. Several clones rushed Sasuke as the real Naruto jumped into the air and he brought his blade down, aiming to cut his collarbone in half. But Sasuke moved to the side. How did we miss? He looked into Sasuke's eyes and saw his Sharingan. It was wavering for some reason. Of course, he slashed with the Kage Kiri, and Sasuke drew a ninja he hit on his back. He brought it down through the hole at the end. The Kage Kiri hit it, and the bell at the end chimed. RAGH! He fell to the ground, clutching his head. Sasuke used his sword as a pole vault and sent a kick to Naruto's head. His foot was grabbed by Naruto's hand. Gotcha, Hinata, Naruto-kun, we have a gift for you, Haku said when they met in the forest once a few days before the Chunin exams finals. What is it? Hinata asked. Haku created a sliver of serum and pressed it into their symbionts. That? She took a bell from her pocket, channeled Chakra into it, and rung it. All three of the tensed with pain, but they didn't drop. We figured it out, how to survive sound attacks. Don't keep us in suspense, Naruto told her. We want to know how. Haku-chan, serum draws my chakra into itself before it is hit by sounds. He stores it in itself, so we do it outside of combat. When the sounds hit, he uses the chakra to lessen it to just painful instead of killing. We are sure in time, we can even keep it from killing us. Both Hinata and Naruto hugged her. Thank you, Haku-chan, Naruto said to her. Yes, thanks, Nasan. Naruto threw him into the wall. Sasuke landed on his feet and jumped back at him. Found a way to beat it, eh? Haku-chan did, Naruto replied. She gave it to us, and we can't thank her enough. He brought the Kage down on his blade, keeping it from killing him. They began to shadow each other's moves in a way. The older ninja from Konoha thought the same thing. A spar of Sharingan users. Naruto had no such Kekkai Genkai, but his spider sense kept him from getting hit. He was enjoying this as he watched Sasuke's eyes. They were still wavering, almost like they were trying to change. Sasuke, on the other hand, was not. His Sharingan could tell him where he was, but he was just countering now. He needed to attack. And with his eyes burning like they were, it wasn't helping. Not to mention his ace in the hole wasn't much help anymore. Naruto tensed when he heard it, but he didn't drop to the ground in pain like he did in the forest. He tripped and was unable to block. The black Zabuza slipped through his defense and went for his neck. He was going to die if Naruto didn't stop it. That burning flared and stopped. The Kage wasn't just there anymore. An image of it stopped at his neck. Another went up to his head. Another went down. There were several images of what Naruto would do. Sasuke flipped his sword around and slammed the bell against Naruto's. It shattered. Both jumped from each other. Now your eyes looks like Kakashi's, Naruto said to him. The Kage was weakened because we let go of it that time. This one is now even stronger. Sasuke knew what this was. The images were told to him when he was younger that they were what his enemy was going to do, and that only a person that knew what you were going to do to what you knew could counter it. Right now, he was looking at Naruto, and he saw several images of what he could be doing. It was unbelievable. If his father could have seen this, he would demand that Naruto be taken into their clan or be killed. Even Sasuke knew his father held the thought that he believed the Sharingan was the ultimate power, that nothing could not be seen by it. Naruto ran forward, clearing several of his paths as more popped up. He followed the path to his right, swinging at Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke sidestepped it and stabbed low. All of the images left but one. Naruto formed a second blade in his left hand, a curved Zanbatsu he swore he saw on a man in the crowd, a guy wearing red. The two Kage Zanbatsu, swords crossed, pushing his sword down. Sasuke groaned as the image then showed him what was next, and that he couldn't dodge this one. Naruto's boot came up over his swords, meeting Sasuke's face and throwing him back. Naruto raised the Kage Ashura and threw it like a spear. It drove into the stone and nearly hit Sasuke. He entered a stance with the Kage Kiri in his right hand raised above his head, pointed to the ground. The swords met again, the bell still causing damage to Naruto, but he pushed through it. Naruto jumped back and formed the hand sign for the Enmu no Jutsu. Darkness descended in arena again. He wasn't sure if this would help much, but the Sharingan didn't pierce things like the Byakugan could, so he hoped so. Shit came from Sasuke, meaning it worked. Naruto ran forward, meaning to end this. He was 5 feet away when Sasuke rung his bell again. He gave out a moment later. Naruto swung, and the ninja blocked it. I really am going to have to thank Kin for that. Kin? She helped you? Just gave me an idea. Echolocation uses sounds to discover where something is around the source. The bell was ringing again from the hit. Man, do you feel that? A feather fell into his outstretched hand, making him grow sleepy. Kai. The Jinjutsu dropped from him. That you? They asked each other. Guess not, Naruto said as he dropped to the darkness. Uzumaki Sasuke, Gaara roared as he jumped down at them. Your blood is mine. Orochimaru ran to get Sasuke, but the Sand Jinchuriki got in front of him. At his proclamation that he would kill them, Orochimaru growled, I need him alive. Gaara turned to him as sand began to cover his right side. I don't care. They both will die. Hate drew his sword and tried to attack Gaara. His sand blocked it and was about to crush him. Naruto pulled him from it and swung up onto the roof with Sasuke and Hate. Must be the attack Kin-chan told us about, he said as he looked around. Haku-chan and Hinata-chan landed next to him. Sound coming from the north. Sand from the south. Hayate-sensei, help protect the Hokage and the Mizukage. Sasuke, we're going to... He jumped out of the way as Gaara brought his claw down on the roof. We are taking Prince Charming here away from others. Hinata-chan, Haku-chan, help where you can. He hit Gaara with his web and swung him around a few times before throwing him in the direction of the forest. The Kazekage couldn't believe it. The battle had just started and already a key thing had gone wrong. Gaara was not in at the highest concentration of Leaf Ninja to kill them. He was chasing after two ninja that were hopping over the buildings to the forest. Yes, a voice said around them. Mist began to thicken around the Sand Ninja. The screams of pain met their ears. The thunder of the hidden mist has arrived. Raiga-sama, Ramara said to him, there is no need to show off. Ruin my fun, he said to his friend and apprentice. Just when I was about to go meet this Venom of Konoha, you asses had to show up. Think of it like this, a new voice said to him. Gives us a chance to get to work together again. That is true, Mangetsu. Oh God, one of the Sand Ninjas said. 2 of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. That's right, Mangetsu said to him. I am the flood of the Hidden Mist. Zabuza, the bastard, killed the former Mizukage and brought most of us back together. Raiga-sama, a 4th voice said. Mangetsu-sama, it is good to see you again. Haku, the 2 said, sounding happy to see her. We were just looking for you, boyfriend. Care to help us? Mangetsu finished. What the hell did I get myself into? The Kazekage asked the heir. Something that hopefully kills you, Baki thought. Summoning no jutsu. A rabbit with a double-bladed sword on his back appeared in the mist, dispelling it. With the mist gone, it revealed both a man that stood taller than most, but lean with 2 spiked swords in his hands. The other had blue hair and slightly sharp teeth. His sword was huge, even by the stands of Zanbatsu. 10 feet long, it wasn't elaborate, just a sword over 2.5 feet wide, 6 inches thick at the thickest on a shaft a yard long. Hello, Mandarb-san. Haku-chan. So, what need of you, the blade of the Hare tribe? Haku pointed at the Sand Ninja. Oh good. The blade was afraid it would be boring. Beware, all ye enemies of my home, Jiraiya shouted. For I am the great. A pool of water just appeared in front of him, being held in place by Chakra. Hinata was standing on it, looking down at the snake inside it. Summoning no jutsu, a cloud of smoke appeared, and a shark dived into the water. Jiraiya-sama, we am Hyuga Hinata. Blood was filling the water as the shark tore into the snake. Jiraiya frowned, upstaged by a child. Hinata smiled under her mask. Scale-san, enjoying your meal? Have I ever mentioned how much I enjoy your company? The shark asked her. Naruto and Sasuke stopped and faced Gaara. Think you can handle this, Spidey? Just don't get in the way, chicken, but I'm going to tear both of you apart. If you can, they told him. If you can. Author's notes. Mandarb is Old Tongue formed the Wheel of Time series. It means blade. The sword he wields isn't a double-bladed sword, but rather a handle with swords like Darth Maul has. He, of course, thinks highly of himself as he speaks in third person. Originally, I was thinking of having Naruto or Hinata, when it was flooded with water, toss it to summon the sharks. But then I decided to have Hinata use the same thing as Naruto did to summon the sharks. This creates a body of water big enough for sharks to be used in several situations. No, Kisame is not joining back up with the Hidden Mist. Not right away, at least. Maybe later. But I have nothing planned. And Naruto is only thinking about giving Sasuke the tiger contract, hasn't yet. See you, Space Cowboy. Chapter 12. Uzumaki. I will prove my existence by killing you. Naruto looked him in the eyes, one being yellow now, and saw he was losing himself to something inside him. Looks like you are being ignored once again, Sasuke, Naruto said to him. making him growl in anger. I haven't forgotten the Uchiha. I'm more interested in your blood than his. Though he will die as well. That only served to make him madder. I was Rookie of the Year, I am the last Uchiha, and I have the full form of the Sharingan. And you are the one everyone focuses on. He glared at Naruto while jumping back to avoid a claw from Gaara, making Naruto smile under his mask as his cloak settled over him. Not this time, Uzumaki. Gaara's gourd fell apart and completely covered him in sand, turning him into a giant raccoon dog. The Kagekiri bit into it, but was stopped before hitting flesh. D. San along the hidden blade to the hand holding it, only to find there was none. Naruto reappeared next to Sasuke. That didn't turn out so well. Stand back and let a professional do it. Oh, by all means, Naruto told Sasuke, motioning forward. You think you can do what he failed? I know I can. Ushi, you, sir. His hands formed the 3 hand signs, he said, and began to shoot off lightning from his outstretched left hand. Chidori. He lunged at Gaara, his lightning blade leading. Gaara swung a claw at him, expecting to tear him apart. Instead, Sasuke cut right through it to his upper arm, just below his shoulder. Through the hole in the sand, a heavy amount of blood came pouring down. Damn, threw off my aim. Still more than you did, though. Gaara was going into shock. That hit had taken a large part of his bicep, and he was bleeding to death now. As the sand was stained red, Gaara began to stumble a little from the blood lost, and the most painful thing most will ever feel made worse in that he had never felt pain before. Sasuke grinned at the clapping Naruto. Nice job, Sasuke. Gaara fell onto the ground, unconscious. Naruto was about to walk over, to check to see if he was still alive when the sand began to pulse. It then wrapped around the wound, putting pressure on it, stopping the loss of blood. It then bulged out as the flesh knitted back together. What the hell? Gaara stood back up and started laughing as the sand around him began to expand. But this time his voice was much different. Ha 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 ha, isn't this something? His sand gathered around him until he towered over even the trees. Finally, Ichibi, Shikako has been freed. I think I'll celebrate by destroying that village over there. Both Genin, their heads tilted back as far as they could go, dropped their jaws. Nice job, Sasuke. I like that rabbit, Raiga shouted as Mandarb cut down several more ninja. Bolts of lightning were flying everywhere from his dual swords. Mangetsu grinned his toothy grin and swung Slaughter, the blade of his sword, while Rotter, the giant counterweight at the end of the handle, slammed into a sand ninja, crushing the bones in his chest. He is impressive, came the cold voice said to him. We know that voice, Mangetsu and Raiga said while still attacking. Long time, boys, Oren said to them. Fuck. One of the surviving sand shouted. That is the Fong of the Hidden Mist, Oren. Where the hell you been? Mangetsu shouted. Retirement, Oren replied. So, I hear that everyone is taking on apprentices. My little brother, Satsu, Mangetsu told him. I guess you can say Ramaru here, Raiga told him. Oren brought his sword down, knocking a sand ninja out of the way. I guess you can say I have one as well now. Oren sensei, Tintin shouted as she blocked with her sword. Are those who I think they are? My friends, Oren replied. The 3 swordsmen stopped swinging their weapons and looked around. None of their foes were left standing. Haku was sitting on a pile of unconscious sand ninja, all of them having needle piercings throughout their body. So, how is Zabuza? The bastard is good, Raiga told him. You coming back now? Nah, I'm good. He looked over at Tintin. She was wielding a sword similar to the Ashura. It was really just a heavier katana to get her ready for a Zanbatsu. Your movements are still too slow. Hi, Oren-sensei, she panted out. The other 2 of the 7 swordsmen shook their heads. She doesn't look like much, Mangetsu stated. That sword probably doesn't even weigh 30 pounds. Hey, Tintin shouted. She dropped her head when Oren said, It weighs 25. He turned to her. Don't worry. Those 2 started with 20-pound swords. Did not, they lied. So, where do you suppose the Kazekage is, Raiga asked. Haku grinned. We know. She pulled on a web behind her, making a body strung up in a tree swing. He groaned while the man tied to it began to laugh at him. The other, the Jonin sensei, for Temari. Kankuro, and Gaara by the name Baki was called to defend him from Mandarb. He told him to go to hell. Where is the rabbit anyway? The blade is right here, Mandarb said, thumping the Kazekage with his hind leg. This one was strong, but he was complacent. His soldiers were more worth the effort of killing. Haku went over and scratched his ears. Thank you, Usagi-chan. His right hind leg was beating the ground under her administrations. Not every day you see a summon turned into a lapdog, Mangetsu stated. Raiga-sama, you told us that you wanted to speak with Naruto-kun, Haku stated. What about? We heard from Zabuza that he helped you when you were dying. I want to ask him a question about Ranmaru. About what? Zabuza told me he healed you when you were dying. I was hoping he could be able to do something about Ranmaru not being able to walk. Haku smiled. You wouldn't think it of Raiga, but he loved Ranmaru like a son. What is it about the 7 swordsmen and taking in strays? She wondered aloud. All 3 of them scratched the sides of their faces, realizing what she meant. We would be a better person to talk to about that, Raiga-sama. We? Ha ha ha. Isn't this something? All of them looked in the direction that the evil-sounding voice came from. With the wall in the way, they couldn't see it. Haku jumped up onto the wall, followed by the others. Several miles away, climbing above the trees, was a sand-colored raccoon dog. What the hell? Mangetsu demanded. Don't worry. Naruto-kun is over there. He will handle it. Sasuke, run, Naruto told him. No way am I. This is a bijou. You remember them from history, right? Fuck, Sasuke said, looking back up at the thing. It hadn't noticed them yet. And what will you be doing? You run. We will stall it. How are you going to do that? Sasuke growled. We can't produce fire. We can't shoot jutsus from our eyes. What? Naruto grinned, pulling down his mask and placing the Kagekiri in hand. We are the best at what we do. Go. Sasuke couldn't argue that. Before he could run, Naruto ran a thumb along the edge of his blade and placed it on the ground. 5 wolves appeared, bearing vest with the kanji for Winter Fangs. Hello. Hey, it's him, one said excitedly. How can the Winter Fangs be of service, Hunter? My village is under attack. I need you to take Sasuke back as fast as you can and hunt down any shinobi with a headband that has a music note on it. They should smell a little like snakes. They all grinned. I like this Hunter, another said. Climb on, boy. In moments, they were gone and Naruto turned back to the problem at hand. Hey, big guy down here. Shikaku looked down at him. You know how to spell ugly? You. It blinked, then began to growl. I'll kill you. Shikaku swiped at Naruto with his claw, but he didn't smell blood. Where'd he go? Too easy, Naruto said. Shooting the limb he was on with 2 webs, he swung around it twice before attaching them to the tail. Hey, what is the purpose of a tail this big? Trying to compensate? You probably couldn't even smash a tree with it. Much less me. I'll show you what it is for. He brought his tail down, intending to flatten this annoying worm. When it hit the ground, though, he no longer felt his arm. Looking at it, he saw it gone and the arm on the ground, changing back into sand. You annoying little insect. I'll tear you apart and make a ring from your bones. Just now would be a good time to stop playing with you. Summoning no jutsu. There was a tower of smoke, and when it cleared, Naruto was standing on the boss hair. Good afternoon, Usagi-sama. Hello, Naruto. You make interesting friends. He shrugged. It happens that way at times. Ready to see if we am worthy of being your summoner. Let's do it then, Shikaka challenged. I was just itching for some rabbit stew. If you can runt, Usagi told him. The hare started running too fast for it to react. He hit Shikaku with his sword as he passed. Digging his claws in to stop, he spun around and charged back at him. Who is this, Naruto? A Jinchuriki, Naruto told him. He fell unconscious, and the demon surrounded his body with sand to escape from inside of him. Then we wake the boy up. I need you to get to him and force him awake. I will deal with him. Usagi charged at Shikaku and tackled him. Naruto jumped in the air and into Shikaku's mouth. Good luck, Usagi wished him. Naruto slid down his throat and dug his sword into the side of it. He could only figure 2 places that Gaara would be, the head or the heart. The heart made the most sense as that was the heaviest protected. Standing on the blade and expanding it, he summoned another pack, the Howls of the Earth pack. I need your help to find someone. He is inside this sand body somewhere. His scent is on this, he said, tapping his foot onto his sword. The leader of the pack sniffed it and began to sniff around at the sand. This whole thing carries his scent. Then we have to split up, the smallest of the wolves said. Naruto nodded. The 7 wolves began to dig through the sand. Every once in a while, they felt the thing get hit from the battle outside. Finally, they came to a chamber where the heart would be. It was filled with air, and being held above the ground was Gaara, who looked like he was enjoying his nap. Naruto dismissed the howls of the earth and stepped inside. Chakra stopped. Usagi had been slowing down because he was tiring and wanted to keep his strength. He didn't know why, but when he felt the room, he kept the boy undisturbed. He understood. "You have some nerve," he growled. "Our fight is not over." "Oh, but it is." "You see, I am only made of sand. You can't kill me. My only weakness is the boy. And with him sealed inside me, you can't reach him. Anything you do to me is pointless." Usagi knew he was right. All the wounds he received soon healed, including the loss of his arm. "I will deal with you when I have dealt with the intruder." Naruto jumped out of the way of a claw. It came out of the ground. "You did well to reach here," the chibi Chakra said to him. "The thing was only 7 feet tall. But you will not ruin my fun so soon. You are being used, great bijou." "We don't care," Chakra interrupted. "All I care about is killing and destroying. And once I am done with you and that rabbit outside, I am going to tear your village apart. We stopped one bijou before. We will again." Whoever it was, they were obviously stupid or being controlled. "Nothing can kill us, for we can't die. We can only be sealed, stupid, or being controlled. What does that say about you?" Chakra shrugged after a minute. "You have a point there, but that is in the past. And your friend, oh so generously, caused so much damage to my host he has fallen into a coma. It might be months before he is awake." Naruto said the one word that could describe this situation. "Shit. Then only 2 things can be done. We somehow wake him, or we kill him." He formed the hand sign for the Inu no Jutsu, and darkness filled the room. Holding the Kage Kiri over his shoulders, he made the hand sign for the Shunshin and teleported next to Gaara. He began to spin, meaning to cut him in half. He had nothing against Gaara. He is just a man following orders. His blade stopped just short of taking Gaara's life, and he had no idea why. His spider sense never told him. "Something wrong, boy," Chakra said right next to him. He pushed the blade back. "Can't find me in this darkness? That is because I am all around you." Naruto couldn't believe it. No one ever got past his senses before besides Haku and Hinata. "We will get past you," Naruto said, dropping the darkness. "We will not let our home be destroyed." He jumped back and held the Kage Kiri in front of him. When Chakra took a swipe at him, Naruto flipped over the arm and cut it off. Too slow, far too slow. He pushed the blade tip forward, stabbing the demon through the stomach and pulled to the side. As the demon fell apart, Naruto ran for Gaara. He jumped and brought the sword down in an overhead chop. A tendril of sand wrapped around him and threw him against the wall. "I'm not going to die that easy, boy. Now die." The sand around him began to encircle him. Naruto forced his hands free of it and pulled himself from the death that awaited. "And I see you are not someone to surrender so easily either." Standing, Naruto decided to try the unexpected. "Prepare for our first jutsu. Ninja center fold." Chakra dropped him jaw when he saw Naruto do that. He was then looking at him from all angles. "The form, the skill. You must have spent a long time perfecting this." Naruto's sweat dropped before he changed back and tried to attack. But Chakra punched him in the jaw. Naruto straightened from the hit, still standing where he was. Naruto was moving his jaw under his mask. He reached up and uncovered his mouth. He spat the blood he coughed up from that last blow onto his gloved hands. He made the needed hand signs and pressed them to the sand. "Skarmory!" Usagi jumped out of the way as Chakra expanded and exploded. Skarmory let out a cry that shook the forest itself. In one of his talons, he carried both Naruto and Gaara. The sand came back together as Chakra. "Interesting, Naruto. I have been looking forward to something like this in forever." Skarmory landed next to Usagi, setting the 2 Jinchuriki on him. "Skarmory-sama, Usagi-sama, Chakara's life is bound to Gaara," Naruto told them. "If we kill him, We kill the bijou. The raven looked at the boy. Unconscious, he could put up no resistance. Not yet, Naruto. I will try to defeat him first. Shikaku, Skarmory said with a nod of respect, which was returned. So the pup is your summoner as well. The wolves, hares, and raven. What fun. Boy, I wish you were my host. Sorry, we're taken by QB. Shikaku looked at him for a moment. Damn. He raised his arm, and it shot at Usagi for Gaara. As Usagi jumped, Naruto slipped off, summoning no jutsu. Another tower of smoke appeared. Ukami-sama, we are glad to hunt with you again. A demon, the giant wolf said. A worthy opponent. The three cubs with him began to growl as they circled him. Shikaku looked at each in turn and growled as well. Though I hate to admit it, this is not a battle I can win. We are not about to let you go, Skarmory told him. Not so you can just escape at a later date. Usagi put Gaara on the ground and reached into his shirt. He pulled a bottle from it and took a swig. Damn, he said with a cough. He poured a single drop of it into Gaara's mouth. Shikaku opened his eyes as far as they could go before his body fell apart. Gaara, on the other hand, reached both hands to his neck and began to gag. He yelled for a moment before his eyes rolled into the back of his head. You killed him, Naruto said from atop of Ukami. No, that was what is known as gut shaker. A common joke about it is if you survive it, you can survive any poison. Why did you give that to him then? Usagi looked at him. Because to a human, it drains all the chakra they have until they almost die. That is why Shikaku isn't here anymore. Until this boy wakes up, we don't have to worry. They heard a crash as a giant two-headed snake moved to destroy the wall. Naruto, you did what I asked. You may summon the Hare Tribe freely now. Ukami, Skarmory, I wouldn't mind scaring the hell out of some humans right now. He started running moments later. He crashed into the snake, throwing it clear of Konoha. Naruto jumped up on his Skarmory. I apologize for summoning you so late in the battle. Ukami-sama. It isn't over yet, the wolf Naruto stood on stated. And there is still many to fight, another said. They all began charging forward, howling as they did. Ukami chuckled. Pups. He followed them. Skarmory nodded, taking on a demon and forcing it to stop. Not bad. Only because we had all of you there. And in time, you will grow strong enough that you will not need us except for the strongest opponents you could imagine. He took to the wind. Look, he said, spotting another snake. Dinner. The defenders of Konoha gave a cheer as the advance of the sound and sand forces were broken. With both the wolves of the tides and Usagi attacking them, most outright retreated. Skarmory-sama, before you eat, we have to make sure the old man is still alive. Who is the old man? The Hokage. And he is with a very important friend of a very important friend of mine. Who is this friend of friend? Mamachi Zabuza, current Mizukage, the father of my girlfriend. Then let's make sure he is still alive. Skarmory banked and faced the stadium. What have we here? The giant raven landed on the roof next to a red cube. He tapped it with his beak and was jolted by enough electricity to kill a human. Pathetic. He flew back up into the air. The ANBU waiting watched him fly off. What is he going to do? Skarmory flew around the building once, twice, building up speed. He pulled out of it and headed straight for it. He bought both wings too. In front of him, sending a blade of wind at the barrier. It strained for all of a moment before exploded. The smoke cleared, and the ANBU saw the four lying on the ground, blood coming from their eyes and mouths. One of them groaned a final time before his chest fell and never rose. What the hell? Orochimaru said, stopping his summoning. The dark portals that were on the ground dissipated. Fuck, he shouted when he realized he let it go. You have much more to concern yourself right now than a failed jutsu, said a voice that froze every person that had been inside. Zabuza had his eyes as wide as they would go, ready to drop out of his head. Hey looked ready to faint. Even the Sarutobi looked unnerved. There is something bad behind me, isn't there? Orochimaru asked them. You bet your scaly ass there is. He heard the demon brat say above and behind him. Turning around, Orochimaru saw him sitting on the head of a giant raven, not wearing his mask, and a grin that split his face. Naruto, if I cannot eat the snake we saw from the air, can I eat this one? Skarmory-sama, I have no problems with that whatsoever. Bon appetit. Orochimaru team, will you be so kind as to rub yourself with seasoning? That made Skarmory laugh before he lunged at Orochimaru. There was a spray of blood as the snake jumped back, his right arm missing. Damn it! His mouth stretched open, and a pair of hands opened his mouth and pulled another Orochimaru out of the first. Naruto had the most disgusted look on face. Now that is just nasty. Just means there is more of him to eat now. Skarmory lunged at him again. Orochimaru jumped back, avoiding the beak, followed by the talons this time. He opened his mouth and a snake, followed by a sword, came from it. It flew at Naruto, trying to impale him. Skarmory raised a wing, and the sound of metal hitting metal rung over them. Naruto jumped off Skarmory, flipped over Orochimaru into the hole in the roof created by Skarmory. At the same time, he strung a web under Orochimaru's chin and around one of the exposed beams. Orochimaru was pulled back and hit the beam hard. He tried to pull the web from his neck, but Naruto just had as strong a pull. Orochimaru struggled for another moment until he saw Skarmory about to kill him. He tried to release himself from this skin like before, but he couldn't concentrate long enough to while being choked. Orochimaru was desperate now, so he looked around and saw his sound forward dead or dying. He looked to the side anything. He saw Naruto. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and what looked like a giant white snake came out his mouth. You may not be Sasuke, but your power will do. The snake twisted around the beam and shot at Naruto. He was jumped out of the way, only for all the snakes that made up his body to come alive and lunge at him as well. Naruto cut these apart, getting some of the blood in his mouth. To his horror, he became paralyzed. I will not be denied. He lunged at Naruto, and he could do nothing to stop it. Author's notes. Evil I know. This was just another thing I have never seen before, and I thought it would go great. To those that might have thought the battle between Shikaku and Naruto sounded familiar, think of two different anime series. G Gundam, The Battle, Inside the Dark Gundam, and also the battle inside Buu in Dragon Ball Z. I know this isn't my style, but I would like to recommend a story. Transient Guest Are We by One Sniper Wolf. Not many chapters yet, but a well-written story in my opinion. Naruto X Warcraft crossover, where Naruto becomes a Death Knight. We have all read them, but this is good. I thought I would give him a favor, since a lot of people read my stories, but not many for him. And it also helps that he is also a Marine. See a Space Cowboy. Chapter 13. The battle was over. Sand had retreated and most of Sound was dead or imprisoned. Konoha had successfully repelled the invaders, and with less than 10% of their numbers injured or dead. And Orochimaru was dead. Sarutobi had every reason to celebrate. But he couldn't get his mind of the genin that had undoubted saved him and his home. Naruto was lying in a coma in the hospital, and no one knew why. What more? Before Orochimaru was impaled by the Raven Skarmory, they all swore they saw a white snake jump from his mouth at the blonde. There was sounds of a fight for a moment while Naruto was out of sight. When they got to the edge, looking down, they saw the remains of a monster snake with Naruto on the ground, unconscious with no wounds. Lord Hokage, we don't know what is going on, the doctor told him. But we have a theory. Look here. He lifted one of Naruto's eyelids and revealed the eye to him. It was shifting from a normal human eye to a snake eye and back again. I believe that Orochimaru is trying to take over Naruto's body. If the council finds out about this, they will order him killed, Sarutobi finished when he paused. Bring me Inoichi, he said to the waiting ANBU in the hall. Not 2 minutes later, the Jonin was rushed in. Hokage-sama, what is it? The battle isn't over for this genin, he told him. Right now, Naruto is fighting a battle in his mind, and I want you to go in there to help. Inoichi widened his eyes in surprise. Hokage-sama. He stood over Naruto, forced his eyes opened, and after locking with him a moment, he slumped down. Orochimaru didn't understand it. This was not where he was supposed to end up. Webs stretched off out of sight. He realized he was inside Naruto's mind after a moment. Where are you, boy? You must realize it is hopeless, even here, to resist me. You underestimate us, Naruto said from around him. We are not about to let you have our body. Naruto looked around himself, but he knew where Orochimaru was. On the other side of the web Orochimaru was walking on, right under him, Venom, if we lose, kill our body and find Hinata or Haku. They will find you a worthy host. He snapped his head to the side. Wow, I just have a load of guests in my head today. Inoichi didn't understand it. He had once been in Naruto's head when he was a child. It was a sewer then, but now, nothing of that remained. Such a radical change did not just happen. He cautiously walked to the edge and looked down. He could leave if he wanted, which was a good thing. There was no end to the drop. He turned back to the center and began to walk. He grinned ruefully as he tried to grasp what kind of mind this meant. As he walked, he became aware that he was being hunted, and he didn't know by who. Suddenly, something dropped down from above him, grabbed him by his head, and lifted him up. AGH! It was a monster. It snarled at him for a moment before it took a good look at him. Mr. Yamanaka? I know that voice. Naruto. Naruto pulled back his mask with a wry grin on his face. You scared the living hell out of me. We thought you were Orochimaru. He looked around for a moment. It isn't safe here, but we know where it is. He helped Inoichi up onto another web line. This way. Naruto ran for what must have seemed like forever, and it was always the same. Inoichi quickly lost track of where they were. Finally, they came to a stone corridor, suspended by webs, with no way to it. It changed since last we were here, Naruto stated. Good. Hold on to us. Naruto and Inoichi swung over to it. Good, Inoichi said, letting out a sigh of relief. He can't reach us here. How is that good? Naruto asked. We are trapped in my own mind, and a snake bastard is out there, trying to take control of our body. He faced the entrance. We need to fight him. A plan. Something. Inoichi looked around. He saw ahead of the corridor a room that stretched into darkness, once past the cages. He also saw a door. Out of curiosity, he walked over to it and began to open it. Naruto slammed it shut and held it there. You fool! Something slammed against it a few times before it calmed again. His jaw had dropped. He had almost let out the QB. Naruto, do you know what that was? We do, Naruto replied. It is our darker self. The QB is behind the bars over there, he said, flipping his thumb down the hall. Inoichi looked between it and Naruto. Then what the hell was that? Demons are not only monsters, Naruto stated. Some can be found in humans, and not like how QB is in us. When we were younger, we saw someone get hurt that we were trying to help. We were so helpless, so angry, we drew the fox's chakra and became that demon. Is that why you say we? No, that thing is evil. Yes, but it is not sentient. Just a part of my personality that barely exists without the fox's chakra. He made a few hand signs and a wall of eyes covered it. His hand then glowed with his chakra as he touched it in a 5-point star pattern, mumbling something with each. It is only a door that can be open when we want it to now. This will seal it forever. Boy, came from QB. Don't forget our deal. We haven't forgotten, Kitsune, Naruto stated. Deal? He gives us chakra when we need it in exchange for memories. It is time we fulfill that part of the bargain. He turned, ran to the edge, and jumped off. What kind of memories? Inoichi wondered. Hundreds of battles. That is how many the Hokage had fought in his long life. Battles, wars, struggles, he has seen them all. So why was he pressed against a wall, fearing for his life because of two kunoichi that had only raised their voices? Oh yeah, they were his girlfriends. What do you mean you don't know? Haku shouted. You were right there when he was hurt, and you don't know? And now Yamanaka-san has gone into his mind and hasn't come out. Hinata continued, a bit more respectful, just a bit. Hokage-sama, we know when we are being told a lie. Zabuza had a scared look on his face. What has he done to her? That is sweet, little Hinata, Kiba asked. Ladies, Sarutobi said, trying to calm them. I'm sure they're fine. Lies, they shouted. Haku reached up and pulled him down to her scowling face. What is wrong with our fiancé? The itsy-bitsy spider went up a water spout. Orochimaru sang, taunting Naruto to come out. Along came the snake and wiped the spider out. You wish, Naruto said from around him. This is our mind, team, and you are not welcome here. I go where I want, take what I want. You will not get us. Darkness of the Enmu, not jutsu, covered the area. You will die by our hands. I think not, boy, Orochimaru said. I've noticed something about you. You have a huge amount of chakra, but a small number of jutsus. Enmu is actually the only one you use regularly. He twisted to avoid a punch. Then another from another angle. So you know Kage. Bunshin impressive. Naruto released the jutsu to reveal 300 standing there. Correction, very impressive. The clones ran at him only to be destroyed by punches, kicks, and jutsus. One was hanging back, so Orochimaru ran at him. He grabbed this one by the shoulders, and this white substance began to enclose around him. You are too. The Naruto in front of him disappeared in smoke. Die. A Naruto he had hit and dismissed said when he finished his hand signs. Ice mirrors formed around Orochimaru, and he received hundreds of punches from him. But when he slowed enough, Orochimaru knocked him off his path and threw a mirror, shattering it. He picked him up and held out a hand. Ice gathered around it. I'm already taking over your abilities. Now let's see that sword you are so fond of. But it didn't form. What did you do, boy? As he asked that, he punched Naruto, knocking him to the ground, where he began to laugh. We take no chances, team. You want our abilities? You will never get them. We sealed them all, but the ice behind a wall of it behind the QB. Orochimaru kicked him in the stomach. You, ah! Orochimaru had picked him up again and broke his arm. How do I unseal it? You can't, Naruto told him, before receiving a fist to his gut. Nothing will change it. Why didn't you seal your ice? We told you we used it to seal the others. You're lying, Orochimaru said, before slamming him to the ground. Why? We lied, Naruto said through the pain. It is on this side of Kyuubi's cage, but in a place where you cannot reach it. Where is that? This place doesn't exactly have many places to hide. Go to he. There was another crack of breaking bone. Naruto grit his teeth to keep him from getting the satisfaction of hearing him scream. This is the last time we think we are strong enough because of where we are. He honestly didn't think this would happen. Tell me, the QB lies in a stone cocoon. The only opening is to open air. As we climb walls, it has never bothered us. But when we sealed the abilities away, we needed the ice to get back across. Naruto was a great liar at times. Then take me to it, and I will end the pain. Fuck! Naruto was kicked upside the head, making him black out. When he came to, Orochimaru looked ready to tear him apart. You have a convincing argument, he said in a strained voice. Naruto took him back, limping. He created a bridge of ice and walked over. Naruto, Inoichi called when he saw him and ran to help. Orochimaru formed a wall of ice between him and them. When I take this boy's full power, I will kill you, Yamanaka. He looked at the ice. How do I unseal it? You can't. I have to use the QB's chakra in a certain pattern on it too. He walked forward, praying to Kami that Inoichi would think to get out of there. Looking behind him, he saw he was still there. Damn. His hand glowed red as he touched the first point of the 5-point star. Venom. Toxin. Hybrid. Serum. Truth. He reared his fist back and punched the center. Carnage. The ice shattered, and the door was no longer blocked. Orochimaru punched him out of the way and flung open the door. What he saw was both beautiful and terrible at once. It was a red, shapeless mass, and it shot tendrils of itself out. Yes, give me your power. But it went around him and grabbed Naruto and pulled him inside. The door slammed shut. After a moment, banging came from the other side. On the third one, the door shattered. Ha 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 ha, a lean, tall, red figure said as it stepped out. Hello, Orochimaru. Did you honestly think I was going to let you have my power? He raised a finger in front of his face and shook it back and forth. Naughty, naughty. Although if there was anyone that would be worthy of it, it would be you. But you see, I just don't swing that way. This isn't the boy's bloodline. You're right, it said gleefully, smiling that fanged smile of his. I am Carnage. Call me the personality of Naruto when he is engulfed with rage and hatred. He looked me away for the safety of everyone around him. But, thankfully, he released me so he would no longer have any inhibitions about killing you. I'm going to enjoy our time together, Snake. Even if you are bloodthirsty, you cannot hope to beat me. Ah, but you see, you are wrong. I'm not here to beat you. I am here to kill, maim, murder, destroy. Have fun like any psychopath would. Get over here. His claw shot out at Orochimaru, stabbing him through the stomach. He was pulled back to Carnage while he laughed. The itsy-bitsy snake slithered through the grass. Along came the spider and kicked the snake's ass. He tore out his stomach. Carnage began to pull Orochimaru's intestines out and stabbed him once again. The tendrils floating from his body turned rigid and sharp. They all stabbed Orochimaru, letting him savor his cry of pain. And the itsy-bitsy snake was... Carnage grinned again. Fed to the fox, Carnage swung Orochimaru, slamming him into the ice several times before it broke. Finally, he threw him through the cage to the QB. He laughed that insane laugh of his when he heard the scream of pain and begs of mercy. All too soon for Carnage, it was over. But wait, there's more. He turned to Inoichi. Inoichi had already lost his last meal over what Naruto had done, and now he had turned to him to give him a taste of it. Naruto, get a hold of yourself. Naruto is not here at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep. He took a step forward but stopped. Something seemed to be holding him back. Then his claws gripped his head while he roared in pain. The mouth split to reveal Naruto's face under it. Inoichi, run. Leave. We can't hold him back. Yamanaka nodded and vanished. Naruto turned to Kyuubi. Cut the chakra. Stop feeding it to me. He fell to his knees and began to hit his head against the stone. What is that? Usagi asked while he looked inside the window of the hospital at Naruto. Move, rabbit. Ukami pushed him aside and sniffed inside. The Kyuubi's chakra is running rampant. Usagi pushed him back. You inside, give him a drink of this. He held up his bottle. The nurse took some of the offered drink and poured it down Naruto's throat. Naruto's eyes snapped open, looking red for one moment before changing back to blue. He began choking on the vile liquid and tried to puke it up. What the hell did you do to us? He was coughing up a storm. Gut shaker, Usagi told him. Inoichi stood back up shakily, while the door was thrown open and the two women that meant everything to Naruto jumped on him. Thank goodness you are all right, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. We don't know what we would have done without you, Haku said. Naruto, Sarutobi said from the door. You are Naruto, right? We cough, Ari replied. He is, Inoichi told him. He had to release his demonic-infused mind to do it, but he killed Orochimaru. Hokage-sama, never send me back in there again. Naruto gave a final cough before saying, We're fine now. No chakra to feed it, no carnage. Naruto refused to explain it to Sarutobi. Luckily, he relented when Inoichi explained it all. Naruto released all of his summons and fell back. He didn't even have the strength to try to escape right now. He could only let Hinata and Haku nurse him and Venom back to health. He was surprised when he found Gaara. He was being tended to by his siblings. Not that they had much to do for now. The doctors told them what was wrong. The good news is his brain activities has returned to normal, she said. He is out of the coma. Then why is he still like this? Temari demanded. His body is resting from what we can only determine as sleep deprivation. Tell me, has he gotten much sleep lately? Kankuro scratched his cheek. Actually, Gaara has never slept. Ever. Her face fell slacken. No wonder he is still asleep. He must have nearly gone insane. They were silent for a moment before agreeing with her. Well, he will be fine now, and his personality should return to normal. What do you mean? They asked. Sleep deprivation makes a person act rash, unhealthy, dangerous. Now that he will be rested, he should be much different. Oh no, a new Gaara to worry about. Kankuro dropped his jaw when he saw Gaara turn over in his sleep. He had a smile on his face and a teddy bear made of sand in his arms. My God, it's the end of the world. He's a normally unpleasant person. He walks around all day threatening to kill people and at times goes through with it, Temari explained. Why does he have no chakra? He has never run out of chakra before. The doctor shifted through her papers while shrugging. Uzumaki, Naruto summoned the leader of the Hare tribe. They are known for their knowledge of plants in the making of potent drinks. Apparently, Gut Shaker removes most of the drinker's chakra when enough is consumed. They looked at each other. We need to get more of this, they said at the same time. We're fine, Naruto told Hinata and Haku while he stretched his legs some. It has been a week. We can manage now. Oh no you don't, Hinata said. You are not leaving our sight. We want dinner, by the way, at a nice restaurant. Naruto sighed before he stiffened. In front of him was Gaara. "Uzumaki," he said with a smile. "I trust you are well rested." "I was just admiring the view," he motioned to the window. "Oh, I am sorry about the whole killing you thing." Naruto blinked, confused. "Who are you, and what have you done with Gaara?" "I am right here," Gaara said. "I just feel better." His smile left his face for a moment. "My siblings and I were forgiven because we were following orders and didn't participate in the battle. Our father was put to death. We're sorry," Naruto told him. Gaara dismissed it. He was a bastard anyway. The world is a better place without men like him or Orochimaru in it. "I heard you killed him. I am impressed." Naruto was slow to respond. "We did. Is something strange about that? Only that he is a S-rank missing ninja." There was a crash in a guard room. "There she goes again." "Who?" "One of the sound survivors. There were only two. A boy by the name of Kidamaru and a girl named Tayuya." Naruto turned to Haku. "Does Kin know them?" "She said they were Orochimaru's personal bodyguards," Haku told them. The door was opened and a girl with bright red hair ran out of it. "I'm getting out of this hell hole." She slid when she realized she was about to run into the person that put her there and killed Lord Orochimaru. "Thank you." She ran around him for the door. A moment later, there was a scream as she was carried back on the shoulder of an ANBU while she pounded on his back. "Nanny?" Naruto asked. Kin, who was there to visit her friend, said, "Most served Orochimaru out of fear. The Sound Four were no different." She said hello to Haku before going to the room Tayuya was carried into. "We haven't seen Sakura nor Sasuke yet," Naruto realized. "Sasuke is fine," Hinata said hesitantly. Naruto grew worried. "And Sakura?" "She was forced to kill a man during the attack. She did not take it well, but a friend was there to help." Sakura pushed the body off of her and looked at the bloody kunai in her hands. She grew pale and puked. It was an hour later when she felt the hands wrap around her and say it would be all right. She finally pulled her eyes away from the body. Lee held her now. He wasn't loud. He wasn't excited. He was sedated, calm, and soothing. She wrapped her arms around him and began to cry. "Sakura-chan, I can't make the hurt go away. And I can't say that the memory of it will leave you. But I can sadly say it will not always feel like this. The ones after this will hurt less." Sakura nodded in understanding. Naruto nodded. "First kills always suck the most. I hope she is taking it well." "She is doing better than you would think," Haku said. And it made her think. "About what?" Naruto asked. "About how we don't have long," Hinata said. "We could die whenever. We already knew that, but to see it." When she stopped crying, she kissed Lee and told him they were going out on a date, so he better look nice. "Well, good for Lee," Naruto said, happy for his friends. "Gaara, will you and your brother and sister join us?" "No. We just ate and were told to come back for a final checkup. Speaking of which, I need to head to it. Have a good day, Naruto." As he walked away, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with him. "He has been this way ever since he woke up," Haku told him as they dragged him out. "Why should getting some rest change him? It was the first time he fell asleep in years." That would do it. Naruto pulled them into Ichiroka Ramen, and they had a few bowl. Just before they finished, a man came in and sat down. "Hello," he said to them. "Ladies, may I ask you to kindly step outside for a moment?" "Who are you?" "You may call me Sito. I need to talk to Naruto here." They were about to protest, but remembered that Naruto was hardly one that needed protection. Sito then looked at Tsuchi, who nodded. Can you go check how much meat we have of each type?" She tilted her head, confused. "Father, please," he asked, more insistent. She nodded, confused, and walked out. Naruto arched an eyebrow at this. "Okay, what is going on here, old man Tsuchi?" "I know him, Naruto. And if he wants to talk to you alone, it is important." Naruto turned to the stranger. "Well, Uzumaki Naruto, you have received several commendations for your valor in battle, from your sensei to even the Hokage. You have killed the missing Nin Orochimaru. And at the recommendations of the Hokage, Hyuga Hayashi, and the council, I ask you to accept the rank of Hunter Nin Anbu." Naruto fell out of his chair. "Nanny, keep your voice down. I am known as only a Shadow, the leader of the Anbu loyal to the Hokage. You were recommended this by, like I said, the Hokage as well as Councilman Danzu." His exact words were, If he wants to be a hunter, he just filled one hell of a resume. But Naruto, Sito said to recapture his attention. You were also praised by the Mizukichi. Normally, praises would not be enough. But everyone in the village saw you summon those three, as well as your fights beforehand. And I am privy to what happened to you and Orochimaru. I believe you can handle this, but this is still... Naruto trailed off. I am also to give you this. He set a Chunin jacket and a letter on the counter. The contents of that letter is a S-rank secret concerning the identity of your parents. You were unanimously voted Chunin along with your first opponent, Gaara. As such, the Hokage decided you were strong enough to protect yourself from any enemy they may have. By the way, you have already received a nickname. Apparently, word is getting around about the strength of Konoha's Black Spider. Naruto took it and swallowed. Thank you, Sito-san. But won't us being a hunter keep us away from Haku-chan and Hinata-chan? Not as much as you think. Consider it and tell your answer to Tucci. He'll get it to me. He stood up and walked out. Naruto slipped the vest on and frowned at how it covered his spider. He looked up from still-closed envelope as Haku and Hinata returned. Congratulations, Naruto, Tucci said to him. He barely noticed it or the hugs he received from Hinata and Haku.